change the stream over, so just stay tuned. Again, no action needed on your part. The stream will be right back on. Give us one moment.
You might see it just cut out in a minute or so, but don't worry, it's gonna come right back. It'll be right back. We'll be right here. We're not going anywhere. We're too caffeinated to go anywhere. Look at those boats in that water.
Paddling around, going for a Sunday morning cruise, huh?
I was about to say, what are you talking about, Sunday? No, it is Sunday. It is Sunday.
You sure you still want to work that boat next year?
Yeah.
What a cool scene, though, right, Kelly? Think of this.
Are we cut?
It is 2:45 in the morning, local time, and we have got it's got to be 20 people hanging out in a river at 2:45 in the morning. You just don't see that every day. What y'all doing in there?
They look pretty pumped to be in there, though. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we got a train going by.
If you can hear that choo-choo, that is the train that's running up and down the course. All of our volunteers in the water waving to the stream. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there's Stephen. Stephen right in the water. Oh, look at these volunteers having a night in the water. A night they will never forget. Spending the night in the water. So cool. Thank you for being out there. Thank you to the boat captains. Woot, woot. Oh, yeah. Some of our 1,600 volunteers you're seeing in the river. It literally takes a small town to put this race together, and we can't thank those volunteers enough. If you are unaware, this stream here is a fundraiser for the Western States. The Western States is a non-profit organization. All of the money that we are raising through this fundraiser is going to come back to make this stream bigger and better in 2025. Other things that money is used for is medical research. Every year there's a presentation before the race with some of the medical research that comes out. We have athletes that have the option to do some testing before the race. I know that it involves a blood draw. They get a blood draw again after the race. And finally, some of that money going to trail stewardship. So again, this race would not be possible without those donations. Again, this is a nonprofit, so thank you everyone for your donations. We can't do it without you.
Sure can't. And I think this is also just a good time to, again, thank our presenting sponsor, Hoka, and our performance nutrition sponsor, and my personal fave nutrition, Goo Energy Labs. Thank you for not just sponsoring this incredible and iconic, historic race, but also supporting so many dreams becoming a reality today. Yesterday and today.
Today.
But also yesterday and today.
And yesterday.
And
today.
And today. What you got there?
Taking a look at those new Hoka shoes that came out, the 2.5s.
Those are spiffy.
I'm just going to call them the 2.5 gyms. Right? The 2.5 gyms. 3.0 of that version of that shoe is coming out later this year. And Hoka also just put out their Speed Goat 6.
Ooh.
That is a fan favorite shoe. The Speed Goat 6 just came out. So for those Hoka fans, our presenting sponsor, Hoka, go take a look at those shoes. We've probably seen the majority of our participants here wearing the Hoka shoe. So great shoe. check it out as we look at these runners crossing the river. Like I said, our boy Stephen Wright in the river, volunteering again. As these athletes make their way across that cold, as Chris Warden described it, hypothermic water.
Oh, can only imagine going through that water right now. Because then it's not like you're going to dry off quick. It's not like the sun's helping you out.
Hopefully it's
that
cold
moisture is sticking.
Maybe it's cold enough it just kind of like numbs the pain in their legs for at least a few minutes.
Oh, like an ice bath.
Yeah. Cold plunge right here.
I don't know if I want a cold plunge at that mile marker, you know? I'll take a hot tub, but I don't know about that cold plunge.
And
anyway.
They have made their way across.
Fearlessly.
Athletes.
Making our way. And I love that you're calling them athletes. Doesn't matter where you stand, first or last place in the Western States race. You are an athlete.
Absolutely.
You belong to be here.
Absolutely.
And we are so proud of you.
All of the runners in the race today have had to run qualifying races. There is 239 qualifying races here for the Western States 100. So if you are interested in competing in the Western States 100 and you're saying to yourself, hey, how the heck do I get into such an iconic race like this? Well, take a look at the website, but let me tell you, you will have to run a qualifying race in between November 6, 2023 and November 3rd, 2024. You can then enter the lottery with your one ticket. If you are not drawn, you can roll that ticket over to next year and just keep trying.
I think I just saw a headlamp in the distance, which means Ragna is approaching.
It does look like we have a headlamp coming in. Is this Ragna? Legend in our sport. We would think it's Ragna. We do have Patrick Heine, Alina Edwards, and Todd Curtis all past Roby Point as well at this stage, but we're thinking it is Ragna.
If it is Ragna, she would be our 20th female finisher.
Trying to get into
top 20, absolutely incredible.
Incredible. In one of the fastest top 10s on both the men's and women's side we have seen. Kelly, before Ragna gets in, why don't we just quickly go through those top 10s for the viewers that are just tuning in. On the men's side, we had, let me pull up those top 10s here. On the men's side, we had four-time champion Jim Walmsley with a very tight win over Rod Farvard. Third was Hayden Hawks, Daniel Jones, Caleb Olson, who debuted here at Western States with the fastest Western States debut of all time at 14:40. Jonathan Albon came in at sixth, followed by Tyler Green, Jingxing Shen, Jonathan Ray, and Chris Myers, a couple Boulder guys finishing up the top 10. Callie, Vincent, who do you have those top 10 females?
Top 10 females. We had, just an incredible performance by first place, Katie Scheid, coming in at 15 hours, 46 minutes. Second place, we had Fu Xiaosheng coming in 16 hours, 20 minutes. Esther Seelag coming in shortly after that. Emily Hawgood. You're pointing. Oh.
Emily Hawgood in fourth.
I was going to say, I lost my place. Okay, we're back. Fifth place, Yingvild Kaspersen. Then we had Eden Nilsson, Heather Jackson in seventh, Rachel Drake in eighth, Priscilla Forgy in ninth, and then Leah Yingling in 10th. Absolutely incredible performance by these ladies.
Yeah.
I was going to say today, but yesterday.
Looks like that infographic maybe was a little different from the finisher times. They showed the runners still at Pointed Rocks. But those were our two top 10s for this 2024 year, but do not worry. We have this stream going all the way to the very last finisher at 11 a.m. And then after that, we will have our award ceremony. And that looks like Ragna with pacer Ross Keevy. It looks like Ragna with her pacers coming in.
Oh,
She is going to round out the top 20. Absolute legend of an athlete, as you have heard me say, wins all over the world at the biggest races. Is that Corey Woltering with her on the backside there?
I think I did hear someone say that.
Maybe Corey helping take her in.
Yes, it is.
We see Corey with her.
Fellow teammate of ours.
Fellow teammate of Callie and I, Corey Woltering helping in. Let's bring it in, Ragna. Yes.
Oh, I know it hurts. I know it hurts so much.
Back in 2021, we saw Ragna on the podium here. Absolute legend. She will be back.
Ragda is making her way to the track with her teammates, pacers, crew, friends, family, everybody. She's bringing in a party to the track, it looks
Bringing
like.
the party, and she deserves it.
Heck yeah.
Celebrate it with your team. Trail running is a team sport. That's what Corinne Malcolm has taught us.
Yep.
Trail running is a team sport. This is Ragna's team, all of them celebrating. Bring it in, Ragna.
I love that they're making their way all together. Can only imagine what they're chatting about right now.
How they're going to get back here next year.
Ooh, probably. You might be onto something there.
45 years old, Ragna Debat's coming to us from Spain. Going to be coming on to the track very shortly. She is on the downhill section before making a left-hand turn, getting her onto the track.
Agreed. Someone in this chat said the climb up Roby through the last mile is just rude. I could not agree more.
And it looks like
Could not
she
agree
has
more.
just been passed by, let's take a look.
Not sure who that was.
That could be Patrick Heine. Like I said, we have a few runners past Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
We have
Yep.
Patrick, we have Alina Edwards, and Todd Curtis, and Romaine DeMar all past Roby Point. I believe that was Patrick Heine that passed. We will see.
Oh, or could be Alina Edwards. We will see in a few
see.
short. That person's
Here they
running
come.
pretty fast. All right, this looks like it could
That looks
be
like Patrick.
Patrick. That is Patrick.
That's Patrick
2:11.
Heine out of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Is that our guy? East Coast, Beast Coast. Let's go, Patrick. Patrick Heine coming in, age 35, from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
We have a couple runners on the track. Number 211 is Patrick Heine from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He's working it. This is Patrick Heine. Giving it up at the finish. Good for him. Patrick Heine from Bethlehem, PA. And behind Patrick is Alina Edwards from Grass Valley. Yet another strong woman finisher today, doing her best to break 22 hours here. It's right at the cusp. That looks like Jack Meyer down there with Alina Edwards, who did break 22 hours, had it in the bag all day. And on the back stretch, Ragna Debatz. She was third here in 2021, didn't have that kind of day today, but made it around anyway. Sometimes the tough days are the ones you're most proud of. Ragna is a Dutch national, currently resides in Catalonia. She has won ultras in more than a dozen different countries. An impressive, strong, gutty performance by Ragna Debatz from Mata de Pera in Spain. Finishing Western States for the second time. Ragna Debatz.
That is Ragna coming in. Originally was coming in as a 20th finish, but it looks like she was passed at the very last minute and will be our 21st female finisher.
21st female getting a hug from Corey. We got Ross on the track getting the medal from Craig. Ragna Debatz, congratulations. Team effort.
Our fellow teammate Corey there. Represent. Love to see it.
Number 165 at the top of the track is Todd Curtis from Great Barrington, Mass. 51 years old, and he's run 22 hours here at Western States.
Fellow Mass person, Scott. You hear that?
Todd Curtis, my Massachusetts brother, coming in. For those at home, just a quick rundown. That was Patrick Heine, Alina
Todd Curtis from Great Barrington, Massachusetts, finishing Western States.
Todd Curtis just kept on running all the way back.
He's got somewhere to go.
He's got somewhere to go.
Might have
Todd
to get
runs
on a
on
plane.
Duncan. So that was Patrick Heine. Alina Edwards hit the 20th position, F20. Alina Edwards. Todd Curtis came in from Massachusetts, and we had Ragna Debatz coming in for female 21. 4 finishes there. We have Romain Demar, who is currently in between Roby Point and the finish line here. Romain is going to be another Frenchman coming in. A lot of French finishers.
I love to see it.
Love it. Just the international field we've had here today was spectacular, something that we're starting to see more and more international runners come over. And Kelly, can you blame them? It is such a beautiful event.
It is infectious, honestly. The event, the course, the volunteers, the other runners with you, your team. It's just the whole experience.
The whole experience.
It's magical.
Like I said, this is our 3rd consecutive year. Callie and I being a part of Western States. We're already talking about booking a place for next year.
Oh, yeah, we got to do that soon.
We got to do that. We
get
want
on
to be
top
a
of that.
part of this party. We want to be with you all again. What do we have? Again, Romain Demar coming, probably our next finisher. We'll see if we can get some more updates from Chris Warden, who is back at the Rucky Chucky River crossing momentarily. But we're getting there, everyone. We are currently 22 hours and 4 minutes into this year's 2024 Western States. Callie, for those people in the chat that were saying that maybe my math isn't great, I'm going to tell them we have 1 hour and 56 minutes to get those runners in here for that silver buckle.
Hour 56 minutes. That means, let's call it, what would you say, 8 miles away? Be a good rough estimate. Maybe less than that.
Yeah, we'll take a look. What we're seeing here is that these runners are likely just not quite yet at Pointed Rocks. 3:30 a.m., so about 25 minutes from now is when we would anticipate those last 24-hour runners getting to Pointed Rocks. Of course, some are going to be coming in a little faster, a little slower. Getting to Pointed Rocks by 3:30 doesn't guarantee you a 24-hour finish, but that is just in general what we've seen over the years. Big finish line photo there. Like I said, we are going to try to cut back over to Chris as soon as we get some ears on him, and we'll give you an update from the river. There he is, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Chris is back at the
Hey,
river.
how's it going over there?
Oh, you know.
You guys have fun on the track? I see we just had yet another finisher. So that's what I wanted to talk to you folks about. This is Christine, right? Okay. So I just saw Christine interacting with her runner. Who is your runner?
Paula Hamilton,
Bib number.
209.
Okay. So is this Paula's first Western States?
No, it's her second.
Okay. Is that why you were so confident? Like when I just heard a very loud voice say, "I'll see you at the finish." Like you knew.
I know she's gonna finish.
Awesome. So she's doing very well.
She's doing awesome. Yeah.
Were you a part of her journey the first time she was here at Western States?
We've been friends for over 13 years. She got me to my finish in 2021. My other girlfriend that's pacing her, we've all paced each other for all of our finishes. So there's 4 of us that are really good friends. 3 of us have buckles. She's the last one.
Oh, that's
So
fantastic.
we've been on this journey together for over 13 years as friends.
That's wonderful. And are like all of you still like trying to get into the race over and over again to like basically like take turns to see who runs and who gets the crew and everything like that?
She's the last one. We all have buckles, and we're gonna be good with that. When she gets her buckle tomorrow morning at the track, that's it. We're done.
That's a beautiful thing. Are you locals here then? Or
Yes, we're all locals.
will you and your friends still maintain a relationship with this race after that? Like, do you see yourself maybe coming out and crewing other people or volunteering or anything like that?
Oh yes, I volunteered at Roby Point for like 13 years. My girlfriends have volunteered at El Dorado, and we've been very active with Western States since we all got into ultra running. So we will definitely keep being out here and supporting and crewing and cheering people on. It's amazing. There's nothing like it. The energy is magical.
Well, Christine, I just wanted to borrow you for a few moments because, like I said, the confidence and authority in your voice when I heard you interacting with your runners, they were heading down the steps of the river, was really captivating. And I was like, oh, I know who I want to talk to next. So congratulations to you and your team, because it sounds like you know that this is a done deal.
Yep, she'll be there. She'll be there. Look for 209 at the finish line tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, I'll see you at the finish line as well. So nice to meet you. Thanks. Scott and Callie, back to you.
Back to us. They're confident. Bib 209 leaving the river around 3 a.m.
Making notes.
Making notes. We hope to see them here before the 11 a.m. race finish. Looking at our projections, if you're crossing the Rucky Chucky around 3 a.m., you could be around a 29-hour finisher. So it's looking like if she continues pressing on, she will make it here to that finish line.
Heck yeah.
No easy task, though. We can't call it guaranteed. 22 miles through the night.
You never know.
And like Kelly and I said, come around 8 a.m., that sun gets out, it gets hot. We've got a runner on the track. This is Romain Damar, I believe a Frenchman. All smiles. We're going to let Tropical John call him off on the track here. Romain having a day. Get himself this Western States finish.
Looking so calm and collected.
Waving to his fans back home. If you're in the chat, this
Looking
is the
fresh,
moment
too.
you waited for.
So fresh.
A special moment, sharing it with a friend, going around. Savor it. Like we've heard from many athletes, sometimes
On the track finishing
journey
from
here
Geneva,
is
Switzerland, this
decade-long.
is Romain Demar. He is 38 years old, finishing Western States in 22 hours and 9 minutes. Romain Demar from Switzerland, beautiful town of Geneva.
Romain Demar, Switzerland, Geneva, Switzerland.
Looking excited to get it done.
Big
Hug.
hugs all around.
Gotta give the hug.
Yep.
You can, if you weren't looking at the bib, you could tell who the runner was by how dirty the shoes are.
Yep.
Telling you, we've been on these trails the last week.
Last week
Last
we've been
week.
running these trails around Auburn Lakes, down Quarry Road.
Oh,
We've been in the river. We've been up to Roby Point. We were doing our homework.
I'm telling you, at the beginning of this excursion, my shoes were bright orange, and now they're a nice dusty gray, I would say. So just looking at the shoes I'm seeing here on the track right now, you can tell which one was the runner. Putting in the work. Step by
Easy
step.
way to get those clean. Just dunk them in the river.
And just go right back in.
Go right back in that river.
What's that, a good, 15 miles back to the river? 20?
All right. We are 22 hours in. We have Joshua Nichols, who appears to be our next runner past Roby Point. Looking for him probably in the next 5 minutes. Josh Nichols, if you're cheering for Josh from Manchester, Michigan, he is likely going to be coming onto our track next. It's now 3:11 a.m. local time, and for our United States contingent, that means it's 6:11 back on the Beast Coast. Those East Coasters are waking up, pouring themselves some coffee, and tuning in to this Western States live stream. Welcome, East Coasters. Shot of the river there, mile 78. From there, they have about 22 miles to come meet us here on the track.
You can see the runners making their way across that frigid river right now. The iconic Rucky Chucky.
Yep, when they reach the Rucky Chucky, that is, they have finished the section of the course called Cal Street. They get to that Rucky Chucky. They are then making their way to the Auburn Lakes trails and eventually to the track.
I'm seeing some people in the chat just waking up from that East Coast, about to make a pot of coffee. If you want to, I don't know, send one over here, we'll drink it. We'll drink it.
Send the dunks.
We'll take light roast, dark roast, doesn't matter.
All right, and for those runners chasing down that elusive 24-hour silver belt buckle, we would anticipate seeing those runners coming through Pointed Rocks, mile 94.3 now. Most sub 24-hour runners are going to arrive at Pointed Rocks around 3:30 a.m. or sooner. So again, those runners pulling into Pointed Rocks now are likely those runners that are going to be our last getting that sub 24-hour belt buckle. As we see a few more athletes crossing the river.
Someone in the chat was asking about our 77-year-old Eric Spector.
Oh, Eric.
I am sad to report that Eric dropped from the race early on, but gave a hell of a fight in his race this weekend.
Eric Spector, congratulations for towing the line.
Absolutely incredible.
Always next year. I feel like that is the inspirational story for me every time I'm out at these races, Callie, is the older participants that just seem to keep showing up, a lot of times getting it done. It is so inspiring to see. Eric Spector, next year, we hope to see you again. All right. We've got Josh Nichols and Josh Gale, our two runners past Roby Point, making their way to us. Cal, what other stories have you been following along today that we can fill in our audience with? A lot of people were asking about Will Barkin. See if we can pull
Will
an
Barkin,
update
let's
from
get an update.
Will. Will was at Cal 2, 21 hours into the race. So that was 2 a.m. About an hour ago, Will was at mile 70.7, Cal 2, trying to become the first blind runner to finish the Western States 100 from Mill Valley, California. Will Barkin, everyone is rooting for you. Let's put him in our thoughts. Let's get Will to the finish line.
Heck yeah. We will be following along, making sure he stays on that course, and we'll keep you updated if we have any more updates there.
And I would also like to thank all of our volunteers from Mountain Outpost. They have volunteers chasing runners out of aid stations. There are drone pilots up in the air. There are field reporters. The team is huge. Thank you to everyone for making this coverage possible and bringing this action into your living rooms. Oh, we have Chris.
Yep, we have Chris.
We've got Chris at the Rucky
You have
Chucky.
a nice pacer willing to chat. Got a nice, refreshing Coca-Cola there. Let's hear.
Yeah, one of the things about this race is that everybody has a story, not just the runners, but the pacers as well. And I started to overhear this pacer here, Keith, correct? Pacing bib number 69. Nice. And he was apparently had a bit of an interesting experience out there with the runner you were pacing. Can you describe what happened?
Yeah, about 2 miles ago, sorry, hold on. About 2 miles ago, he finally got his wind back. His stomach was happy. And Vince Malosky just took off. And I said, bye. I got nothing. See you at the finish.
So as a pacer, I mean, and don't take this in a derogatory way, but basically your runner dropped you out there.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I fixed his stomach. That was my job.
I mean, there's got to be a bit of a satisfaction and kind of feel good about that because you helped repair his race. Because it sounds like he wasn't doing great for a while there.
Oh, no, he was a little sour for a while, but he at Cal 3, one of the guys said, if you drop your pacer owes you $100. I guess he took it for real.
So are you a local here to the Northern California area? Or?
No, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. So is this your runner's first time here at Vince's first time at Western States?
Yeah, he was. He had like the most amount of tickets this year. So it was 9 years in. So he was gunning for it.
Well, it sounds like he's making the most of it. I mean, you've got to be proud of him as a pacer. Like I said, if he dropped you, that means he's doing something very well.
Oh yeah, no, I'm. Vince is, he'll finish, and I got, every bit of me says he'll finish. That's all I know is that he'll cross the finish line and get that puck.
I am so stoked for him, and I think that it's great that you were out there helping him achieve a dream that he's obviously been chasing at for quite a while.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your time, and best of luck to Vince as he's making his way across the river right now. Yeah. Or no, he's long gone.
He's long gone. He's probably up Green Gate by now.
Oh, he's on his way to Green Gate?
Yeah.
Perfect.
He's going.
Even better. Keith, thanks for your time.
Anytime, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Scott. Callie, back to you.
Western States is off.
Oh, absolutely. Not the first pacer to be dropped today, and not a bad thing. You've done your job. You've kept your runner feeling well, or got your runner feeling well, and allowed him to push hard to the finish. On our screen right now is Josh Nichols. Josh coming in, I believe, about to get his second Western States finish. He was back here in 2017, where he ran 25:05. Guess what, Josh? You're coming back. You're getting the silver buckle this time. He's going to have the bronze and the silver at home.
I was going to say, you can see the determination on his face right now. Those arms are pumping. He knows that he is getting that silver buckle.
Oh, yeah. Shutting off the lights. He's coming onto the track.
He's
Josh,
right over here.
You are getting that silver buckle. Yes.
Not right away, but when you come to the award ceremony later, you'll get that silver buckle.
7 years ago, at the age of 29, Josh was out here with a 25-hour finish, and here he is 7 years later coming in with a probably 22 finish.
Woo! Coming onto that track. Soak it up.
Josh Nichols,
Savor
Manchester, Michigan. Silver buckle.
On the back stretch from Manchester, Michigan, this is Josh Nichols. His second Western States. He finished here in 2017. He's also done Penhati a couple of times, Burning a River a couple of times, Superior 100 a couple of times in San Diego. He's a project manager and a soccer coach for his son's soccer team. His pacers include his wife, Steph, his dad, Gary, his nephew, Bobby. His crew is his son, Derek, his daughter, Jade, his mom, Felicia, his stepmom, Jen, his brother, Tim, cousin, Delaney, and niece, Adeline. Childhood friend, Dave, and his friend, Lily. Quite a family affair for Josh Nichols of Manchester, Michigan, finishing Western States for the second time.
22-22. Great run, second finish. Oh, look at it. So happy. So cool to see athletes coming back here, bettering their time.
We want him to soak up and savor this moment. I know we do have Chris Warden
with a potential special guest.
Special volunteer, if you will.
A special volunteer of the race.
Special volunteer down at the river.
We will get back to Chris as soon as we can.
And I don't think people want to miss this.
You won't want to miss this
reasons.
Next guest. We have Josh Gall, Jeffrey Adams, and Steve Roberry beyond Roby Point. Got an athlete on the track now. I believe this is Josh Gall. Josh Gall out of Longmont, Colorado, I believe. 195, Josh. I think that's Josh making his way from Longmont to the track here in Auburn. Josh Gall.
From Longmont, Colorado, circling the track to finish Western States is Josh Gall.
From Colorado.
33 years old. We can find 22-24 finish. Josh Gall, finishing Western States.
Heck yeah.
Josh Gall.
Oh, that relief on his face.
Oh,
Love
yeah.
it.
Longmont, Colorado. His shoes and brews friends probably cheering him on from the run shop. Maybe not right now. A little late to have
Maybe
the
when they
run
wake
shop
up.
open. The shoes and brews crew will cheer him on in the morning when they are awake.
All right,
We-
let's turn it over to Chris because I'm excited to chat with this volunteer that we have right here. Chris, we got to chat.
No. Well, folks, I think that we've stressed very much that volunteers are the lifeblood of this race, and I happen to see this volunteer over helping runners out, and so I had to bring him over. Gordy, how you doing today?
Well, I'm having a good day. I'm doing something I enjoy. You know, I was telling this guy. He said, "Thank you for donating your time like this." And I said, "You know, I really enjoy this. I would do it for free if somebody would pay all my bills."
Sure, you got it. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I mean, obviously, your history with this race is very well known as a runner, and basically, the man who helped start it all. But I think it's more important to me, at least in this moment in time, to talk about what it means to you to keep coming back, and also ask you why you keep coming back.
I just really want to help other people be successful. You know, that's kind of what I think that it's not enough to be successful in life.
All right, maybe we had a little technical difficulties. Looks like we're having a little bit technical difficulties with Chris and Gordy. For those that do not know,
That is the man behind this race.
That
He
is
started it.
Gordy Ainsley, who was the first runner of this race back
Every
in
passing person that comes through this aid station,
1974.
you get to see
On the
them.
track from
get to see them,
Kenmore, New York, is Jeffrey
They're trying to
Adams,
hopefully experience that same
46
feeling
years
you
old.
did, when this race began.
Well, what's interesting about that is, some people think that you do it once and you've got this enlightenment. But actually, I would say that doing it again and again a few times was what.
Jeffrey Adams from Kenmore, New York, finishing Western States.
I think that
Nicely done.
Seems like we have lost Chris's audio.
That when we get to the end of our lives, we're kind of going to look back and say, well, what did we accomplish? And so, that's a value judgment we all have to make relative to, as my mom used to say, Gordy, leave the world better than you found it. She said that again and again. And, that's when how I will judge my life when I get to the end. Did I leave it? How I did, obviously. But
From Mill Valley, California, this is Steve Robury.
I think
He
this
finished
legacy
here in 2021 in 23:05, and he's going to
I
have
just
a
wanted to
PB
take a brief moment to thank
more than half an hour here today. He's also done Rio del Lago a couple of times, Kodiak and TRT. He's a technology consultant, a Brit living in the Truckee Tahoe area, moved to the U.S. from Japan in 2006. Thanks to his crew of Steve Wu, Chrissy Polentz, Denver Armstrong, Sean Flanagan, and his pacer, Jeff Reefers. This is Steve Robury, finishing Western States for the second time.
For those watching at home, that was Steve Roberry with a finish. Second finish at Western States, age 56. And for those that were unaware, while we had Chris and Gordy there, Gordy was our first ever finisher of the Western States 100. For those that didn't know, that was back in 1974. Gordy was our first finisher. He has gone on to finish this event over 10 times. He got his 10-year belt buckle back in, let me see, Gordy, when did he get that 10-year belt buckle?
While you're looking that up, we are closing in on an hour and a half for runners to get this silver belt buckle. 90 minutes.
I am corrected. Gordy got a 10-day buckle, meaning Gordy had finished the race 10 times,
And under
all under 24 hours.
that is a feat.
Wow.
Insane.
Wow.
The man we were just talking to.
Has finished this race 10 times under 24 hours. Incredible.
Perfect.
Hello, Chris.
Yeah. I just wanted to give Gordy a chance to finish this out there. I apologize. We wanted to recognize the runner here, but you were talking about basically helping the runners. You mentioned a woman that you had worked with, in your practice, and I guess I just wanted to see if you could finish that thought for us.
Yeah, well, I'd successfully handle her neck pain, and then she had this. She and her husband were both really into long distance running, and they had a great time together as far as I could see. And then she had the next time she had neck pain, she went to an MD, and he took an X-ray, and he says, "Oh, you've got abnormality in your neck, and don't ever let a chiropractor touch you." And so she didn't, and I said, "Relax, don't worry. I've treated people with this abnormality. It's no problem at all. It's no danger." And she wouldn't believe me, and so her neck pain was unrelieved. And the next thing you know, well, it's been well proven that neck problems cause emotional instability if they're bad enough. Next thing you know, she just couldn't find anything good about her husband, and they got a divorce. And it's like, I don't know. So anyway, one of the things I'm doing is a little evangelizing for chiropractic. Just because, I mean, I was supposed to be basically a semi cripple. My brother jumped on my back. We were playing horsey, and I was pretty messed up, and um, an MD orthopedist said I was deformed. I need special shoes and braces to keep from growing up crooked. And the third chiropractor my mom took me to fixed me in one treatment, but he was a pretty special guy. He could just touch somebody and he'd know everything was wrong with him.
Well, I would say that based on what you've done since then, things have worked out for you in that regard. So, Gordy, I'm grateful to see you here, and I think that the entire community, not just the Western States community, but the trail and ultra running community, owes you a thank you for not only what you did to help start this whole ball rolling, but for what you continue to do today. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that I'm quite a good innovator, but I'm not a manager. And the reason it's such a great race now is because there were a bunch of gifted managers who took over after I innovated.
Well, sometimes it's just you leave the heavy lifting to other people, but
There are some people who are innovators and there are some people who are managers. And I'm just not a manager.
but we've got a good one here taking care of the race now. So
I'm glad we have people who do that, or else this wouldn't be nearly the race it is if there weren't some skilled managers.
I agree. Gordy, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate everything you do. Thank you. Scott, Callie, back to you.
Thank you,
Woo!
Gordy. Oh, that's
So good to
great.
hear.
And in 2005, Gordy got that 2,000-mile buckle, which is 20 times he has finished this race. So Gordy over 20 finishes with 10 of those sub 24. Absolutely incredible.
And as you can see on the screen, we've got a train going by right now. Not sure if you friends at the home can hear. Fun little element here at the track.
Yeah, Gordy, one of 7 athletes to complete this race at least 20 times. And only one who has 25, Mr. Tim Tweetmeyer, which is a 25-day buckle, meaning Mr. Tim has finished this race 25 times under 25 hours with a whole lot of wins to his name, Mr. Tweetmeyer. Okay, back to it. You're looking at beautiful Auburn, California, endurance capital of the world, as what they call it. Beautiful drone shot as we are waiting for our next runners to join the party here at the track. It could be Michael Busada. If you're waiting for Michael, he could be our next finisher, along with Matthew Urbanski, who is CEO of Team Run Run. Some of you perhaps use his services for coaching. Eric Johnson and Dennis Block are also both past Roby Point. We're waiting for these next 4 finishers to come through. Like I said, it is here, 3:36 local time. We would anticipate those 24-hour finishes to be past Pointed Rocks by now. So if you are hoping to be a sub 24-hour finisher, we sure hope you are past Pointed Rocks and you still have your work cut out for you with 6 tough miles to get here. You can do it.
Woo. Seeing those runners get across that river doesn't look easy.
It does not
A little
look
obstacle course in a 100-mile race, you know?
at the river, Rucky Chucky again. These runners doing everything they can to get here before 11 a.m. They have 7 hours, 23 minutes to get these next 22 miles to the finish line. We should start to see the sun start to poke its head out in about an hour and a half, so at 5 a.m.-ish local time. 90 minutes from now, we'll start to see a little bit of daylight poking through, and then it won't be long till the course gets hot again. So we are into the last 90 minutes of darkness with these runners with their headlamps on, traversing the river, trying to get their way up to Green Gate.
Honestly, can't believe the sun is already like making its way up right now.
We got an hour and a half. It's coming.
That's yeah. That's fair.
And again, big shout out to our sponsors, presenting sponsor Hoka. What a difference they have made in this race. And the nutrition sponsor, Goo, one of Callie's favorite, Goo Roctane, Goo Chews, Goo Energy Gels out on course. Runners are fueling themselves with those products, making their way here. Thank you, Hoka. Thank you, Goo.
Not gonna lie, I did bring a couple of stroopwafels, goose stroopwafels with me, just in case I need a little snack. I got the blueberry and the s'mores flavor. Highly recommend. Also brought a pack of chews, salted lime, can't go wrong. Delicious.
Salted lime. I remember when the Goo gel salted lime came out in partnership with Western States. Was that
Heck
2
yeah.
years ago? 3?
Was that too?
1 or 2 years ago, I remember Goo and Western States partnered for a gel, which was their salted lime
It's
flavor.
a great flavor for a hot race.
Last year, Goo partnered with Rising Hearts to make a strawberry lemonade gel, with all proceeds benefiting, going to Rising Hearts to help the indigenous communities. Here we are, runners navigating those slippery, slick rocks in the river. And again, for those just tuning in, this river crossing, it changes each year depending on how high that water is. As you can see, this is a low water year up to a lot of the athletes' knees or maybe a slightly higher. So in those years, we have athletes cross the river with the assistance of these volunteers who stand in the river for hours, helping them get across. On other years, we will actually put these athletes in those boats like the one you see on the right-hand side of your screen. So we'll put 2 or 3 athletes in the boat, and then the boat driver will go back and pick up the next batch, and so it goes.
Looks like we have a runner getting to the iconic White Bridge, the very last bridge before they have about a half mile to go before they get to the track. Some people are asking in the chat if there is a finish line feed, and you're seeing it. That's on the screen right now. We have a runner coming in.
Who is that?
That looks like a pacer bib. But when a runner does come onto the track, I got like that's like a 10 p.m. shot of that view.
Yep.
Yeah.
When they are coming onto the track, we can see their headlamp from just a little bit away. That is Michael Busada, another Pennsylvania athlete. A lot of them coming in here.
Sure are. As you say, East Coast, Beast Coast?
East Coast, Beast Coast, Michael Busada, enjoying the butter trails that California puts out. It is also, these trails are smooth. The locals call it the California carpet because these last few miles, there aren't too many rocks
for you East Coasters, yeah, it's pretty buttery.
It's butter.
You guys are used to no switchbacks, just rocks and wet rocks at that, right?
Yep, so Michael Busada just enjoying his last
Some smooth course.
Coming after Michael, we have Eric Johnson, Dennis Block, and Matthew Urbanski. Dennis Boyk, one of the runners coming in.
Looks like we've got a couple runners before he gets here, but we got our eye on him.
We got our eye. Dennis will be one of the next finishers coming in.
Looks like while we were chatting it up with Gordy, we did have a finisher come in, Steve Robury. Huge congrats. 56 years young from Mill Valley, California. Huge, huge congrats. We have a runner, it looks like, coming down the last little strip before they get here to the finish.
Getting cheered on by some locals passing by. This community supports this race so much. Families are out all night, all morning long, cheering on these participants. So cool. Oh, and we have a runner coming on the track
right now.
Who do we have, Cal? Is this Michael Busada coming in?
Let's see if we can get a visual on that bib. 2, 2, 3. Appreciate that, camera person.
That is Eric Johnson. Eric Johnson from Phoenix. Yes.
Arizona.
Phoenix. We love it. Coming in. Gonna get sub 23 hours.
Dang.
The heat was no problem for Eric Johnson today. He's been in Phoenix in 110-degree heat.
Heat training in the morning. You don't even have to wait till the middle of the day.
This is like a spring day for Eric out there.
Oh, it's refreshing out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we're up here. We
Look
escaped.
On the backstretch from Phoenix, Arizona is Eric Johnson.
Eric Johnson taking his victory lap from Phoenix. Last 100 meters. Good news for you, Eric. You will be a silver buckle finisher, sub 24, getting that big silver buckle.
Heck
And Michael
yeah.
Busada is on the back stretch, but first it's Eric Johnson coming around the final turn to get to the finish line of Western States. Eric Johnson, 43 years old, from Phoenix, finishing Western States.
That was Eric Johnson. Next is Michael Busada.
Michael Busada from Linden, Pennsylvania is at the top of the track. He's done Oil Creek and Eastern States. A couple of fairly gnarly races on the rocky trails of Pennsylvania. And the anesthesiologist back there, he likes to woodwork in his spare time. His wife Lydia is amazing for tolerating his training and hobbies. And he's got 3 daughters, Lucy, Charlotte, and Jane. Jane's only 6 weeks old, so didn't make the trip. Crew and pacers, David Hoffman, Mike Trombley, and Michael Heastand. This is Michael Busada of Linden, PA.
Woo. Huge congrats to
For
Michael
those at
Busada.
home, Michael Busada, Linden, PA.
Looks like we got a couple other runners on the track right now. And you know what? I think that might be the theme for the next hour, 14 minutes. A lot of people pushing for that under 24-hour mark. So we're going to see a lot of runners come through within this next hour or so.
Absolutely. You will be seeing that. We'll have a lot of finishers in these next 63, 73 minutes. The runners know they need to push to get this buckle, so they are pushing. We're going to see a lot of finishers in the next hour and 13 minutes.
This is Matthew Urbanski of Denver on the far turn. He is a UTMB finisher last year. Hard Rock finisher in 2022. And has run Ultra Trail Australia and Tarawera down in the South Pacific, as well as Leadville. But this, I believe, is his first Western States. No, his second Western States. He was here in 2015. Matthew Urbanski from Denver, finishing Western States in 22 hours and 48 minutes.
Heck yeah, Matthew Urbanski, bring it in. Oh, Matt, I have raced with him a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
And
Good
his
old
brother,
Desert Solstice.
Jeff. Bring it in, Matt. Team Run Run, let's hear it. Matt Urbanski. Heck yeah. All smiles. Look at him.
Oh, that's a relief right there. He's like, goodbye. I'm out.
Not wearing the cat tank top that I've seen.
I know. I
seen
was
him.
hoping to see a little bit of that.
Yeah, Matt was wearing a cat tank top for a few seasons.
Oh,
Who do we got on the track here, Cal?
that's a great question. I think we got a couple people.
I know we got Dennis Boink coming in. We have Francesco Singlarata and Andrew McDowell all coming in with Shingo Watanabe.
Let's see if we can get a bib identified here. Looks
Dennis Boyk from
Dennis Boyk.
Redding, California. A Cal Fire captain for the past 30 years. 7-time TRT 100 finisher.
Dennis Boyk. Who do we got here on the track, Cal? Making their way around the backside.
On the top of the track is Andrew McDowell from Auckland, New Zealand. Bib number 199, 46 years old from Auckland, New Zealand, Andrew McDowell.
A lot of love for Andrew on the track. I can hear behind me.
All the way from
A lot
New
of woos.
Zealand.
That
Bring
deserves
it
a lot of woos.
in, Andrew.
Heck yeah. I am seeing so many headlamps come in right now.
22:51. Love it. Celebrate that finish.
So happy to be done.
It hurts.
It does
It
hurt.
hurts.
I can tell.
It hurts so good.
can see
You
the
did
quads
it,
hurting.
Andrew. You are a Western States 100 silver buckle finisher. Heck yes. We've got more runners coming on the track. Like we said, this next hour is going to be slam-packed with runners just doing everything they can for that sub-24-hour finish.
Slam boozled. Absolutely slam boozled.
The Kiwis are blowing up that chat. Good for them.
Love it. Heck yeah.
More runners coming onto the track, and this is the party we're looking for. People just coming. Oh, let's hear it for them. Give all the high fives. You deserved it. This looks like it could be
So
Shingo
we have
Watanabe.
at the top of the track, number 350, Shingo Watanabe
Heck yeah.
from Nihomoto in Japan. Shingo Watanabe, 40 years old from Japan. And following Watanabe-san is Francesco Scarlata from Milano in Italy, 35 years old.
For those at home, that was Shingo getting that medal put on, and here is Francesco Sgarlata from Italy coming in right behind.
Woo.
Welcome home to Francesco Scarlata from Milano. Congratulations on finishing Western States.
There he is from Italy, Francesco. Yes! Get that man a photo.
Great finish right there.
22:54 silver buckle finisher. He's happy. Feeling good. Heck yes. Francesco, great run. We've got Sean Daler and Stephen Blay. Oh, and a fan favorite, Dominic Grossman, past Roby Point. We might have to get Dominic Grossman in here. We can put him in between two commentator totters.
In between two tots.
Yeah, Dom. the funny podcast between two pines. Dominic Grossman, funny guy. We've got 6 athletes in between Roby Point and the track right now.
Whew.
It's getting into that final hour. We got 65 minutes to get those silver buckle finishes.
Heaton.
They know it too. The runners know it. The pressure is on. Let's see how many people we get finished in this final hour before the silver buckle 24-hour finish. And for those that do not make that 24-hour cutoff, they still have 6 more hours to get it done. 11 a.m. local time. 30 hours is the cutoff. These runners started at 5 a.m. local time yesterday, 5 a.m. Saturday. They have till 11 a.m. Sunday to finish the race as an official finisher. 375 runners started. Let's see how many we get across the line in Auburn.
It's got to be a good feeling to know that you're pushing and you have the potential to get in under 24 hours. That's a huge feat. That's a huge feat. I know it looks easy when we see these elites just coming through. Oh, Scott's putting on his jacket. I just want everybody to know. Scott has got his jacket on.
Fur-coated in the studio.
But I'd also love to point out how incredibly amazing it is to be able to finish in under 24 hours. So to see these athletes coming in that time frame, oh, that is a feat. That is an accomplishment that you have absolutely earned.
And this is the 51st running here of the Western States 100.
51 years.
51 years of this magic, how this race has grown. We are so excited to watch it continue to grow. The enthusiasm of the crowds, the participants, the families, the crews. This race is put on the last weekend in June every year. Last weekend of June. Mark your calendars. We're going to do it again next year.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
I gotta count this up. Okay. Pointed rocks. 1, 2.
What are you counting out, Cal?
Hold on. "28 runners have made it to Pointed Rocks. 28 runners in roughly 6 miles. That is a lot of runners coming through within the next hour or so. So, potential for that many runners to finish under the 24-hour mark.
Yep.
Looks like we have someone coming onto the track as we speak. Seeing a parade of headlamps come through.
Yep.
Hearing some clapping.
Here we go. We have our next finisher. He's probably ready.
Looks
Can
like
he do it?
Stephen Blay.
Stephen Blake gonna come in right around
1:17.
23 hours.
Woo!
Could be our.
Is that Matt Daniels?
Look at him. Hammering it in. Come on, Stephen.
Heck yeah. San Diego, California. Insane.
From San Diego, California, this is Stephen Blay. And it's his first Western States, but he's done San Diego and multiple Tahoe Rim trails. He's an attorney and a surfer. Ryan Commons is his pacer to the finish, and Scott Hollister is his pacer to Green Gate. Andy Baker is his crew, and Matt Daniels is his crew. So good team for Stephen Blay from San Diego, finishing Western States in 23 hours.
Stephen Blay finished it up. There he is, crewed by Matt Daniels, who has a 4th place finish here at this race many years ago. In good hands. Great job, Stephen. Our first 23-hour finisher. For those that are looking, yes, we have less than 1 hour left on the clock for those silver buckle finishers.
1 hour countdown. And quite the number of runners who are within less than 6 miles.
Yep, everyone making their way here, trying to get in, pushing as hard as they can for that 24-hour finish. That 24-hour finish is when Kelly and I might be saying sayonara to the stream, and we welcome Corinne Malcolm back in sometime after that last 24-hour finisher. Here we go. Another athlete on the track. If I had to bet, this is going to be Sean Daler, but let's take a look at that bib.
Yep.
Who do we got here, Cal? Is this bib 64?
Yes, it
That's
is.
bib
That is Sean
64.
Daler coming in.
From Lakeville, Massachusetts.
Look at
Sean's
you,
running on
Massachusetts
Duncan.
People.
Sean's
my
running
God.
on Duncan.
Can we ask him?
Oh, yeah.
Did you run on Duncan?
Get him some dunks.
Maybe a crawler?
Oh, yeah. Lakeville, Mass reppin'. My boy out of Massachusetts.
Wait.
On the back stretch from Lakeville, Massachusetts is Sean Daler. And he has done a bunch of stuff, but this is his first Western States. He's done Vermont in under 20 hours, Bigfoot 200, Massanutten, and a bunch of other stuff. 45 ultras for Sean Daler. But this is his first Western States. Sean Daler from Lakeville, Mass.
Warms my heart every time I see a Massachusetts finisher.
Wait, so do you say Western or do you say Weston?
Weston.
Weston.
Weston, Mass. Just like Auburn.
Auburn.
Auburn. Weston.
Auburn.
Nah, Auburn.
Auburn.
That is Sean Daler
From Mass.
from Weston, Mass, finishing at Auburn, California.
Finishing the Weston.
Western States.
The Weston.
The Western States
the
in Auburn.
Weston.
Great job, Sean. Yes, bring that buckle back to
And
Massachusetts.
if 29 to 30 hours is the golden hour, then 23 to 24 hours must be the silver hour. And we've got a bunch of people stacked up all the way back to Pointed Rocks that have a good shot at making it here in the next 57 or so minutes.
Oh, here's Dom.
Get that beautiful silver buckle.
Hold on, is that Mario coming across the track or Luigi? Oh, no, it's Dom Grossman.
Okay, how long you been holding
come
on
on.
to that?
Dom's burning everyone on his podcast. He deserves to be burned on this stream. It's Luigi or Mario. We don't know with that mustache, but here he comes. Heck yeah, Dom Grossman, a legend in our sport. Look at him go. Any roasts for this guy, let him have it in the live chat. He heckles everyone, and now it's your turn to heckle
Now
him.
it's our turn. Yeah, in the chat. What do you got to say?
Who
Since you're
wants to
roasting-
say something to
you
Dom?
get
Who
2
can
minutes
roast
to
him?
roast him.
This is
If you got some Dom
This
dirt,
is Dominic
put it in the chat.
Grossman from Wrightwood, California, the start of the AC 100 course. And we had to cue this up because we had the good fortune of going to Dom and Katie's wedding several years ago, and this was the theme of this wedding. Katie is also a sub-24 Western States finisher, and his daughters Lindy and Goldie are somewhere, hopefully here.
Make my dreams come true. Ooh, ooh. This song is being played for Dom around the track.
Someone in the chat says Dom calls that running.
Come on, Dom.
Somebody say, look, he looks like he's got to go to the bathroom.
Yes. Give it to Dom in this chat. He deserves it.
He can read this later.
Between two outhouses.
Dominic Grossman, Wrightwood, California. Rocking Western States in
Oh, boy, look at him.
23:05, making
Look at
his
it.
dreams come true.
Between a run and a dance right here.
Heck yeah.
Oh, heck yeah, Dom. It's a tough act
And
to
at
follow
the head of the
here.
track, from Saint-Louis-de-Clisson in France, is Helene Leger, 41 years old. And she has come over here and crushed Western States on a hot day. Fantastic run from Helene Leger from Saint-Louis-de-Clisson.
Heck yeah. Helene Leger.
All right. Well, as we wait for our next finishers to come in, we may have an update from Chris down at the river. Here he is. Talk to us, Chris.
Scott, Callie, thanks for checking in with me. I'm here with Emmanuel. So Emmanuel is part of a story that we've been following now for the entirety of this weekend. Those who have been following our posts in the on social media realize that Greg Bergeron, Bib 401, found out 15 hours before the race started that he was in the race. And so his crew and pacers are basically, they scrambled to get things together and get ready because it was an uncertainty. And they're all from San Diego. And even though it's California, still several hours to get up here, get everything ready. And they have now guided Greg as basically probably across the river at this point by now. So Emmanuel had paced him from Forest Hill here, correct? Oh, from Michigan Bluff here. How is he feeling?
Now he's feeling a lot better than he started. I think, just the night coming down, he's starting eating a little bit more, and he's in good shape for these last 18 miles, and we're confident that he's going to finish strong and make it worth coming off the wait list last.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Like, I mean, in order to be ready for this race, it's not something you can do, when you find out you're in the race, whether it be like, a week, a month, or a day. So I think it's really impressive that through all of this, Greg had maintained his training. When he was out there, was he? I mean, you mentioned that he was getting better. Is he an upbeat, chatty runner? Is he, does he kind of curse the world, or like what kind of runner is he? Because we've followed so much about him, we're just kind of getting to know him a little bit more.
Yeah, when he's out there, he's definitely on the chatty side. So he loves to tell stories. He loves to tell dad jokes. He loves to hear puns. And so he likes to have the conversation going. Every now and then he likes a breather. So even out there in this section, he said, hey, like, give me some silence for a couple minutes. Let me try focusing on my breathing. But generally speaking, yeah, he loves to chat, share stories, and it's great pacing him out here.
So I actually saw your crew basically, like, you guys had like messages and jokes and stuff like that. Explain what you were doing at Forest Hill with him.
So he had asked us before the race to compile messages of encouragement, messages of motivation. He put it out on his social media, asking friends and neighbors to email our crew chief, Heather. And so all the emails that she's been getting, all the messages that she's been getting, she's been sending us in a group text. And so even these last 22 miles with him, I've been slowly, every aid station, slow dripping 3 or 4 at a time, reading him those encouragement. At Forest Hill, we gave him a bunch. We just showed him a couple videos from folks back home. And it really means a lot to him to hear all of the community support around him, to be at Western States, and to make sure that this moment doesn't go without the celebration of our San Diego community and celebrating him here.
Emmanuel, I know this is Greg's first Western States. Is this the first time you've been here for this race?
This is my first time out here, and it's incredible. It's Western States. It's so cool to be here.
Well, are you on the path to getting into this race through the lottery? Have you run qualifiers over time?
I've run qualifiers. I've been at Javelina. I've run Cuyamaca, and I've been putting in the tickets, and so hopefully one day I'll be out here. Maybe Greg will be out here to pace me. Yeah.
That would be fantastic and poetic justice. Emmanuel, thank you very much. Scott, one of the things that he just mentioned was something that actually triggered something in my mind about you. When you were making your Western States debut a couple of years ago, maybe you can speak to this. There were some videos that were collected behind your back, and they were shared with you before the race rather than during, because you were moving pretty quick. But I was wondering if you could share your experiences with that. And with that, I'll turn it back to you at the studio.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it was, like I said, we've been saying all along, trail running is a team sport. My good friend Nathaniel Chan kind of surprised me with a video from a lot of people that have helped me out in my career, that they all made a few sentence or two. Kelly showed me that video the day before Western States. It was very uplifting to just know that all of those people were here or were following along in my journey with me. So it's a team sport out here. How about that though, Kelly? 15 hours ago, he found out he was off the wait list.
That's
15
nutty.
hours. It's
beyond nutty. First of all, you have to go into this thinking and believing, I'm going to get in. I'm going to be racing, even though you're not. And that in itself is like, man, that's got to be such a mental, I don't know if challenge is the right word. A mental task, if you will. To just get into the mindset that you're racing, even if your name isn't there on the entrant list. And incredible to be able to talk to his pacer right now and to understand how he's doing in this race and how far he's come since yesterday morning.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to point out. So when the lottery is drawn, the race organization will draw those 369 to 375 names, but they also draw an additional 50 to 75 names to be put on a wait list. So as athletes find out, maybe they're injured, maybe something come up, they cannot run, they can drop out of the race before it begins, and that wait list will start to move. So traditionally every year, those last one or two athletes will plan on flying into Western States, just hoping for some reason their name gets called, and that is what happened there. And we have a close friend of ours that just got off the wait list a few days ago as well, Kelly. Mr. Ryan Thrower.
Mr. Ryan Thrower.
None other than the media man at Free Trail. Everyone's asking, where is Ryan Thrower? Is he still coming to the track? He is. He's
believe
at
it or not.
mile 90.7 Quarry Road. He got there about 45 minutes ago. So Ryan is moving along. Rumor has it Dylan Bowman, who was in the studio all day today, is outpacing him. So Dylan pulls a 18-hour commentary shift, and then he's pacing his boy, Mr. Ryan Thrower, in to the track here. How cool will that be?
Absolutely bananas. So exciting to see. And good thing he was putting in some miles, before this. Because you never know what's going to happen with those wait lists.
Never know. I talked to Ryan, good friend of mine, and again, another athlete that just really wanted to cherish the day, soak it all in. It's been years he's been trying to get in. So, Ryan, we are waiting for you at the track. Before we cut to Chris, we had Helen Lager from France finish about 5 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago. Sorry we couldn't call her. Congratulations, Helen. Who do we have coming down the pipeline now? Past Roby Point, we have Austin Sterling, Philip Sanderson, Matthew Hengana, and Joe Meek are our four athletes past Roby Point making their way here. For those close to us, Nick Corey had high hopes for today. He is a little bit behind them, did not have the day he was hoping for, but he is going to get this finish. I am excited to see my good friend Nick Corey on the track when he makes his way here.
You guys go way back.
Nick and I go
Way
way
back.
back. In 2013, I qualified for my first track and field national team
That was 11
and
years ago.
decided not to take that spot, and Nick was the first alternate. That was my first encounter with Nick. Since then, he has been nothing but a role model and mentor to me for so many things in the sport. I learn from him all the time. I talked with him about a week before the race, so I am excited to see Nick Corey get to this finish line.
Do you think that he wore road shoes for the entire Western States?
It'll be curious. Again, I feel Nick and I have similar
Preferences? Peculiarities?
yeah, that could be the word. We're both not afraid to do things that are a little non-traditional.
Yep.
So I know going into this, Nick was potentially was trying to find a way to use some super road shoes after Robinson Flat, playing with all sorts of way of putting Bondo on the outsoles to keep them intact. So I am really curious to hear about Nick's day. He will be here maybe in an hour or two. I'm excited to chat with him. But we've got another runner coming onto the track. That is
I
not
see
Nick.
it.
I think that's Austin Sterling, but let's see. Is that bib 325?
Let's get a zoom in. It's so far away. Can't see.
That actually looks like Philip Sanderson. I know I'm getting a little older, but I can tell a Philip when I see it, and that looks like Philip.
That does look like a Philip. Is that Philip?
Is that Philip from Mill Valley?
This is Philip Sanderson of Mill Valley, California, longtime friend of the race. He ran his first Western States in 1995, and some 30 years later, this is his 10th finish. Completed the Grand Slam of ultra running 5 times.
We have a legend.
Lives in Mill
coming
Valley.
Absolute
Has a
legend.
cabin up here in the Serene Lakes area. He's the CEO of a venture capital company in San Francisco. Philip Sanderson of Mill Valley, California.
On the track here. If you didn't hear it at home, this is Philip Sanderson going for his 10th finish. 1,000 miles ran during this race. This is Philip. We brought
Phil
Kate-
Sanderson of Mill Valley, finishing Western States for the 10th time.
Incredible. It had been 7 years since we saw a 10-time finisher. This is the second one we're calling in this shift, Kelly. Let's hear it.
Oh my
Philip!
gosh, with the hands up.
Yes.
10 finishes. First one was
30.
in 1995.
30 years ago.
Holy
30
cannoli.
years ago when this
That deserves a
gentleman was a
handshake.
young buck
Oh,
coming out here. If he could talk to his
he would
30-year
have been
ago self.
26.
Unbelievable. Look at this. Legend right there on your screen, getting that silver buckle finish.
Oh, that's
How
an historic
good
photo
is
right there.
that for your 10th finish? Still going sub 24 at the age of 56.
Oh, I hope to be doing the same thing. You know,
It's another Californian. It's something in the water here.
it's something in the water here. Maybe we need to move from Arizona to California.
These Californians
You guys got something
know how to
going
get it
on.
done. Philip Sanderson. Impressive. All right, we've got 40 minutes on this silver buckle
Oh,
shift.
man.
Come on, come racing into us. Again, so when those runners get to Roby Point, they are about 1.2 miles away from us here at the finish line, but they've got a very steep climb in those 1.2 miles. So for most runners, takes them about 15, 20 minutes. So we're hoping to see those sub 24-hour finishers sometime at Roby Point by 4:40, maybe a little after if they're hustling. But 4:40, that is where we want to see those runners at Roby Point if they want to try to get sub 24. And we got quite a few coming at us right now, Cal. How many do we got?
It's hard to count, honestly. You have to go.
I got 9 runners between Roby Point and here. I would say those runners are almost guaranteed a silver buckle. They have 40 minutes to cover that mile. Oh, come on, more runners. Who do we have coming next?
We have
Austin
a lot
Sterling.
coming in from Pointed Rocks, and that was
do.
just a mere 6 miles away. Less than.
Yep, there's a big pack all within a few minutes. Look
Over
at that.
20 runners.
Look at that turf. Those colors are popping.
It's matching your jacket.
There's a lot of pop out there.
A lot of pop.
Look at the fans. Look at the crews just splayed out there. Oh, we got a runner coming in.
This could be
Austin.
Austin Sterling.
Or could be Matthew.
Could be Joe. What's that bib say?
I think it was Matthew. It looks like Matthew. That's Matthew.
Yeah, that's
oh,
Matt.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know Matt.
Wait. No.
From Boise.
207.
Yeah, it's Matt.
Oh, it is Matt. Oh,
Matt
there we
from
go.
Boise.
Look at him go.
Boise, Idaho. Matthew
Still got a
Hengana.
smooth
On the
stride going
backstretch
on.
from Boise, Idaho is Matthew Hegana. He's 51 years old. Been running ultra since 2006, but this is the first chance he's had to do Western States. Has done Wasatch and I'm Tough, which I think you have to do by law if you're an ultra runner in Idaho. And Run Rabbit, amongst other things, Cascade Crest. This is his first Western States. 51 years old from Boise, this is Matthew Haganaw, finishing Western States in 23 hours and 22 minutes.
Photo on the track. Love it. 37 minutes away from these silver buckles with lots of runners coming at us. I think we have word from Chris at the river, so we are going to see if we can cut to him quickly before our next finishers come in. Let's take a look if we have Chris.
Yep,
we do.
Chris, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine. Scott, Callie, thanks for throwing it back to me here at the river. I won't take much of your time because I know you've got a lot of finishers coming in the golden hour for the sub 24. But I'm here with Ethan. Ethan was pacing and guiding our blind runner Will Barkin, bib number 83. How's Will doing out there?
He's doing well. It's a long night like for a lot of runners, but he's holding up well. He's out there with his fiance now. He's going to take him into the final down to Placer High School. But he's doing well. High good spirits, and he's happy to be out here.
is this your first time guiding a visually impaired runner, or first time guiding him, or have you done this before?
I've guided Will for a number of years now, so this will be my third 100-miler I've done with him. But yeah, Will and I have been friends for about 100 milers. Yeah. But it's excited to be out here at Western States.
Okay. Sounds like we've got another runner coming across on the track now. We're going to cut back to that really quick. Do you have a moment to stick around after that? Awesome. Thank you very much. Scott, Callie, just let us know when we're ready to continue our interview.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Rooting for Will. Who is this on the track we have here? Is this Michael Daly? Kind of looks like him. Is that Michael?
From La Jolla, California, on the top of the track is Michael Daly, 48 years old. He is going to buckle for the second time here. He had a 22-hour and 15-minute finish in 2016. He'll tell you he was 8 years younger then. Michael Daly from La Jolla, California, finishing Western States, earning his second silver buckle.
Michael Daly, you are a silver buckle finisher. Michael Daly. And who do we have here? Oh, this is Austin. I can see it in him there. That's Austin Sterling coming at us out of Manitou Springs, Colorado.
Top of the track is Austin Sterling from Manitou Springs, Colorado. Max Patel is his pacer, Shenda Baker his crew.
Got it. Thanks, Matt.
Austin making his way around. As of right now, we have 17 runners in between Roby Point and the finish line.
Gosh. Can you
17
imagine
runners.
What's nice is you're probably not alone right
So
there.
this is Austin Sterling from Manitou Springs. And right behind him from Morton Hampstead in Great Britain is Joe Meek, the running squirrel. She's a UTMB finisher, physiotherapist. And wants to thank Claire Capper, Heidi Nadeau, Annalise O'Toole, and as their crew and pacers, and her sponsor, Scott Shoes. Thanks to Farmer Tom for letting her stay with him. Coming around, Joe Meek from Morton Hampstead in England.
So at home, that was Austin
And
Sterling
she's
and
also
Joe Meek.
getting that beautiful silver buckle. Nicely done, Joe.
There is Joe Meek right there crossing that line. Silver buckle finisher. We are going to check back with Chris quickly, and then we'll come right back to that finish line. So back to you, Chris, with Will's crew.
All right, thanks, Scott and Callie. Once again, we're here with Will Barkin's crew. This is Ethan, who had paced him in. One last question. How do you feel about his chances to, I guess, hit his goals? First of all, what was his time goal, and do you think he's got a chance to hit it?
Oh, his time goal right now is just to finish. Ultimately, his stretch goal is 26 hours. I don't think we're getting there, but I feel like he's going to get himself up under that 30 hours. He's going to rally here, and he's going to cross the finish line. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll probably see you. I'm sure you're gonna meet him, post up at Roby Point, and head in with him the rest of the way from there. So, congratulations to you for doing a great job of getting him here, and hopefully everything plays out the way you think it's going to play out.
Great. I appreciate that.
Thanks, you too. Thanks, Ethan. Back to you, Scott and Callie.
All
Yeah,
right,
thank
back
you.
in the studio, like you heard, Will Barkin trying to become the first legally blind runner to finish the race. That is his crew and pacer.
Just now, 30 minutes to get that silver buckle. To hear my voice coming up from Roby, now would be a good time to push the pace.
Take it into high gear.
You heard the man. When Tropical John says kick it into high gear,
You put that pedal to the
and
metal.
look at it, I think they heard him. This athlete here is cooking down the street. He knows he's getting that 24.
He knows he's got that time
Is
to
this
get
Chandler?
it done.
Onto the track. Let's
Oh,
get
we've
a
got someone.
That looks like Fleming Sondergaard. If it is, Fleming's coming first from Canada.
2:15.
Fleming Sondergaard from Saskatoon,
3:15.
Canada. Sorry to my Canadians for mispronouncing that, but here he
We
is.
have a lot of runners stacked up between here and Roby Point. Something like 18 runners between Roby Point and the finish right now, which we get every year in the last half of the silver hour that finishes the silver buckles. They're all coming in, and first amongst them is Fleming Sondergaard from Saskatoon in Saskatchewan.
More runners coming onto the track. Like we mentioned, there's going to be a lot of them in this last half hour before the 24-hour cutoff.
This is Fleming Sondergaard from Saskatoon finishing. And at 3:81 on the backstretch from Sacramento is Hans van Horn.
So if you're at home, that's Hans Van Horn coming in. Sacramento, California, close enough to call a local boy.
Chandler Blake from Saratoga Springs, Utah.
Oh,
And Hans Van Horn from Sacramento coming in. And now we're getting busy here. We have 3 groups on the track.
It's a
Behind
party.
Hans
3
and
groups on the
Chandler, we
track.
have Joshua Eddy from Henderson, Nevada. Heat probably didn't bother Josh today, being a mere 93 degrees. Chandler Blake here from Utah finishing.
There it was, Chandler Blake, Saratoga Springs, Utah. Chandler had his 16-year-old son. Most painful challenge of his life was when his 16-year-old son was hit and killed by a driver who was fueled by road rage. Oh, Chandler, our heart is out to you. Congratulations on the finish.
Oh. I can't even imagine.
Bib 114. And who is this coming on? Oh, we got a youngster flying around the track.
Look at him go.
Look at them go. Racing, maybe racing
Oh, that is a
dead
fast,
to the
fast
finish.
finish. I think
Oh, yes.
the sun might win, actually.
Hammer.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, so cool. We love to see the family pacing in these athletes. Was that Andy Pearson there? I don't think that was Andy. Who was that?
Could have been. It's hard to see.
All right, 25 minutes before that silver buckle, and here they come. More runners coming onto the track.
See if we can get a bib on this one. Let you know at home who we're looking at. This is Andy Pearson on the track right now from LA.
And we got word from Chris Warden. There are 4 to 6 runners left before
On
the
the
rookie
backstretch
chucky.
from Los Angeles, California is Andy Pearson.
And for those tuning in, so yes, 5 a.m.
Andy Pearson from Los Angeles coming around the final turn to collect his silver buckle. And right behind him, number 163 from Asheville, North Carolina, is Brandon Cruz. He's done the Bear and Cruel Jewel and UTMB. And he just wanted to let us know he had a 90% blockage of an artery and had a stent put in. Was able to get backpacking less than a month later and on the Western States line a year later. Thanks to Jenny, Bill, Nikki, Olivia, and Dorsey, his family and friends. Brandon Cruz from Asheville, North Carolina. And on the back stretch, just coming into the final turn, is Sean McDermott of Leesville, Virginia. He's done the Arrowhead 135, so he knows cold weather, and now he knows warm weather. He's a criminal defense attorney, and he wants to thank his wife, Annalise, his son, Sebastian the Moose, and his daughter, the Lilybug, for enduring his pursuits. And as things get real busy here, we've got Madeline Wighart from Ancaster, Ontario on the top of the track. She did Leadville in 2023. She's a student, 23 years old, Madeline Wighart from Ancaster, Ontario. Part of the Ontario crowd that is doing Western States this year.
If you're tuning in at home, we are letting John call all these athletes on the track live, so that's why we haven't been calling them. But we've had Andy Pearson, Chandler Blake come in. This on the track now is Madeline Wighart. Her first Western States coming in sub 24.
From Golden, Colorado at the top of the track is Jesse Paragon, 35 years old.
Those in the chat waiting for Maddie. She should be one of our next finishers. She is on the track.
Jesse's pushing his baby carriage around the track. I'm assuming that maybe he started that at Roby and not at Olympic Valley this morning, but Jesse Peregrine from Golden, Colorado, and his family coming around to finish Western States and earn that silver buckle.
For everyone at home, it is just runner after runner after runner stepping onto this track right now. Pretty exciting. 20 minutes left for that silver buckle.
Let's get through them. Chandler Blake.
We
Josh
now have
Eddy,
20 minutes
Andy
left.
Pearson.
20 minutes left for that silver buckle.
20 minutes.
This is when it gets exciting. The end of the silver hour. Joel Pennington from Fairfax is the first runner of 3 sets of runners on the track. Following Joel is Takeshi Noda from Yokohama, Japan. And Noda-sama has done UTMB and Mount Fuji and Hurt and Shinetsu 5 Mountain Trail. He's a logistics expert, father of 4 boys, including twins. Wants to thank Marie Noda, his wife, Mitch and Shu, his 2 sons, who are traveling from Japan to be with him. And following Takeshi Noda, we have Kedrick Osborne from Littleton, Colorado. Number 316, 47 years old, from Littleton. And James Poole from London, England, 48 years old, coming around with just a few minutes to spare for that beautiful silver buckle.
I'd like to quickly try to get some names in. Brandon Cruz, Sean McDermott, Madeline Wighart, Jesse Peregrine, all of our recent finishers. And another big piece of news. While 5 a.m. signifies the silver buckle, 5 a.m. is also the cutoff at Rucky Chucky, where Chris is waiting there. So 5 a.m., big time of the race, last of the 24-hour finishers, and our cutoff at the Rucky Chucky.
Yes, and last we heard there were a handful of runners who had just left Rucky Chucky, so they did make it out before that cutoff. So
Yeah,
that'll be pretty exciting later on, not going to lie.
They sounded the horn. They sound a horn 20 minutes
Sprinting down the
before
backstretch is
cutoff
Chris
at
Bickroy.
Rucky Chucky.
This is Chris's first Western States 100 after 7 years of trying to get in.
Ooh.
He's done Eastern States, Rocky Raccoon, Bighorn, a couple of times, Javelina, Cruel Jewel, Kettle Moraine, and on and on. He's going to do UTMB later this year. He works in IT, helps create and manage websites for a London-based company, and was a volunteer firefighter. Thanks to his crew and partner, Christina, and hey to his son, Hayden. Chris Bickroy from Iowa City, Iowa. And following Chris from Sweden, Tierp, Uppland, Sweden, is Johan Edentag. He's done Thames Path and the Tavy Challenge, Kulamanen, and UTMB. He is a medical doctor and a former free skier, mountain bike, cross country, and downhill racer as a teenager and young adult. No pacers, no crew. Wife Ellen and his children, Ira, Tyrrell, and Medi, are cheering along the course and possibly at the finish line. This is Johan Edentag from Sweden. And behind him, we keep the European thing going in full form. Edward Scott from London, our second London finisher in the last few minutes. 30 years old, bib number 300. Edward Scott from London, finishing with 15 minutes to spare.
All right, for those
And
at
they
home.
keep coming in. People do what they have to do to get that silver buckle. 2:19 on the back stretch. Yeah, from Barbersville, West Virginia, is Bob Luther, 48 years old. He's going to make it around in time to get that silver buckle.
For those at home, we had Joel Pennington, Takeshi Noda, Kendrick Osborne, James Poole, Chris Vicroy all come in recently, and we have a whole lot more coming
And
in.
next on the back stretch, we're trying to stay ahead of things here as we get down to 15 minutes left to get that silver buckle, is Noah Simkoff from Boulder, Colorado. He finished Leadville in 2021 and the New York Running Expo in 2023. He said he and his mom had volunteered at Duncan Canyon with the Quicksilver Running Club a few years ago, and he's running this just for the sweets. Thanks to Melanie, Lanny, Aaliyah, Tessa, and Bridget, his crew and family, Noah Simkoff from Boulder. And now on the back stretch is John Bruno from Easley, South Carolina. John, this is 14 years in the making for John. He waited 7 years to get into Western States, got injured during the run and had to drop, and he had to wait 7 more years to get in again. And his friends wanted everybody to know that he was single when he first started this trek, and now he's married with 3 kids and a 4th on the way. Dedicating this to his parents, Lou and Adele, and his beautiful wife, Melissa, his kids, Ada, Jack, and Colin. So there's a big group hug coming up here for John Bruno from Easley, South Carolina. They got the whole family yellow crew shirt thing going on here. John Bruno, 14 years in the making, gonna have that silver buckle for the rest of his life.
All right, at home, that was James Poole, Chris Vicroy, Johan Edmonton.
On the back stretch from San Rafael, California, is Jonathan Breton. His first Western States. He's done TRT 3 times, Vermont, Angeles Crest, and UTMB. He's a high school science teacher and cross-country coach at Marin Academy in San Rafael. Also a musician. He's a bassist, guitarist, and keyboardist. Played music for many trail running events with his pal Victor Ballesteros. Julianne is his wife. Gemma is his daughter. He wants to thank also Andy Melton, Andy Crone, and Chris Detrick. This is Jonathan Breton.
We had Edward Scott and Bob Luther
Madeline
coming in.
Hirschfeld from Telluride, Colorado on the back stretch. 31 years old, and she's going to get her silver buckle. She's got a whole whopping about 11 or 12 minutes to spare. I'm sure she'll tell you she had it in the bag all day.
We still have a handful of runners in between here and Roby Point pushing to get there. Yuki Ohama.
Madeline Hirschfeld from Telluride, Colorado. dead square in the middle of the Hard Rock course, but she's finishing Western States and earning that silver buckle.
What an amazing little string of runners that have come
Oh,
through.
it's unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
We got 10 minutes to go, and like I mentioned, in those 10 minutes is the closing of the aid station at the Rucky Chucky. The race organization sounds a horn with 20 minutes to go. So 10 minutes ago, that horn went off to let everyone know if they were close to the river, they got to hurry up. For those watching from Arizona, who we saw earlier with Chris interviewing, Lisa Kravitz is through the Rucky Chucky. So those Lisa Kravitz fans know she has gone past the Rucky Chucky.
And Chris just let us know the 10-minute horn just went off. Officially 10 minutes to get through Rucky Chucky.
10 minutes to get through the Rucky Chucky.
10 minutes to get here.
10
That's
minutes to get
silver.
here with 5 athletes.
So we have 5
in
more
between
people who
Roby
have cleared
Point.
Roby Point at this stage, and have a shot to get here in time. It's now 10 minutes to 5. So if you could hear my voice, you have 10 minutes to get to where I am sitting.
Madeline Hirschfield likely our
Would be a
next
really
runner,
good time to pick up the pace.
or Nobuyusa Tahimi. Those 2 runners likely coming in next. And then, Cal, it's going to be tight for those other runners.
Tight.
If they got to Roby
tight.
Point after 4:40, it is tight. So for Jean-Francois Delberc, he is going to have to really push it to get here by 5. Yuki Ohama, he got to Roby Point at 4:44. He's going to have to really push, or she's going to have to really push it to get here. Let's see how many more of these 5 athletes past Roby Point we can get into this finish line. And let's see how many athletes we can get across the river before that final cut off at 5 a.m. at the river. It is getting dicey.
Dicey.
I'm sweating, Cal.
Are you?
I'm sweating watching this.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe it.
Sweating.
Knowing that they're probably sprinting
They
down
are
roads up right now.
sprinting. So emotional seeing
Not
And
athletes.
flat roads
now we've
either.
got some people coming.
Really?
We were getting a little freaked out here with
I see some
not
headlamps,
having
though.
5 people on the track in the last 10 minutes.
All right, we're seeing some headlamps. We're seeing some headlamps. Who's it gonna be? Is this your athlete? Is this Nobuya Tahimi? Is this Madeline Hirschfield? We will find out in a moment. If you're in the
They're
chat
so
waiting for
close.
those 2, they're so close.
I can see them. Oh, and they're on the track. There they go. I also see the sun popping up. You see that?
We got an athlete on the track.
We got the sun. Sun's doing its thing back there.
A little bit of
From
twilight. starting
Hamura,
to poke up.
Japan, Nobuyasu Tajimi,
I believe they call
Taji
that
Nobuyasu.
civil.
And he has done Mount Fuji and UTMB. And he wants to thank his 100-mile team, his daughter Koharu, his wife Mizuzu, and his pacer Kengo. And he's kind of suffering with some shot quads over there, but he's going to make it around. He's got 200 meters to go and 6 minutes to do it in.
Nobuya Tahimi, you see on your track, going to be a silver buckle finisher. Look at it, enjoying this last
Oh, savor it.
last 200 meters around the track. This is your day. You earned it. Yes, and you can see the light poking out. These runners are going to be taking off those headlamps soon and making their way to us. Wow. 6 minutes to go. We are expecting Jean-Francois Delberc coming in
Nobuyasu
next.
Tajimi from Japan will be our next finisher.
Madeline Hirschfeld had already finished.
Whew.
She is in. Will they make it, Cal? What do you think, Jean-Francois?
Oh, it's going to be so tight.
It's going to be close. He had 19 minutes from Roby Point to get here.
Oh,
Yes, look at that.
look at that emotion.
Look at it.
Oh.
Big hug.
First
you did
light
it.
peeking its way in the east.
Yes. High five. Less than 5 minutes to spare for the big silver buckle. Who's going to be next? Who's
You know that
joining
was
the
goal.
party?
Just looking at their face, that was the goal.
That was the
Get
goal.
there
They
under
did it.
24.
Good job, Pacer, right? Just
Heck
pace
yeah.
them in.
Keeping the goal top of mind. Excuses, we have never heard of them.
Let's go, Jean-Francois. If you're in the chat waiting for Jean-Francois, it's going to be close.
It's going to be real close.
4 minutes. 4 minutes to get to the finish line and earn that
for
silver
headlamps.
buckle.
When those athletes get on the
You
track,
better be on Finley Street by now and headed downhill. Lickety
He
split.
knows.
so for when you see those athletes on the track, they have about 300 meters to get around the track, so we need to see them soon. Here we go, Cal. Here we go. We got runners coming on the track. Yes, they've got less than 3 minutes to go. They're
They
getting
are
on
running.
the track. They gotta
Running.
make it by a minute.
Okay, folks, you got to
Look at
run.
this.
You got to run. Run like your life depended on it. You got less than 3 minutes to get around that track. This is Yuki Ohama. Come on, Yuki, you can do it. Gambate.
Yes.
Sprinting.
More runners
From
coming onto the track now.
Setagayuka, Japan.
You can
Yuki
see-
Ohama.
Oh my God, they're
She's done
hustling. Look at them go.
UTMB. She's done Shinatsu 5. Machito Sawa is her pacer, and her husband, Yuki Ohama, is sprinting
2
around,
minutes.
and
2 minutes.
Mike Fackler from Lakewood, Colorado.
Oh.
Come on, Mike. Time to go to the arms. 200 meters to go.
Less than 200 meters to go.
Mike Fackler. Hustling. We have less than 2 minutes
Yuki
to go.
Ohama
Oh,
coming around.
gonna get
Still
it
more
done.
than a minute to go.
Gonna get it done.
Yuki's got it.
Yes.
36 years old. Yuki
Oh.
Minute to
Ohama.
spare.
There are lights
1
coming on the
minute.
track. There are lights coming on the
Oh
track.
Mike
my gosh, the
Fackler.
emotion.
Mike Fackler's going to
77.
make it with a
Collapsing.
minute and change to spare.
Absolutely everything they had.
All right, we have lights coming on the track now. They have less
1
than
minute
60
to
seconds. This
go.
is going to take a sprint finish to get across 300 meters in less than 60 seconds.
Oh, I don't know.
This is going to be close. They're pushing. Who is this, Callie?
I don't know.
I don't know that they know how close they are. You gotta hustle.
Oh, I can't see the.
Oh boy.
This is Jean-Francois
This
Delbecq
is
from
Jean-Francois.
Chenauve in France
My boy
on
Jean-Francois.
the back stretch.
Yeah, boy.
Oh,
I don't think it's gonna be
I
done.
don't think he's gonna get there. I think he's gonna be. Oh, please push it, push it, push.
Kick.
Got about 200 meters to go.
Oh, I'm just looking at the clock.
Oh, push.
This is the longest 60 seconds of my life.
Coming around the back half, gonna hit the home straight away. Our race clock hit 5. This will be our first bronze buckle finisher.
Still
Let's hear it for
Jean-Francois
Let's
Delbecq
hear
from
it.
France.
Incredibly impressive.
A
Absolutely.
fantastic run.
A
That
buckle
was
is a
100
buckle.
meters too far.
Oh,
Jean-Francois
Oh.
Delbecq
just
from
about
France,
24 seconds.
Congratulations.
finishing
over.
Western States.
24, 27.
Less than a minute over our
Oh,
first bronze buckle winner today.
Oh my goodness.
So there's that.
Jean-Francois, our first bronze buckle. Oh, but congratulations. A few seconds does not minimize how big of a performance that was.
You know, it's in those moments when, because I would be doing this, I'd be wondering where could I have shaved those seconds? Where could those seconds have
And with the start
put
of
towards getting to this
the
finish
bronze
line versus
buckles,
whatever,
it's
whatever
time
whether it's a
to
shoe
turn the
change or,
microphone
maybe
over
you stop too long
to
at an aid station.
the one and only,
but you
the
also
ace
have
in
to
the
not think about it
bullpen.
because you know what? It's done.
the guy who doesn't
Done.
need a
Already
mic, but
done.
we'll give
There's
it to him
nothing you can really
anyway.
do to change the
Andy
past.
Jones Wilkins.
However, a bronze buckle is an incredible feat.
Absolutely. We have a change on the live announcer. We have Andy Jones Wilkins coming in to do some announcing here. For those other, we got reports from Chris Warden at our cutoff at Rucky Chucky that Lisa Kravitz from Arizona is our final runner through at the Rucky Chucky. So currently, Lisa Kravitz of Arizona is our DFL runner at the moment. She is the last runner past that cutoff. Lisa, we are rooting for you. Make your way here. You have 6 hours to get here. You have about 22 miles in front of you with that sun just starting to come up. It's going to be close.
Whew. But
What-
not impossible.
What an emotional roller coaster that last hour was, huh, Cal?
I feel like the last 24 hours has been a roller coaster. You know what I mean? We've been tuning in since this race kicked off 24 hours ago, a little over 24 hours ago. And the emotions, the roller coaster, we're still on that ride right now. Insane.
We had 33 finishers come in that last hour. 33
Good
finishers
Lord.
in between 4 a.m. and
And
5
it's funny 'cause I
a.m.
don't see any headlamps right now.
We don't see any headlamps. Like I say, those athletes pushing, trying to get here in time. Oh. And again, folks tuning at home, that was just for the silver buckle to finish this
Well,
event.
good morning, Auburn.
To finish this.
What a silver hour that was. I'm Andy Jones Wilkins. Call to the bullpen has been made. 109 silver buckles this year. And 110th tantalizingly close.
So as you heard
We
Andy
have
say,
a dozen or so runners between Roby Point and the finish, and we'll be excited to call them all in up here in the booth as dawn breaks in the eastern sky over Placer High School on the best weekend of the year, the Western States 100.
All right, and that was just our silver buckle. So for those at home, these athletes do have 30 hours, so 6 more hours to go to become an official finisher of this event. So, just like we saw a lot of runners coming in that silver hour, it is going to be the same for the golden hour from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. local time. We will see lots of runners pushing their hearts out to get to this track to become an official finisher of the Western States 100. And with that said, Cal, let's give a shout out to our sponsors, Hoka and Goo. Hoka is our presenting sponsor of the race and has been the past couple years and will continue to be. And Goo is our nutrition sponsor out on course with their beverages, chews, goos, all of that.
Also, a big thanks to Mountain Outpost for bringing this insanely robust and unprecedented coverage of the race from before the start even started to after the finish. So more than 24 hours, more than 30 hours actually, of full coverage of our elite runners, but also our beloved mid to back of pack runners. So thank you, Mountain Outpost.
And if you have enjoyed watching this live stream,
I've enjoyed it.
This is a fundraiser for Western States. This Western States is a non-profit, so all of the donations coming in will help us make this stream bigger and better next year. Additional monies will go to help fund medical research in the trail and ultra running space, and of course to trail stewardship. So please, if you can, make a donation to the chat. Help us raise money to make this race bigger and better. We've also got news. We now have a field reporter, Hillis Abid, out at Pointed Rocks. We will get to him at mile 94.3 as we're looking at that aid station right here. Pointed Rocks, sun's coming up.
Ooh, that's refreshing, you know? Sun's finally coming up, so now we can see some of those aid stations, those last aid stations that our runners are fearlessly working towards to ultimately get to the finish line, of course. But now that the sun is coming up, we do have a way better view of these aid stations and, of course, the runners who are coming into them. We will keep you updated on those aid station cutoffs, letting you know as each one shut down.
So yeah, our next cutoff, just 1.8 miles past the Rucky Chucky, is at 5:50, and that is going to be at Green Gate. So 43 minutes for the cutoff at Green Gate. What we're looking at here is the aid station Pointed Rocks out at 94.3. From here, the runners are going to go a downhill all the way to No Hands Bridge. When they get to No Hands Bridge, they will be near the lowest point on the course, and they'll have that big steep climb up to Roby Point before hopping on the pavement for the third and final time of their day and making their way to the track.
You know, I was on No Hands Bridge this week. What was that, like 2 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful, beautiful, iconic bridge on the Western States course. And like my partner in crime here was just saying, right after you get onto that bridge, you make your way towards a very just ruthlessly steep climb up to Roby Point. And that climb is, I mean, at the mile marker that you're at, it just takes so much out of you. And shout out to all the runners who are out there tackling it right now or on their way to it.
Let's see, we have one runner past Roby Point at the moment. That is Kevin Canaday. Will be making his way here from Conifer, Colorado. likely here in about 5 or 10 minutes, so we will get you Kevin Canada's finish when he is out here on the track. But for now, we are looking at Pointed Rocks, mile 94.3. This is the last aid station they'll get to before No Hands Bridge. As you see, the sun is coming out. A new day, a new life force just coming into the runners. If you've ever ran 100 miles, you go through the night. When that sun comes up, you definitely get a boost of energy.
Born again.
Born again. So we're hoping this really energizes our last runners out there. Again, we are 5 hours and 50 minutes away from the race closing. These athletes have less than 20 miles to go.
I will say that sunrise that you see when you've been pushing through the night, it's like a little boost of caffeine to get you going again. It's a little kick to put it into high gear. I can't tell you how many sunrises I've seen where I've just been waiting and waiting for it to come, kind of falling asleep as you run, you know what I mean? But then as soon as you see that sunrise come up, it's like, oh, we're good. We got this.
We Gucci.
We Gucci. We cash money out here.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just keep going, as if the night didn't even happen.
Just another day. All right, and for those of you here trying to join us next year, like I've mentioned, you will need to enter the lottery, and that's going to take a qualifying race. There are 239 qualifying races. You'll have to complete one of those in between November 6th, 2023 and November 3rd, 2024 to put your name in the hat in the lottery to hopefully get drawn to come out here and play on the trails from Tahoe to Auburn. Go to one of those qualifying races, punch that ticket for the lottery, and start putting those tickets in, and we can see you here.
Woo, as you can see in the feed, we're looking at some of the runners coming in, getting that last fill up. Last little snack for the road, if you know what I mean. When you know you've only got, I don't know, a 10K left, is there anything you're grabbing from the aid station table that maybe you wouldn't have before because you know you only got 6 miles to go? You're like, you know what, I can do this. I can stomach this.
No, I'm usually the opposite. I'm usually
Really?
like, do I have to eat anything? Am I close enough to the finish that I don't have to put anything else down my gullet?
Are you kidding me? Usually, you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for some peanut M&Ms. A little boost.
6 miles to go, though.
Oh my goodness, look at that sun.
That might take some of these athletes maybe two plus hours to get here. Like I said, this sun is starting to come out, so they can take off those headlamps soon. But the weather is going to get warm again, and as we have spoke, we have been down at the river around 8 a.m., 9 a.m. the last few days, just enjoying some soaks, and it gets really hot. So when those runners are coming down Quarry Road, when they're getting to Pointed Rocks, all of those areas, it's going to be really hot again around 8, 9, 10 a.m. So while these runners are definitely enjoying the daylight coming on, the heat will be following shortly.
People are asking what aid station we're looking at. This is Pointed Rocks. It's not Ruby Point quite yet, but they're not too far away from it. But Pointed Rocks is at mile 94.3. And the cutoff for that aid station is 9:40 a.m.
It's his video feed over there.
Yeah, no, they're picking up.
It sounds like we have Tella on a live mic.
Okay, they got audio. We're good.
Good.
Good morning, all my beautiful people out there watching this. We are currently at Pointed Rocks. It is really nice to see runners coming in. I think the spirits are a little more higher because everybody knows when you're here, you're not that far from the finish line. So we see people coming in. They're coming in pretty strong, actually, running in. No one's walking up. So the excitement is there for sure. And now the beautiful sunrise you can see in the background, I think is really a refresher when you have some light after going through a whole night of just pushing through. So it's nice to get some daylight, and everyone is that much closer to the finish line up in Auburn.
Yes, that is Hellas Abi joining us from the aid station. We will have eyes at that aid station watching those final finishers come in. It looks like I'm seeing it's around 60 degrees. How are you feeling temperature-wise there? You're in a T-shirt. Does it feel pretty comfortable?
It is comfortable. I thought it was gonna be colder, but as soon as I stepped out of the car, I figured no hoodie, nothing needed. And as I started walking up to Pointed Rocks, it started to heat up a little bit just from walking the little hills that we got there. So I can imagine for the runners out there, they're pretty good. I don't think they need anything heavy. It's comfortable, but the scary thing is, if it feels this warm at this point, it's gonna get hot really quick. So I hope everybody can get to the finish line as quick as possible because it's gonna be a steamy day today.
I think that is a good point. You know, we are talking about, the sunrise, it's so refreshing and wakes you up. And you also have to remember, as soon as that sun really comes up, we're going to get some heat. It's going to heat up, get spicy once again. Not too spicy, though. I don't think
That's
the
for
highs
sure.
are supposed to be too crazy today.
At the finish line here at 11 a.m., it is supposed to be 85 degrees and sunny. So, yes, it will heat up quick. And like I said, where these runners are coming down Quarry Road up to Pointed Rocks, it can get pretty hot and exposed there. So they probably have an hour or two.
That beautiful sunrise.
And that is a beautiful shot of our sunrise. And we are still waiting for Kevin Canada here at the finish. He's coming. And we have Heidi Rounds, who is now also past Roby Point with 1.2 miles to come into this finish line.
Again, checking out that beautiful sunrise in the works as we speak at 5:17 a.m. here in beautiful California.
In sunny California, we are waiting for our last finishers to come through in these next 5.5 hours, getting them the bronze buckle. Like we've mentioned, there are athletes that have been trying to get into this race for a decade. So this is a dream come true. We're hoping they can cherish these last few hours out on course. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, Cal? A beautiful shot of our sky here
that's us down there.
above the track at Placer High School. Oh, it's going to be a glorious morning. Like we said, although the stands look empty now, come 9 a.m., 10 a.m., almost every single seat in those stands will be taken. The infield will be completely full. It's going to be magical. You do not want to miss this, so stick around if you have an athlete coming through or if you're just looking for some inspiration. This is the place to be. Stay tuned. We are going to champion in some more 100-mile finishers as they come through.
And if you're wondering, where's Scott? Where's Callie? You see that screen? You see that little white tent there on the bottom? We in there.
We're inside that
in there
tent.
right now.
Come say hi.
We're waving. You can't see, but we're waving.
Just pause for a moment, everybody, and look at this sunrise. Sunrise
acknowledging the
over
sunrise.
Placer High School on the last weekend in June. We still have a couple hundred runners out there chasing down their bronze buckles. There's no place we'd rather be than here. What a beautiful shot.
Shout out to Mountain Outpost for bringing this shot together. I tell you what, this drone footage this year, loving the whole new perspective of the course, you know?
Superb.
You're able to see things we've never seen before.
Great
The
footage.
runners have been experiencing for years.
Great footage all day long.
All
Very
day.
clear. Enticing more runners to try to come run this race.
Ooh, mm-hmm. We've got a couple runners who have left Roby Point and are making their way to the track. It's just a matter of minutes before we see those headlamps pop up.
Breakfast starts down the way in a little bit, as well as drop bag pickup on the west side of the track / field. Those of you who are looking for something to do.
Just enjoying shots on that screen. Some aerial footage from our drones looking at that sunrise. If you are in the chat, who you waiting to see come onto our track?
There's a beautiful shot that we are seeing there.
In our 51st year, that is
is.
a shot of No Hands Bridge right there. The runners will be going from, let's see how this comes in. They would be going from right to left across that bridge. Fans lining up on No Hands Bridge to see their runners come through. The city of Auburn coming alive. Like I said, it's not just crews and families coming here. A lot of the town will come down and support all of these athletes. Wow, Cal, isn't that something? All those runners, 30-plus runners coming in that silver buckle hour. And the track's a ghost town now. Waiting on our next few runners to come in.
It's funny how that happens.
Pacing.
You know, everyone was really pushing for that, and then as soon as you realize, oh, maybe that's not going to happen, you can kind of ease off the gas pedal and just, you know, savor those last bits on the course, knowing that you've got, you know, until 30 hours to finish. What's the rush? I do think I just saw a headlamp, though. Oh, maybe not. Could have been a headlamp or a headlight. Oh, no, it was a headlamp.
Do we got someone coming on?
Oh, yeah.
We got a headlamp coming on the track.
Could be Kevin Canaday.
We would think this is
We
going to
will
be
see.
Kevin Canaday or Heidi Rounds.
I'm going to
Come
say
on,
that's
let's hear it.
Kevin.
Let's hear it.
Ah,
We got a runner on the
Yeah.
track here.
that is Kevin Canaday,
From
45 years old, from Conifer, Colorado.
Conifer, Colorado. Kevin Canaday making his way around the track.
Savoring it, soaking it up. We see you, Kevin. You got this. He might have headphones in. We can't tell. In the mindset.
At the
Finishing
top of the
strong.
track, our second bronze buckle finisher. Moving around nicely. Kevin Canaday from Conifer, Colorado. Coming in just as the sun starts to crest above the horizon. Kevin Canaday, board president and longtime Western States icon Diana Fitzpatrick is waiting for you to give you your medal. Kevin Canaday from Conifer, Colorado. You are now a Western States finisher. Congratulations.
Great job there by Kevin, getting that bronze buckle.
Doing the old knee lean classic move. Are you a knee leaner?
I just fall over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So we have had what I believe to be 111 finishers to this point.
Whew. Wait, is that all? I feel like we had a field team come in.
We have
Just a little bit
one.
ago.
Kevin Canaday was our 111th finisher. We started the race with 370.
We've got somebody coming in. I hear the woos starting up.
Runners coming in. This must be Heidi Rounds is our guess. Is this Heidi coming from Roseville, California? Age 43.
Heidi will be our 27th female finisher. Huge congratulations. Looks like she's coming in with her kids.
Bring it on in, Heidi.
Bring the whole family.
Life has returned to the booth because Errol, the Rocket Jones, is in the house. Now on the track. Heidi Rounds. I'll put it back. This is Heidi's first Western States. She's got a Rio del Lago, Tahoe Rim Trail, Javelina, UTMB, has 38 ultras, is a high school science teacher, training for Taekwondo, a PhD candidate in kinesiology, studying the impact of load carriage on power output in ultra distance runners. Well, you can study yourself. Pacer, the coach, Joey Montoya and Megan Canfield. Now, finishing the Western States 100 for the first time, Heidi Rounds from Roseville, California.
And that was Heidi Rounds for those watching at home. We are going to cut back to Hella over at Pointed Rocks when we get a minute for an update there. Hella, how you doing? What do you got for us?
Oh, hold on. We got a little sound issue. We're having trouble hearing Hella.
Yeah, having a little technical difficulties with Hella's sound. We will come back to him as soon as we have that sound on.
Okay, now we're good.
Yep, we got you.
We're good.
All right. So we are still here at Pointed Rocks. I spoke to a volunteer at the aid station, and this gentleman said he's been here since 10 a.m. yesterday.
Oh, wow.
So it kind of shows how appreciative it is to have people volunteering their time to help the runners coming in here. And you hear a lot. It takes a village. It literally does. So we wanted to highlight that real quick. And the runners that were coming through since I last spoke with you guys,
Heidi.
everybody's looking
In
pretty
addition
excited
to Pacers
and
Joey
high-spirited.
Montoya
And
and Megan
there's a gentleman
Canfield,
named Josh, a runner,
Nick
that said
Banaszak,
to us
Jessica Harris,
that
and
he's
family,
excited to see a
Abby,
daylight because
Amelia,
after going
Avery,
through
and
darkness,
Arthur.
when you see
Crew
that
and
sun
biggest
coming up, it gives
cheerleaders,
you a little
mom
more
and dad,
hope
thank
to
you
get
for
to the promised
supporting
land.
my adventures and activities
Absolutely.
for 43
yeah, those volunteers,
years.
1,600 of the
Big,
volunteers strong,
huge
making
thank
this
you
race
to
happen.
Coach Cole
Ooh, I can only
Watson.
imagine
We
seeing
all
that
know
Just
Cole
incredible.
for the time and effort to help me prepare to the whole
Well, I
hunt
guess we're seeing
group.
it now, too.
And
No
Hella, do you
idea
have
what that's about, but
do you have any
apparently
athletes
it's something
there that
for
are
the
waiting to get back
camaraderie,
out on course,
encouragement,
maybe
and
with their
excitement.
crews?
And to my partner,
No,
Taylor
all the
Edwards.
athletes are just in and out.
Heidi
They're not spending
Rounds,
any time at all. I think
congratulations.
it's one of those things where you're just like, I want to be done with this race at this point in the best way possible. Everyone that's coming in, they just grab some drinks, grab a snack, and then they're out immediately. No one's really lingering around or standing around or anything. They're just ready to get going.
They want to come to this track and see us here. They've been out there long enough.
Exactly.
Awesome. All right. If you have a crew come through and they have an interesting story for us, let us know.
All right, we'll be digging for you guys. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Thank you, Hella from Pointed Rocks.
Heck yeah.
Take a different audio source. Like,
Yeah.
why was it just switch?
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
Let's see if we can get I do have a story.
Do you?
Yeah, that gentleman we spoke to said like they missed their runner at Rocky Chucky.
We've got a hot mic on Hella.
But you could talk to him more about his runner.
Are we still live?
We can still hear your audio, Hella. We're just looking at a photo of No Hands Bridge. The bridge, as you can see, decorated in different nationality flags. We've got runners coming across that bridge right now with a great drone shot looking at the American River below. Athletes crossing over this iconic No Hands Bridge.
I believe there was just a proposal behind us.
We're hearing word that there was a proposal on the track. By the sounds of it, we think it's a yes.
We think it's a yes.
All right, like we said, that is No Hands Bridge, where athletes are now going to hop on the last little bit of trail. They'll start up with a gradual climb that turns into a steep climb up to Roby Point. After getting to that Roby Point aid station
The
at
celebration for Heidi Rounds
98.9.
continues as day dawns on Placer High School track.
So,
The
yes,
coffee is open down on the west side of the track, as are the drop bag collection. We do have half a dozen runners or so en route from Roby Point to the finish. Those of you who are eagerly awaiting their arrival, we expect them soon.
We are currently looking at the No Hands Bridge, an iconic part of the Western States course. You can see runners flying across that bridge right now. A beautiful moment in the course when you know you only have a little bit to go.
That is a good moment. Everyone knows No Hands Bridge on the course, and they can taste the finish line from there. Like I said, they'll leave there on a gradual climb up to Roby Point, where they get on pavement for the third and final time with 1.2 miles to go to get to this finish where we are waiting for them. So, yes, No Hands Bridge, you're almost there. Hang in there. Couple more miles, and we will see you here on the track.
I believe you've crossed that bridge 2 times. Any fun stories about that bridge?
Like I said, you kind of come down, you're kind of bombing on a trail descent, and you kind of get kicked out there, and it's like all of a sudden, ooh, there we are, we're on the bridge. We're on the bridge, and like I said, you kind of know that you're getting near the finish. Last year, I had one of my favorite moments of the entire race.
Oh, I remember this story.
Right past this bridge. For the last 2 years when I was racing, Jonathan Ray and I kind of went back and forth both years. In this particular year, I had passed Jonathan once before. He had passed me on the bridge, and I went to pass him shortly after the bridge, where I told him I planned on sending it to the finish, where my send only made it about 100 yards, and I was pretty fatigued, and John came running past me with a good laugh, and we both laughed pretty hard. John finished a few minutes ahead of me last year, so just love this sport where you're just trying to give it everything you can over and over and over again, and sometimes you just don't got it.
But eventually you got it.
Eventually got it. I got here eventually.
Eventually.
But yeah, there it is. Beautiful trail. You can see that trail to the right of No Hands Bridge. So that, again, that is the same river that you were seeing earlier, the Rucky Chucky, further downstream. And we are just waiting to see those athletes crossing that bridge and making their way here. Currently do not have any runners. We have 3 runners in between Roby Point and here. We have Nobuyura Takeda, Nathan Kurtz, and Eric Moe will be our next 3 finishers coming here, all crossing Roby Point a few minutes ago. So we're looking at about 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes before we have some runners here on the track.
Looks like we have a runner coming up the road.
Coming up the road,
Looking
getting
strong.
into a jog. Love
that's
it.
a pacer.
Oh, yeah. Trying
Well,
to
they're
just
doing-
energize
there they
their
go.
runner. There we go. Oh, now they're moving.
Oh, yeah.
Someone told them the camera's on them and they better start running, and there they went.
We see you.
There they go, making their way up that steep, paved climb. Go, go, go. They'll eventually make a left-hand turn going down a hill, and then from there they'll know they are close to us here at the track. Almost
You just heard someone say,
there.
almost there. Yeah,
A little
you
mister
gotta,
set
yeah.
up from some families there. So cool.
You gotta go through that.
On that downhill, less than a mile to go.
Oh, I love this section. This is where some of the families come out and cheer or, offer a little bit more motivation to get you those last few steps to the finish. It's where the community neighborhood really comes together.
Yep, and when you get on that pavement, you can taste the finish line.
What's it taste like?
Who is this? This is Pacer of Bib 51, so that is going to be Nobuyura Takeda, age 44, coming to us from Old Tappan, New Jersey. Bring it on in. We are probably 6 or 7 minutes away from seeing his finish. So we are 10 minutes away from the cutoff at Green Gate. Lisa Kravitz was our last runner across the river shortly before 5 a.m., giving her almost an hour to make that very steep 1.8-mile climb to Green Gate, where she'll have another cutoff to contend with. In the chat, they're asking about golden hour. Correct. Golden hour will be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And that is the final hour of the race where these athletes will be most celebrated with our biggest crowds. Stay tuned. We are still a ways away from golden hour with plenty of athletes coming in. They're starting to serve coffee here on the track.
Are they?
I heard Andy tell us. Coffee shop's open. We are going to go back to Hella shortly. He's got some stories from Pointed Rocks from some crews. So we will switch over to Hella. Here he is. He's got some stories from us from Pointed Rocks.
How long you been waiting? Yeah, checking in right now, Pointed Rocks. So I spoke to a crew member earlier, and he was mentioning to me that they haven't seen their runner since Rocky Chucky, and they're a little nervous to see where he's at. So those are some of the things that happens in a 100-mile race, unexpected things. And I also wanted to highlight my friend Sally McRae, who is an awesome human being. I'm sure one of, if not the fans' favorite. So I just spoke to her husband and her daughter, and they mentioned to me how when she had her stomach problem since Michigan Bluff, we're talking about mile 55, and from then on, she hadn't eaten anything for 40 miles. So she's still battling and pushing through. That shows you how much grit that Sally has, because we're talking about not being able to take anything in from Michigan Bluff all the way up until Rocky Chucky. So I wanted to highlight those two stories. So with this race, there's a lot that goes on. You know, we see the beautiful finish line. We see the excitement. We see the buckles and everything. But we have to remember that there's so much that goes on behind the scene. And these runners are troopers out there just digging through with whatever circumstances that they're dealing with.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hella. Yes, Sally is a fan favorite here in the chat. Everyone has been asking about her. So, yes, Sally not having her best day, dealing with some stomach issues, and that does happen, but she is continuing to make her way to us here at the track.
Yes, I think we're definitely expecting her soon to get to Pointed Rocks, and then from then on, that's it, and she'll see you guys at the track.
Yes, we love it. We see the yellow hats. We see the yellow hearts in the chat.
Yeah, we see the yellow. Exactly. Absolutely. We got Team BPN here. We got the husband and the daughter. It's amazing. And just hanging out over here with them while we wait for Sally to get to Pointed Rocks.
All right. The fans are blowing up the chat, waiting for Sally. As soon as we get Sally at Pointed Rocks, we'll get some footage on her for you, all those fans.
I was going to say, looking at her tracker, it looks like it should be soon. So I know a lot of people in the chats have been waiting since yesterday for this moment.
They want their Sally update.
They do.
We're going to give it to them.
It's coming. Once we have it.
All right. Again, we're pulling back. That is No Hands Bridge. Beautiful shot as that drone's making its way towards the race course there. We can see fans on the bridge. We have flags on the bridge. This looks like here in town. This could be a runner, a drone shot coming into town. Again, Nobuyori Takeda is likely our next runner coming in, followed very closely by Nathan Kurtz. Nathan coming to us out of Longmont, Colorado. Those are likely our next two finishers getting to the track. And like I mentioned, when we get footage of Sally at Pointed Rocks, we will try to get you some of that footage. Here we are here on the track house, 66 degrees, warming up.
Ooh, that's happened fast.
Getting up, like I said, into the mid-80s before this race is over. It will heat up quick. Here we go. We have
see
runners
a runner coming onto the
approaching
finish.
the track.
Woo! I can see our nice, lovely volunteer there welcoming them in.
Yep. Our next runner, here they are on the track. Who do we got?
That's a great question. Let's see if we can get a little
that's
closer.
Nobuyori Takeda, bib 51.
I think you are right, actually.
Making his way around. This is your moment. Soak it in and enjoy it. Yes, welcome to Placer High School.
Now, at the top of the track, from Old Tappan, New Jersey, Nobuyori Takeda. Coming around Old Tappan, New Jersey. I know where that is. That's suburbs of New York. Not a bad place to live, but not very good and conducive to training for Western states. But Nobuyori Takeda, 44 years old, from Old Tappan, New Jersey. After just short of 26 hours, 24:46 to be exact, Nobuyori is now a Western States finisher. Nobuyori, congratulations. Welcome to the club.
There it is at home, Nobuyori Takeda out of New Jersey.
Woo!
You are a Western States 100-mile finisher.
Making it look easy, too.
Making it
Just
look
cruising
easy.
on in here.
Craig back on the track.
Oh.
Go get some rest. And that must mean that Nathan Kurtz is likely coming in next.
Should be fairly soon.
We have Nathan Kurtz, Eric Moe, and Nick Corey now past Roby Point. Here we have footage. We have drone footage. Someone coming at us.
I think we might have someone earlier. Yeah. We have a runner coming onto the track right now.
Do we?
Sure do.
Who do we got, Cal?
That's a great question.
Call it out.
Let's see. Let's see.
That looks like Nathan Kurtz, doesn't it?
That is.
That's Nathan.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan, bring it in, Longmont, Colorado.
Woo!
Bib 234.
Finishing at a beautiful time of day. Fresh new day. Right in time for the sunrise. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Also running Hard Rock 100 in just a few weeks. Nathan, you need a quick recovery. Get him to Hard Rock next.
Get this man some protein.
The summer of
He's
dreams.
got to recover.
The mighty double Western
Now,
States and Hard Rock.
At the top of the track,
Woo.
from Longmont, Colorado, 41-year-old Nathan Kurz. Nathan coming around. Enjoying this beautiful early morning here at Placer High School. From Longmont, Colorado, Nathan Kurtz. Kicking it in down the home stretch.
I see somebody else coming in right now. Could it be
41 years old.
Eric Moe?
From Longmont, Colorado, Nathan Kurtz. Congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher.
That's Eric Moe. Giving
Yeah.
high fives.
Oh, yeah.
That is Eric Moe giving the high fives going around the track.
From California.
Eric Moe, 55, Orcutt, California.
With their pacer, just cruising.
That Pacer's got a beautiful shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially wearing jorts, too.
I think you might be right, actually.
Make Andrew Glaze
Bringing-
proud.
Yep. Bringing all the energy to this track right now. Probably to the section that they ran together, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what Pacer does.
That's what Pacer does.
Pacers do it.
At the top of the track, 55 years old from Orcutt, California, Eric Moe. Accompanied by his pacer and crew. Coming down the home stretch. 55 years old from Orcutt, California. Rocking a pretty sweet shirt right there. Eric Moe, congratulations.
Heck yeah, Eric Moe with the finish.
Best spirit. Best spirit.
All right.
Okay.
We
All
have
right.
Hella
We are-
from Pointed Rocks. Let's hear it.
We got some a little more story for you guys here. I just saw Sally McRae. I'm so happy right now to see her, and her spirit is so high. And she just told me that she was literally vomiting the whole way to this point, but you wouldn't be able to tell because she's just with so much joy, and she's not far away to get to Placer High. We all know from here it is 6 miles to the promised land. I spoke to another gentleman earlier, and he was talking about his runner and having gut issues. It seems to be a little bit of a topic over here at this point with all the people waiting for the runners to coming in. There've been stomach issues. So I think it's fair to say this is very common in ultra marathoning because we're talking about being on your feet for 24-hour plus. And when you do that, you're taking a lot of gels, you're taking a lot of things that your stomach is not really used to for that many hours, especially when you're trying to keep up with your calorie intake. So that seems to be the theme over here at this point. So I wanted to highlight that. But so far, so good. The spirit's getting high. You can tell the energy is picking up now as we're getting more daylight, and everybody's excited to see the runners coming in. And they're also excited because they know they're not too far from you guys at Placer High.
Yes, Sally McRae, less than 10K away to this finish. All the Sally fans, just wait. It's only 10K to get to us.
That's it.
That's it. And yes, like Hella said, it is tough to get all that fuel and calories in, especially in a hot day, but Sally is battling through. She is going to get here for herself, for her family, for her fans. We can't wait to see her here. So can't the fans. We'll see you soon, Sally. Cutting back to No Hands Bridge. As you can see, there are now railings on the bridge. Many years ago, no railings on that bridge.
Could you imagine running on that bridge at that mile marker with no railings?
Don't want to fall off that one.
Ooh, do not.
All right, and who do we have coming at us? I know my pal Nick Corey is coming.
Is that Nick Stride?
We have, let's see. Nick Corey left Roby Point at 5:41, 14 minutes ago. We don't know
14 minutes
how
ago.
he's moving, but he could be here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Ooh.
So we're waiting on Nick, followed closely behind. Nick is going to be Todd Logan. Kelly, it is a brand new day, so why don't we recap the day yesterday? Why don't we tell the audience our top 10 men, our top 10 women of the day. If you want to kick us off with the top 10 women from yesterday, an amazing race. Who did we have, Cal?
All right. Top 10 women. If you happen to miss it. First place, we had Katie Scheid finishing in a crazy 15 hours, 46 minutes. Second place, we have Hu Sheng in 16 hours, 20 minutes and 3. Third place, we had Esther Seelag in 16:42. Fourth, Emily Hagwood. Fifth, Yingvild Kasperson. Sixth, we had Ida Nielsen. Seventh, Heather Jackson. Eighth, Rachel Drake. 9, Priscilla Forgy. And 10, Leah Yingling.
Yeah, I
I
think
cannot
that-
say words today.
I think that that the chart on the
chart on the screen is
could
a little
be
wonky there
incorrect.
in the end.
Leah came in 10th and Priscilla was 9th. So that chart looks like they're still showing runners on course. And in our men's field, none other than Jim Walmsley came in first, his 4th finish. He was tested all day by
All
Rod
day.
Farvard. Rod had the lead late. They were going back and forth, just an epic battle on the trails. They were both in the river at the same time. Coming in third, Hayden Hawks, just 16 seconds back of second place Rod Farvard. When Rod crossed the line, Hayden was less than 100 meters back. He was on the track. It was so close. Follow that up by Daniel Jones. Caleb Olson, who debuted at Western States with the fastest Western States debut of all time at 14:40. Jonathan Albin came in 6th. Tyler Green 7th. Jing Shane in 8th. Jonathan Rea 9th. And Chris Myers, making his 100-mile debut, comes in 10th. 15:18 was only good enough for 10th place this year. It's absolutely wild. 15:18, 10th place.
Yeah, I will say the competitiveness of this field, of this race, has just exploded, you know? Not just the men's field, but in the ladies' field.
Leah Yingling, 17:33, only good enough for 10th.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. If you know
That
a little bit
is
about the Western States history, that is
wild.
just unprecedented.
And Katie Scheid with that 15:46, she now holds the 2nd and 3rd fastest times on this course, beating her time last year by almost an hour. Katie Scheid, wow, 2 back-to-back great performances with Canyons, big win, and now winning here at Western States. What a day we had.
Are you feeling inspired?
I am feeling
Are
inspired.
you? Okay. All right.
It's been a fun day, and we still have, like I said, we have 5 more hours of race ahead of us. We are going to be seeing people putting it all out there, trying to get in, get that Western States official finish, get that bronze belt buckle.
Whew. We are looking at the No Hands Bridge, as you can see on the screen right now. Some runners coming across.
We also had Tyler Green set the Masters course record here by almost an hour. We also had the 60-year-old record broken this year, so Masters 40 and over record broken, 60-year-old age group record broken. It was a fast day here on course. People in the chat asking, is Sally going to finish? Of course, Sally is making her way here. She's less than 10K away. Give her some time. Sally will be on this track later. Excellent shot of No Hands Bridge from our drones as the next day, Sunday, is just beginning here. Like I said, already starting to warm up to 68 degrees here on the track. Sun is getting high in the sky. It will be a warm morning for everyone left on course. So we have had 115 finishers so far today, hoping to get a whole lot more across this finish line before 11 a.m. All right, let's take a look at 5:50. We had our cut off at Green Gate. Our next cutoff on course is going to be at 7:15 a.m., and that is going to be at Auburn Lakes Trail. Auburn Lake Trail's mile 85.2 at 7:15 a.m. will be our next cutoff. So those athletes have an hour and 15 minutes to get there.
Woo!
Who do we have here? We have a runner coming down.
Yep, they're on the
making their
road,
way
so that means
to-
they have to be pretty close.
Let's see if we can get an ID on this runner. Can't quite see the bib. It's a little pixelated. We will get that runner here on the track soon enough. Is that a runner?
I think it's just like a crew person. It's hard to tell, actually. No, yeah, it's a crew. Oh, I see something coming in.
All right, we have runners making their way onto the track here.
Yeah, we have a runner coming in. We're going to have an ID on them very soon. All right, who do we have here?
It could be Rudy. Is that bib 59? Rudy
Let's
Wedlarski.
see.
Trying to see if that is Rudy.
On the track from Chars-Saint-Hélier-sous-l'Avance in the France, Rudy Wedlarski. Autumn 100 miles race in Great Britain, 2022 Newcomers in Finland. 40 ultras completed for Charse. By day is a zoo veterinarian and wants to spread out a huge thank you to his wife, Laureen, and 3 sons. I suspect at least some of whom are circling the track with him, Yolan, Niels, and Anton. Undoubtedly a few future ultra runners there. From France, Chars-Saint-Hélier-sur-Avance, Rudy Wedlarski, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher. Way to get it done, Rudy.
For you watching at home, that was Rudy Wedlarski.
Another runner coming on to the
Here
track.
comes another one.
Maybe 2.
I think that's Todd Logan.
From Oakland, California, formerly the endurance capital of the world, now the second to Auburn, Todd Logan, 41 years old. I know those Oakland trails, Joaquin Miller Park, Skyline Gate, the Westminster Trail. From Oakland, California, Todd Logan.
All right, we've got finishers coming in, and as soon as we get a break, we will go back to Hella for a story out of Pointed Rocks.
Todd Logan coming down the home stretch from Oakland, California. 41 years old. Todd, you are now a Western States finisher. Way to get it done, buddy. Yeah, Todd Logan with a little spring in his step.
There he
crossing
is,
that
Todd
line.
Logan, 25:07 for those at home. All
looks
right,
like
we
we
got
have
Hella
Hella.
back at Pointed Rocks. Let's
Ready
hear
for a
it.
good story.
Hello, we got a good story. So we just met a gentleman named Champagne from Japan. His bib number is 333. And you know, everybody know how hard it is to get into Western State. There's just limited bib numbers, right? And if you really want to guarantee yourself in, you got to go get that golden ticket. But Champagne told us that this was his first 100-mile race, his first try to get a ticket, to get an entry, and also his first time in the U.S. So he came in here at Pointed Rock with a big smile. We saw him smiling, so we went to him immediately. Hey, who are you? Where are you from? Is this your first time doing this? And he was so excited to tell us this was his first try for everything, coming to the U.S., running 100-mile at the Western State 100, and also first attempt to get a ticket for Western State. It was just beautiful to see that and see how excited and happy he is that he's not also far from you guys at Placer High.
You can only imagine the journey that he's been on, not just today, but getting to Western States, how quickly that happened, how unexpected that happened,
quick.
and then just like powering through. I mean, you've made it to this point. You've got less than a 10K to go. I can't even imagine the
Yes,
excitement. He's on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful because the amount of people I talk to, it's like this is my 7th try, my 10th try, but for him to all be 111, awesome to hear.
Oh,
So cool. Shinpei Oishi coming in. Bib 333. We'll see him in less than 10K. All the way from Japan.
Yes, all the way from Japan.
All right. Looks like you got some
Back to
runners
you guys.
coming in behind you. Hella.
Absolutely.
There they go.
Good job,
2 more runners.
Woo! There you go.
All right. And we have some. No, we do not. I thought we had someone coming onto the track. We should have 2 more runners coming onto the track momentarily.
looks like we might have a runner coming onto the track very soon.
Yep.
Looks like our volunteer is directing them to this way. I see a runner. I see a bib.
I think that is Xavier Burrell from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Let's see if that's Xavier coming onto the track. Should be making his way here. Age 51, out of Montreal, Quebec.
Oof, looks like another runner possibly coming in.
That is Xavier Burrell
From
Montreal.
Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Bib number 73, Xavier Burrell. First Western States, among others, has a finish at Mohican, Tour de France, Lake Integral, UTMB, Tahoe 200, Massanutten Mountain Trails, Bromont Ultra 100 miles, Quebec, Canada, and the Vermont 100 miler in 2016. My own personal favorite. Is a senior mechanical conceptor by trade and is very thankful to his crew, Jose Delorme, and his pacer, Martine Lachance, and his sponsor, his employer, Captain Air. And after however long it took you to get here, Xavier, now you're in your final 60 meters of your finish at the Western States 100 miler. From Montreal, Quebec, Canada, Xavier Burrell. Congratulations.
And at home, we have Nick Corey on the track.
Stumbling onto the track, seemingly taking his time, none other than Scottsdale's finest, Nick Corey. If you don't know Nick, you probably should. Nick is known for negative splitting pretty much everything he does. Dinner, going to the bathroom, his job. I think it's safe to say today's Western States for Nick is not a negative split. But on the upside, it's a finish. And he is going to savor this last 150 meters. Nick Corey is part of the royal family of Arizona ultra running, the Corey family, Patty, the grand queen of the Corey family, and Peter, the grand poobah, Jamil, the visionary, and Nick, the scientist. And boy, is he taking his time. I'm running out of stuff to say for old Nick. He's going to be greeted by more. This is reminiscent of that time Craig Thornley came to the track and sat on the far side and wallowed in his own filth.
I would just like everyone to know.
Nick is not doing
Scott
that,
and I are dying.
but he is nonetheless moving forward I think I might have just gotten fired. But here comes Nick. Oh,
Those at home, AJW
Nick Corey.
Nick a little heckle.
All respect. Nick Corey has several Hard Rock finishes. He's accompanied by James Bonet. If you don't know James Bonet, he's like 37 years old, and he's been running ultras for 34 years. He's his coach. He's also Jim Walmsley's coach. You might have heard of him. And Nick is not going to go much further than one step beyond this finish line before he gets his medal from Craig Thornley. Nick Curry going into a couple strides. Congratulations,
yeah,
Nick. You are a Western States finisher.
Oh, if you couldn't hear at home, Andy was just kind of having some fun with Nick around the track. What he didn't mention, Nick is also the American record holder at 24 hours. Nick Corey, welcome to Auburn. Not the day he hoped for. One of the best guys in our sport. Nick in tow with Patty. We saw Jamil chasing him around on the e-bike. It's a Corey family reunion at the Placer High Track.
And just a quick shout out to Nick Corey, again, his brother Jamil, who is, along with their entire family, are the masterminds behind AeroViper Running and the Mountain Outpost that is producing the live stream for the race this year. Thank you so much for the Corey family and all that you do for our sport. There's Patty giving Craig a big hug. And here we are.
All right. Nick Corey, great job getting it done. When you're not having your day, people could easily just throw in the towel. Not Nick. He stuck it out, got to this finish line, a day he will never forget. We see Nick there on camera with Craig, his mom Patty behind, talking with Chris and his partner Lauren. Corey in the black shirt. One of his pacers, none other than Zach Bitter there, just ran a 11:50 100-miler. Zach did at the Dome a few weeks ago. See his coach James sitting there. Like I said, one of the class acts.
And let's take a moment to thank John Katz, the trail manager for the Western States 100. He does incredible work 13 months out of the year to make sure the trail is the way you all want it to be when you get here. Trust me, however it looked today, it did not look that way 2 weeks ago. It certainly didn't look that way 4 weeks ago, and it in no way looked that way 8 weeks ago, and that's a huge part due to the fine work of John Katz, the trail manager of the Western States 100, and he's going to be busy at work probably on Monday with the High Country Reroute Project. If you have not heard about the High Country Reroute Project, take a look on the Western States website. There, we all know that the High Country has its, how do you say? It has its wonderful parts and it has its challenges, and the High Country Reroute Project is going to take away a lot of those challenges. It's a 3 to 4 year project funded by the Western States 100 and the Western States Trail Foundation, as well as the United States Forest Service and a couple of other generous donors, and it's going to absolutely revolutionize the Western States Trail in a few years. And if you're interested in supporting the race or in participating in trail work, go to the Western States website, check out the High Country Reroute Project, and sign up for a shift or two in the High Country Reroute Project. They're taking place in July and August and possibly even September this year. So again, huge thank you to John Katz, who pretty much makes it all happen.
All right, beautiful overhead shot there of the endurance capital of the world, Auburn, California. Sun poking up, beautiful green trees. We have in between us.
A reminder as well, for the first time since 2019, we are celebrating 1,000-mile finishers at the Western States 100. Casey Lichtai crossed the finish line a couple of hours ago, securing her 1,000-mile buckle, and still out on the course. From Oregon, Ken Ward, and from California, Philip Sanderson. We expect to see them. We have two finishers. Philip Sanderson finished as well, we understand. And we're still waiting Ken Ward, which would be the third of our 1,000-mile finishers. And we will celebrate them a few hours from now in the tent on the west side of the track. For the first time since 2019,
All right, and we have we have about 6 runners in between us and Roby Point, so we will have 6 athletes coming to this track probably in the next 15 to 25 minutes, being led by Francisco Porto out of Brazil. 4 other runners coming behind him, including Kashing Sheng, Robin Uselli, Sean Hoover, Gordon Freeman, and Maxime Petazzoni. Those are our athletes in between Roby Point and this finish line. And for all of those in the chat wondering where is our pal Ryan Thrower, he's at Pointed Rocks. He's on the way here. Ryan Thrower on the way here. He left Pointed Rocks at 4:46 a.m., so we'll be seeing Ryan just in a couple hours, maybe around 8 a.m., so we'll see Ryan soon. Looking at shots of No Hands Bridge, what we have.
That's a shot of us.
That is a shot of us in studio, both in purple.
Yeah, what happened to your green? Oh, yeah, you took it off. But anyway, we are wrapping up, actually. We are wrapping it up.
We've got a dog to get home to, Cloudy Brown. We're going to go let Cloudy out and get back here for the golden hour. Like we said, the most magical time in the sport is that final hour, which is going to be golden hour, and we're going to have so many finishers coming through. These stands will be filled, so stay tuned for the most exciting hour in our sport, golden hour, coming up shortly.
I was going to say, you do not want to miss that hour. It is truly special. There will not be a dry eye in the house. A lot of tears will be shed, so get your tissues ready. Get ready to feel inspired, honestly.
And if you're a local to the area, get your butt to the track and witness it firsthand as we see runners coming over No Hands Bridge, perhaps paced by a dog.
Oh, I love it.
I think those are. I don't think those runners are in the race.
They just might be out for a jog.
Yeah.
All right,
out for a jog, soaking up some of that energy. Oh. All right, we're going to take a quick ad break, and we will see you all next year. We have a special commentator coming in to relieve us, so we'll see y'all soon.
On the track, continuing our international theme, and in this case, it looks like our neon theme, Francisco Porto from Belo Horizonte. First time racing Western States, toiled for 8 years before getting in.
I can get. It's been amazing as I've been prepping for Western States on more technical terrain. We got these bright, fierce colors for the new Speed Get 6s. I mean, if it's like super late at night and I'm out there lost in the woods, maybe you can spot my speed goats. Another new feature of the Speed Goat 6s that's awesome is the upper. It's a new woven textile that makes it a lot more comfortable, and it's also way more breathable. So especially on hot, long runs, it's, yeah, a game changer.
All right, let's go for a ride.
When I was a kid, we would go on adventures. Like in Kenya, we call them adventure. Like adventure would be you just go in the thicket, you just kind of make your way through it, and you go back home. That adventure piece was a huge part of me. That when I got back into trail running, I reconnected to that part of me that I thrived through that adventure. My name is Ngugi Kihara, and I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I moved to the US when I turned 20, and I just had a really difficult time finding my footing in myself, in my identity here in the US. At the same time, I knew that there was this part of me that needed something. And then I started practicing yoga, and I found like some quiet through meditation, and I was like, wow. Just that was the path that got me to like feeling I could just be with myself. Around 2019, when I just started to explore running just a little bit, I found this huge mindful component of the meditative practice while out on the trails. These tools that are helping me find my own happiness, my peace, my conflict, my challenge, like just everything wrapped into one. And I can experience all those things in one beautiful hour outside in the morning. Like I feel how much more present I am for my kiddos, for my family, for myself. It was just what I needed. The thing I'm most excited about for Western States is the adventure of it, as being a participant on the course with other people that are pursuing the same challenge and the same adventure in their own purpose, and knowing that we're doing that together and to grow from whatever beauty and challenges the course will have for me that day.
Good morning.
When I was a kid,
and
we
welcome
would go
back.
on adventures. Like in Kenya, we call them adventure. Like adventure would be you just go in the thicket, you just kind of make your way through it, and you go back home. That adventure piece was a huge part of me.
Good morning and
that
welcome
when I
back.
got back
We
into
are
trail
here
running, I reconnected
back at the
to that
2024 Western
part
States.
of me that
Thank you for
thrived
joining
through
us
that adventure.
on this second morning.
My name is Ngugi Kihara, and I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I moved to the US when I turned 20.
We are now
and I just
25
had
hours,
a really
28
difficult time
minutes
finding my
in
footing in
to this
myself,
year's
in my
race, and we
identity.
are welcoming finishers here into Auburn. We just had a little commentary change. I'll be helping to fill in the gaps here this morning. And we've got eyes on screen in Auburn. We've got some finishers coming on in. Let's see if I can find out who is in next. We've got a runner coming in with, looks like his or her crew or pacer here. The great thing is you can have your entire crew join you for the final mile of the race all the way into the track. Thank you all for tuning in this morning. And there's some great visuals of this beautiful morning. It's still nice and cool out for the runners who are out there for their second day.
So thus far, let's see. Trying to see who our next finisher is here. We've got someone on the track now. We've had 120 finishers so far. 71 drops. Which means we still have a lot of runners out on course. It's going to be quite exciting this morning. Thank you all who are tuning
Gordon
in.
is an Oregonian. Coming down the home stretch to the applause of his friends and family.
What's that? Half?
Gordon Freeman, Hood River, Oregon. You are now a Western States finisher. Congratulations.
Was just told from our timing guru, Ted from ultralive.net, that half of the field
A reminder
will finish
that the breakfast, the well-known and famous Western States breakfast, will take place on the west end of the track, starting at around 8 o'clock, by those Western States tents and the restrooms and the rest of the expo. Also, you can pick up your drop bags down on the west end of the track. Make sure you collect those drop bags before they marinate too much in the hot Auburn sun. And it's not too early to stake out your space in the large banquet tent, also on the west end of the track, for the award ceremony that will start promptly at 12. that you could possibly want pancakes.
Koshing, who we just saw, was our 122nd finisher. Thank you all for tuning in. I am checking out the chat now. If you guys have any questions about the event, would love to see if I can help answer them for you. I know there's a lot of Sally fans tuning in. We are still tracking her finish. Looks like she is 143rd place, so in the next 20 or so runners, we'll see her coming on in. She is past Pointed Rocks as of 5:48 this morning, about 50 minutes ago. Oh, Sally was on the bridge with Nick. Thank you for spotting that. I missed that. How many runners are still out there? That is a great question. So let me do some quick math for you. We have 181 still on course chasing that buckle. And they have 30 hours to do it. So 6:37 a.m. The runners have just over 4 hours. 11 a.m. local time is the cutoff for an official finish. Currently have a 19% drop rate this year. Had a question in the chat from Jacob Meyer. How many Starlink setups did we use this year? The number I heard from Craig Thornley, the race director, between race operations, the live stream, and all of the timing was 17 Starlinks this year. And we have our next finisher entering the track. And this should be Robin Uselli. On camera here.
All right, everybody, we have action on the track as day dawns here at Placer High School. From Auburn, California, Whitney Solomon. Whitney looks like he has all kinds of folks coming across the track. Oh, sorry, she. Apologies. Whitney has all kinds of folks coming across the track to greet her. 42 years old. Local gal. Gathering up some energy for the home stretch. Looks like a little boy. From Auburn, California. Whitney Solomon. Whitney, you are now a Western States finisher.
And we should have our next finisher in just the next couple minutes. Sean Hoover is on his way in. And coming onto the track now.
Team Solomon lining up for a photo. Auburn, California. Whitney Solomon with family. Congratulations, Whitney. Now, on the backstretch from Edmonton, Alberta, Ryan Millimuck. I think I got that right. Ryan Millimuck. 6 ultras completed, no 100-milers. Is a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, a signal technician, enjoys hiking, getting out into the mountains, playing sports, or enjoying a nice book with a coffee in the morning, like all the rest of us are doing today. Huge thank you to crew and significant other Lauren Lees and pacer Jeff Jones. From Edmonton, Alberta, 30 years old, Ryan Millimuck, coming down the final 100 meters. Well under 26 hours. Ryan, you are now a Western States finisher. Congratulations.
We've got our next runner on the track here.
On the back straight from Mariehamn, Finland, 48 years old, Emil Soderlund. Soderlund is a name with incredible legacy and history here at the Western States 100. Of course, our former race director, Greg Soderlund, bears the same name as Emil, so congratulations, Emil. 48 years old, Mariehamn, Finland, and also on the top of the track, from France, Robin Uselli, 43 years old, accompanied by a pacer and looks like a personal film crew, or at least a guy with an iPhone. On the home stretch from Finland, 48 years old, Emil Soderlund. Congratulations, Emil. And coming around the final turn from France, continuing our international theme of the 25th hour, Robin Uselli.
Yes, that is AJW on the mic. John in the chat is asking.
Robin Uselli coming on in. Robin, you are now a Western States finisher.
Got a question in the chat. Who's the oldest runner? So we had 77-year-old Eric Spector. He ended up dropping at Robinson Flat. Our oldest still on course. We have two 67-year-olds, Mallory Ham and Ken Ward, currently both still on course. Looks like one last checked in at mile 79.8. And one is at mile 85. Our oldest female runner, Iris Cooper, 65 years old, is also still on course at mile 79.8, last check-in. We'll be tracking them and more over the next couple hours. What about our youngest? Our youngest entrant this year was Madeline Wighart, 23 years old, finished in 23:39. And a note in the chat that Ken Ward is going for finish 10 today. Question in the chat here. How many people have both finished Western States and Tevis Cup? There are a handful. I don't know the exact number offhand, and there's also some even more rare that have done it in the same year. We've now had 127 finishers. We're still tracking Ryan Thrower. He'll be finishing soon. Of course, getting into the race in the last couple weeks here. Question what the sweepers
on
do.
the top of the track, savoring every last minute of his Western States experience, looking to be favoring that left side just a bit. From Bend, Oregon, 41-year-old Sean Hoover. Sean, welcome to Auburn. Also entering the track and apparently trying to get the Strava segment for the Placer High School 250. Mattia Frigeri from Parma, Italy. We've got a little Italian invasion this year. And Mattia is among the first, 43 years old. Has some finishes at the Trail Lago d'Orta, Lavaredo a couple of times as a web designer with a degree in architecture. Looks like he might reel in Sean Hoover down the home stretch. I'm not sure Sean cares. Mattia writes, sings, and rides his bike, but if he manages to be a finisher, he will be the first finisher of his city, Parma. Well, guess what? You're a finisher, Mattia, and you're the first finisher from your city. Wants to give a huge thank you and shout out to Beatrice Merley, girlfriend, pacer, and crew, Fernando Alvarez, Andy Pasternak, I've heard of that guy, and his lovely wife, Joanne Alero. Congratulations, Mattia Frigeri and Sean Hoover. You are Western States finishers. Mattia's going backwards again, and across the line again, and still again. You only get to go across once, Mattia. There you go. From Parma, Mattia Frigeri.
This is also Mattia's first 100-miler. So congrats on getting it done. Our next few coming in, we have Jason Midlock, Ryan Thrower, Chelsea Ward-Waller, Josh Ratowski, and May Barker are the next 5 inbound through Roby Point. And this appears to be Jason Midlock on your screen right here. He is making the final turn around here into the track. And don't forget, Golden Hour is coming up. It's going to be quite inspiring. We will hopefully have a check-in with Chris Warden here a little bit later out at the Pointed Rocks aid station as we approach the cutoff time. We've been following that through the night. Our current DFL is none other than Lisa Kravitz from Phoenix, where I'm from. When is Golden Hour? Golden Hour is the final hour, so 10 a.m.
Back straight. From America's Heartland, Joliet, Illinois, Jason Midlock. Jason, welcome to the track. And Auburn, California. High school history teacher and cross-country coach. Huge thank you to Pacers Rachel Rays, Jason Crow, and daughter Tegan Midlock. Huge motivation from Steve Midlock, Joanne Midlock, Sarah Sullivan, and Coach Clark. 40 years old from America's Heartland at Joliet, Illinois. Not an easy place to be from when you want to train for Western States. I suspect you spent a fair bit of time on the treadmill and perhaps on some hills by rivers and parks and cemeteries and the like. But Jason Midlock doing pride to Joliet, Illinois, coming down the home stretch. 40 years old. You are now a Western States finisher. Congratulations, Jason.
According to our tracker, our next runner is likely to be potentially Ryan Thrower, but this looks like Chelsea Ward-Waller on screen here. Got eyes on the streets of Auburn here, awaiting our next finisher. This might be Josh Ratowski.
To keep the Midwestern theme going here in the early morning hours at Placer High School from Chicago, Illinois, 28-year-old Josh Ratowski is now on the back straight. Has 200 milers to his credit, Burning River 100 and Mines of Spain 100. Is a lead data scientist. And I suspect in Chicago, You probably had a little bit of challenge getting some hill training, a little bit of challenge getting some heat training. But here you are, under 26 hours, well under 26 hours, before it gets hot on the second day, which everybody knows is not so much pleasant. From Chicago, Illinois, 28-year-old Josh Rutowski coming down the final 50 meters. Josh, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher. Get that medal from Craig and enjoy.
And we're back with Chelsea Ward Waller. Almost looks like she's on a bit of an uphill section here. If you're just tuning in here this morning, we are approaching 7 a.m., which should be the 26-hour mark. No, 27-hour mark. $26-hour mark, sorry. And we have 131 finishers so far in the 2024 Western States 100. We have our next on the track here.
We're going up north now, way up north from Anchorage, Alaska. Chelsea Ward Waller, 34 years old, has not been to Western States before, has a Tahoe Rim Trail finish and a Bryce Canyon Ultras finish, is a transportation planner, and feels lucky to live in Anchorage, where trails for running, biking, and skiing are out the back door. Pleased and proud to have done most of her ultras with her sister Jeannie, her crew captain for Western States. Inspired by the next generation of runners in the family, her nieces Tori and Livy, parents Jane and Steve have supported her athletic pursuits her entire life. Husband Brett has recently gotten interested in ultra running, which may or may not be my fault. Primary training partners are her two dogs, who make sure she enjoys the journey, stop for good sniffs, and does not take things too seriously. From Anchorage, Alaska, we're getting a little wiggy up here in the booth. 34-year-old Chelsea Ward Waller. Chelsea, congratulations. You are now a Western States finisher. And with that, everybody, I am going to sign off. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins handing the microphone off to more able hands and mouths. Tropical John Medinger, I will see you next time.
Thank you to AJW for calling in the finishers over the night here. We did have a question about runners receiving their belt buckles. So that is done at the awards ceremony, which will happen here around noon, about an hour after the finish of the event conclusion. They do not get their buckles at the finish line, but are instead called out amongst everyone. Every single finisher is brought up to receive their buckle at the awards. And here on screen is the one and only Ryan Thrower, looking like he's having a Nick Curry moment here today, but getting his first Western States done with quite the entourage. His partner in crime and longtime commentator Dylan Bowman went out to pace him after his shift last night, and you can see him there bringing him in. Sally is already past No Hands Bridge, so we will be seeing her soon as well.
Thank you to Andy Jones-Wilkins for the able relief role, reprising his Mariano Rivera role as the best relief pitcher in this particular press box at this particular time. On the track from Orange Park, Florida, this is May Barker. Her first Western States, she has run Indiana, Hennepin, Pinhoti, Iron Horse, No Business, Rio del Lago, and Umstead. Most of those races are relatively fast and flat, and this one is not. So she is probably calling this an eye-opener, especially coming from Florida. All those mountains in Florida. She's a behavior analyst. She is practicing and learning Spanish and wants to travel to Spanish-speaking countries. She paced her husband, Zach Hanna, last year, and he's returning the favor this year. The family that paces together stays together. Want her kids, Ella Rose, Lillian, and Finn, to know how much they fuel her ultra-running pursuits. I hope they are proud of me. Even if they're not, May, we are proud of you. And you do motivate your kids to be brave and pursue their own dreams. This is May Barker. May Barker of Orange Park, Florida.
And here, coming onto the track, Ryan Thrower. Welcome to Placer High. One of the co-founders of Free Trail coming on in, accompanied by his whole crew. .263 on the back stretch, sprinting around in lane 3 with what looks to be perhaps his daughter, is Rickert Mulder of Cape Town, South Africa. A nice South African contingent in the race this year. Rickert Mulder from Cape Town. He is circling the final turn and headed to the finish line.
Interesting story about Rickert. He was actually mugged at the 102-kilometer point of the UTCT 100 mile, if you remember hearing about that.
Ryan Thrower from Seattle, Washington, 37 years old, is Behind him and about to be passed here on the last lap by Sasha Fersch from St. Augustine in Germany. Sasha Fersch is 46 years old and also has a strong finish. This is Sasha Fersch from Germany, finishing Western States. Here is Ryan Thrower from Seattle, sprinting into the finish. Nice work, Ryan. It's like those quads might be just a tad overworked. Ryan Thrower from Seattle, Washington, finishing Western States.
Ryan is our 136th finisher this morning. We have 5 more runners that have cleared Roby Point, the mile 99 aid station and checkpoint. They are on their way down to the track. Ryan, of course, just got in off the wait list a couple of weeks ago. He's been weight watching and got his chance. So people are asking a little bit more about the mugging at Ultra Trail Cape Town. So according to some articles, there were 3 runners that were mugged during the UTCT this last year, around the 100-kilometer mark, mid-race, which is pretty wild. And Rickert Mulder, one of our finishers just a few minutes ago, was one of those runners. And it sounds like they took all of their gear while they were in the middle of their 100-mile race. They were all fine. Pretty wild. And it looks like we have our next runner coming in, moving quite well. Let's see who this could be. This might be Martin Urbanik. Can't quite make out his bib number. Nope, this actually is Klaus Hockey from Germany. And oh, interesting. He has been a participant and finisher of the Spartathlon in 2021 And he has a note here that at the World Championship 24-hour in Taipei, he was speaking with Nick Curry about the Western States Lottery and there are chances of being drawn, and they both got picked. And here they are. They both finished here. We've got, looks like another runner coming through the streets of Auburn. This looks to be Martin Urbanek. I don't have much additional information about Martin. And for those Sally McRae fans in the chat, she has just cleared Roby Point as of 4 minutes ago, mile 99. So get ready. We should have some eyes on her relatively soon, but we've got a few more finishers before that. In fact, we have 6 runners ahead of Sally coming on in between that mile 99 checkpoint and the finish here at Placer High.
The top of the track is Klaus Hake from Epstein in Germany. And he has done Spartathlon and Windschatten. But this is his first Western States. And we congratulate him on making it across the Sierra Nevada mountains. And finishing in Auburn, this is Klaus Hake. On the backstretch is Martin Urbanek from Bratislava, Slovakia. He was here in 2017 as a pacer, pacing the first Slovak runner in Western States history. He has done UTMB twice. He's a marketing manager. And he says his hobby is qualifying for Western States. It took him 9 years to get in. He is the Ultra Trail Race founder and director in Slovakia of the Stefanik Trail. His pacers, Viktor Spalek, Jakub Urbanek, his 17-year-old son, his father, Pavel. He was also an ultra runner at 77, and William, his best friend ever. This is Martin Urbanek from Bratislava, Slovakia. Dedicating his finish to his 2 Zuzannas, 1 his wife and 2 his sister, whose birthday is today.
We've got a nice drone feed here, back in the air this morning. This runner's moving quite well. I am guessing that this might be Joshua Landvater, but it could also be Brian Camponi or Tom Downs. Looks like I might get a guest to join me here for a few minutes.
Well, hello.
Mr. Andy Jones-Wilkins, good morning.
How are you, Jamil?
Doing great. Feeling like a new person after a couple hours on the production couch last night.
Right on, right on. How's the day going?
It's going well. We are getting in the spirit of finishers here this morning. It's a great day.
Indeed, it's been fun. We had a nice little rally for the 24-hour finishers, and here we are seeing folks coming onto the track, as we'll likely see for the next several hours.
It looks like is that an Irish flag in his hand?
It very well might be.
If so, this might be Tom Downs.
Wow. I mean, still with 3 hours and 45 minutes to go, this Western States seems to have had a little bit of everything. You know, I've been coming to this race for 20
from Clogging, Ireland.
Yep.
This is Tom Downs. His first Western States, which he describes as probably a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He has done UTMB and 5 Carryway Ultras. Our friend Eileen, the Carryway Ultra race director. He's an architect working for the railway company in Ireland and is a recovering rugby player and hurler. Hurling is a game that's played in Ireland by lunatics. This is Tom Downs. Tom Downs from Ireland finishing Western States.
You know, Jamil, seeing Tom finish there, I'm just reminded of especially
at the top of the track is Joshua Landvater from West Jordan, Utah, 40 years old. Joshua Landvater. Oh, he's gonna carry his daughter the last 50 meters here, showing he's done his squats in addition to running all the time. Joshua Landvater from West Jordan, Utah.
Just real quick, seeing Tom Downs, finish there reminds me of what a fantastic international race this has been this year, from top to bottom. It seems as though
Brian
every couple of finishers is from somewhere cool.
Is his first Western States. Cascade, Crest, Grindstone, Massanutten, Long Haul. He's done a bunch of hundreds. His first 100-miler here. He's a defense contractor. He's a coach of girls' youth hockey for the last few years. His wife, Leslie, his daughter, Carolyn, his crew chief, Robin. His mom, Diane, is probably watching at home in Naples, Florida. Thanks to all the Heilman family for their support. This is Brian Campagnoni from Arlington, Virginia.
There we go. The latest finisher from Virginia. one of the places I used to live, 2620. But as I was saying, a wonderful, as it's been now the last decade or so, a wonderful international flavor to the field this year. And
there's Sally.
Sally McRae on the streets of Auburn.
Come on, let's get some love for Sally in the chat.
On the
here.
White Bridge.
About a half mile to go.
About a half mile to go. She's going to make a little left-hand turn here. It's all downhill. If I speak loudly enough. Oh, wait. She can probably hear me. Sally McRae. This is Finley Street for the first time. Closed down this year. For the race, the neighborhood is all out for this race this year, and wonderful to see Sally toughing it out, getting home before it gets too hot the next day. Finley Street is a very triumphant place to run down. You can see the light stanchions of the track. We've got a couple of runners coming onto the track right now. And they will likely be followed shortly by Sally McRae. This is Western States, everybody. Nothing like it. Runner on the back straight, top of the track.
On the back stretch. From Sagamihara, Japan, this is Shinpei Oishi. He's from Kanagawa Prefecture. And this is his first Western States. Shinpei Oishi from Sagamihara, Japan. And he's finishing his first 100-mile run in style. Congratulations, Oishi-sama.
Fantastic finish for Orishi there in 26:23:43. And now closing in on the track. Looks like Sally McRae.
The one and only Sally McRae.
With her daughter Mackenzie. A brief moment on our most recent Japanese finisher. What a wonderful running culture Japan is, and ultra running culture. Earlier this year, the Mount Fuji 100-miler was just so much fun to be a part of. Great to see Japanese runners continuing to be a huge part of the ultra running community and trail running in general and Western States in particular. Here is Sally on the top of the track.
From Huntington Beach, California, our old friend Sally McRae is making her way around the track.
That's a nice, like the straight up drone shot.
Yeah. Just adds.
This is Sally's first sub 200 miler in over a year. She did four 200 milers last year, including Cocodona 250. Sally McRae from Huntington Beach, California, finishing Western States.
Nice. Perfect.
And I think it's her
Great
third or
finish
fourth
on
time, third time, I believe. Sally McRae.
I know in the weeks leading up to this race, Sally, knowing that she had a chance to spend a fair bit of the time on the course with her daughter Mackenzie, who will be going off to NAU in the fall to run and go to school. This was a special experience for Sally and for Mackenzie and all of Sally's fans. And it's Western States.
Sally's fourth finish here, I believe.
Indeed. It's been in her blood for a while. I think those finishes are spread at least 10 years apart. Back up on the streets of Auburn. A runner with stroller and pacer and cruise. Again, one of the wonderful, wonderful pieces of Western States is there's 3 places where your crew and your friends and your loved ones and companions can run with you. The last of which is from Roby Point to the finish. The last 1.3 miles, as we just saw Sally and her crew come through, and we see this runner coming in probably about 200 yards or so from the entrance to the track.
This is either Brian Weathers or Drew Dinan. We will know soon.
We'll know soon.
Both 44.
For those of you just tuning in, what the heck's wrong with you? But for those of you just tuning in, we have 3.5 hours left on the clock. 2.5 hours until the start of the golden hour. Maybe the best hour in all of ultra running and possibly all of sports. You can see the emotion just in this finish right here. There's nothing like this, the feeling of running down Finley Street. Whether you're doing it in a 14-hour finish, or a 24-hour finish, a 26.5-hour finish, or a 29-hour finish. As you see on this drone shot right there, that is the entry where those inflatable Hoka pillars are. You can see the runner coming into the track. And it is impossible. It's impossible not to feel a surge of adrenaline as this runner enters the track. And his crew is letting him do it on his own. Okay, maybe not entirely on his own.
Mostly. Oh, and we've got a race. So this is both Drew and Brian. Drew Dinan and Brian Weathers both. Oh, maybe not. Is that another runner? That's just his crew.
It might be the crew that they let him.
It was a sprint finish here.
They let him enter the track and then they caught back up to him.
Could you describe what this feeling is entering the track here?
You know, Jamil, it's there's a feeling of relief that you're finishing the race.
On the track from Vallejo, California, is Brian Weathers, 44 years old, finishing Western States for the first time. His second 100-miler, he ran the Mountain Lakes up in Oregon last year. And he's actually running faster here at Western States. So good on you, Brian. Brian Weathers from Vallejo, California, finishing in 26.5 hours.
Congratulations, Brian Weathers. To just finish that thought, Jamil, it's for me, it was always bittersweet because I was filled with the relief of finishing the race, but also a bit of sadness that it was over. And there's not many things that are like that in life, where you're on the one hand, you're looking forward to finishing it, and at the very same time, or virtually moments after, you're like, oh, that means it's over. And I suspect, I mean, maybe not in the moment right now in 26:31 for Brian, but I suspect for many of these folks, especially since they've spent a fair bit of time investing themselves in qualifiers and re-entering the lottery and so forth, they might feel that way. Like, now my Western States experience is over.
And are probably a little bit sore. And if you're not, you will be tomorrow. But we have service the Monsters of Massage over by the medical area. You can go over there and get your recovery started by getting a little body work done. So we encourage you to do that over by the medical tent, Monsters of Massage, at the head of the track.
Crazy. 6 runners under 15 hours.
Yeah.
I'm just looking back on that.
Another runner entering the track. Real quick plug, as Tropical John is mentioning the sponsors. The sponsors of Western States are such a loyal and committed group of folks, small companies, medium-sized companies, large companies. It's so wonderful that this race can embrace such a large percentage and large proportion of different types of people, whether it's a small massage company like Monsters of Massage or a large multinational footwear company like Hoka or a large nutrition company like GU. There's room for everybody under this Western States tent, and it's fantastic. Just got a quick glance of Andy Pasternak, the Western States medical director.
This is Stephen Carr from Huntsville, Alabama. He's running his first Western States. He's run a bunch of hundreds: Vermont, Benhati, Rocky Raccoon, Thunder Rock, Georgia Jewel, Long Haul, Keys, Arkansas. A bunch of variety for him. His first chance out here. Stephen Carr from Huntsville, Alabama.
Kind of cool to see Stephen Carr finish there.
Pal Dink Taylor when you get back home.
As I'm sure you know, Jamil, Huntsville, Alabama is like a little hidden gem of ultra running. It's where there's a January race every year, the Mountain Mist 50K, that's held there, and a couple of legends, particularly the late Dwayne Satterfield and Dink Taylor, are from there, and pretty much the two of them have kind of created a little ultra running hotbed, not dissimilar to Los Alamos, New Mexico. Kind of fun to see Huntsville, Alabama finisher here at Western States once again.
Quick check-in with our cutoffs. We just had about 20 minutes ago the cutoff for Auburn Lake Trails, also known as ALT. That was 7:15 a.m. local time. And there were 6 runners in the final 15 minutes of that cutoff, including Stephanie Bernosky, who's still in the race. 7:14, 1 minute to spare. Yuri Park, 7:13, came through with 2 minutes to spare. Lisa Kravitz with 5 minutes to spare. So we will be tracking our final runners as well as we approach Golden Hour. Mm-hmm. We are looking ahead. Hopefully, this is actually Pointed Rocks on your screen. But we will have a check-in with Chris Warden here in a little bit as we look ahead to chasing these cutoffs. The next one being Quarry Road at 8:40 and then Pointed Rocks at 9:40.
And a word about that, ALT, the section from ALT to Quarry Road is 5 miles long, and 4.5 of those miles are smooth, gently rolling terrain going in and out of sort of typical Northern California valleys and whales and swales, and then a rather significant kind of technical, at least for Western states, technical downhill, about 300-foot descent that more or less follows a creek bed from the former site of the Browns Bar aid station down to the Corey Road aid station, which for the last dozen or so years has been administered by Rogue Valley Runners and Hal Kerner, and Scott Jurek shows up from time to time. He's probably there now. And once you get to Corey Road, you're at mile 90. That's, as Jamil mentioned, that's a cutoff that's an hour and 4 minutes from now. So those of you out there doing the math, you've got about 12-minute miles. You can run 12-minute miles if you're super close to the cutoffs at ALT to get to Corey Road, and then Corey Road to Pointed Rocks. You got to put the hammer down. So these folks that are out there, and by the way, if you can hear my voice and you're interested in getting out to Pointed Rocks, I'm sure the runners out there and their crews and their friends would be much appreciated to get a little bit of encouragement. We've got a couple of other runners coming onto the track. I'm sure we'll hear from Tropical John Medinger in a moment. In the meantime, we also have some footage of runners coming down Finley Street as day has dawned on day 2 of the Western States 100. And as we all know, whether it's true or not, the second day of Western States is always hotter than the first day. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins checking in from the Mountain Outpost broadcast studio here at the track in Placer High School, Auburn, California, June 30th, with all apologies to Walt Disney, the happiest place on earth.
On the backstretch from Bend, Oregon is Drew Deenan, his first Western States, and he wanted to tell his son Dean that he's allowed to play an extra 15 minutes of geometry dash for helping his dad out this weekend. Thanks to Jen, Amy, Deb, Sean, and Enid the Squishmallow. This is Drew Deenan from Bend, Oregon.
As Tropical John announces the finish of this runner, keep in mind that pretty much between now and 11 a.m. we'll have a steady stream of runners coming into the track. We will try to document each and every one of them as best as we can. Apologies ahead of time if we're not able to document your runner, the runner you're following, quite as much as you might like. But we will do our best. And, this is Western States. This, in many ways, is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for people. And we want to do our best to honor and celebrate each and every one of their finishes. As the clock rolls over to 26:40, we've got another entourage coming onto the track. Okay, sounds good. Onto the track. Again, we will endeavor to bring you each and every finisher as we can. We're also going to bring a couple of special guests here from time to time.
Well, there's nothing going on right now out there. There's
This is Will Rivera from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. This is his first Western States. He is an Umstead, Javelina, Curl, Jewel, Leadville, Mohican, Burning River, and Indiana 100 finisher, but his first chance out here. retired Army, 25 years. Now owns and operates a local running store called Running Souls in Elizabethtown, Kentucky.
Is this okay or no?
No, we have a competing water
Crew
sponsor.
chief is
Sorry.
his wife, Madeline Rivera, along with 2 sons, Jonathan, who is active duty, currently stationed in Alaska, and Giovanni, who works and manages the running store. They will both be pacing and crewing him to the finish line. And he has a couple of granddaughters with him, 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. And the local chief of police is also pacing him. So let's hope he's not speeding. This is Will Rivera from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. And this is Jared Bird from California, Maryland. His second Western States. He has a silver buckle from several years ago. Now he's got a bronze one. Jared Bird, 40 years old, from California, Maryland. Finishing Western States for the second time.
All right, my beautiful people, we are here with the legendary Sally McRae. Sally, how are you feeling after finishing Western State 100?
Very happy. My heart is so full. That was one of the most incredible days I think I've ever had, as far as like seeing so much yellow on the course in the volunteer stations. I mean, everywhere I went, I got to meet someone new, and it was amazing. So much so that I feel like the fact that I had to slow down so much made the day even more special, because I got to really take in every mile. And yeah, it was really special. Physically, I'm absolutely depleted.
But you're still smiling.
Yeah. How can you not be smiling after finishing Western States? Like, we got the buckle, we got it done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sally, how does this compare to your other experiences at Western States?
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 years that I did it, it was, the first year that I did it, I was newly signed. I got my golden ticket. It would be my second ever 100. I felt like a kid in a candy store going into Olympic Valley. It was like, just everything was brand new, not knowing what to expect. And so those first couple years getting in the top 10 was, it's a dream come true for that to happen. So I think the first 3 years was absolutely focused on, on the competition. And then this year was, I wanted to go out there and race at 100% and just see what I could do out there. And yeah, just a very different focus than those first 3 years.
So you said you wanted to go out there and leave everything out.
Yeah.
I remember from January 2024, you dedicated that year up until race day
Yeah.
to do everything you can possibly be
I
to
did.
be fit. So now you put all your energy and effort
On
into
the
this,
back
and you get to this
stretch,
point where you can't take
practicing
food
his
since Michigan Bluff,
striders is
and the
Chris
race isn't going your way. So
Calamano
how
from
did you stay
Staten Island.
positive mentally? The fact that this is all you wanted this year,
This
then it
is-
comes down to some of the things that you cannot
He's
control. So how did you stay
completed
focused and
16
say, you know
Western
what, let me
States
control the
qualifiers,
controllable,
but
let me
this
leave
is
the rest
his
behind.
first Western States.
Yeah, it was
A
like the
dedicated
last
family man with
55,
two young
60
boys,
miles.
Thomas and
I think
George.
we added up. We
Actively
got about
coaches
500
youth
calories in.
basketball,
So
chess, serves as
I
a den
essentially
leader for
was
the Boy
racing on
Scouts.
nothing, but I did feel like
This is
all the
Chris
experiences I had
Calamano
at
from Staten
the
Island, New
200s
York.
allowed me to like really believe and understand that if that was the day that I was going to have, if the nausea was never going to stop, the vomiting wasn't going to stop, like I knew I was capable of getting to the finish line. And I really believe that instead of being disappointed when things don't go my way, look for what is good and what is the blessing in what you're doing. And I had like the best day out there because of that. Like, I think it's a gift to be here. You know, I got my daughter Mackenzie was here, which is a dream come true to see her out there running next to me, crewing. This is the most special Western States, and I wanted it to be something that I would never forget. And you know, like I always say, like I think we have the power to write our own story.
Yes.
And I kept telling myself that, like, what story do you want to write? And so, yeah, it was an uncomfortable day, but no excuses. Like I wasn't complaining or making excuses. Like, this is how it is, but we're still going to get to the finish line. And, you know, Nick Baird hopped in at Forest Hill, and we had the best time. We talked the entire time. And we both said, we don't think we've ever talked to somebody for like 11 hours straight or however long it took us to get here. But yeah, and coming into every single aid station and all along the way, it was just really special. And yeah.
Incredible.
Sally, doing this race over time, do you feel that the race has evolved? Has the experience changed as a runner, or can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think overall the experience from the time you arrive in Olympic Valley to like Forest Hill, you do notice, wow, this sport has grown, and there's a lot more attention and eyes on it. I mean, way more people come simply just to spectate, and they're bringing their families and they're bringing their kids. And I think that is a really good sign for our sport and just the community as a whole. Like, people love this community. They want to be a part of it in some capacity. And I just think that I felt that all day long. From a competitive standpoint, I believe that Western States has always brought the best fields to compete. And it is like so exciting, the stories that unfold. The way the race changes up front is so exciting. But I think just overall, the stories that come out of Western States, I got to hear a lot of them today while I was racing, like how people got in, and, you know, how many tickets they had, and all about their crew and who their pacers were. I mean, so much joy and excitement all throughout the runners. And you can really tell that people cherish this race. And I think that, you know, even those that aren't running it, that are spectating or they're a part of it in another way, they want to be here. And so I think that's just grown. All of that has increased.
Yeah, speaking of that, big thanks to everybody in the media side, because I got to experience this for the first time. Man, it's a lot of work how they get to showcase to people who are across the world cheering you on. We saw a lot of hearts and a lot of Sally McRae on the live chat, which is pretty incredible. So the people, I said you were the number one love person on this race. I've never seen so much love and name written and stuff like that. So it was incredible to see. So that also shows, it's a testament who you are as a person and how you live your life. So it affects a lot of people's lives. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you
Amazing.
so much. I felt it.
Yes.
I felt it all day, even though I wasn't in the live chat checking. There was you that told me at Pointed Rocks, and then Eddie told me at one of the aid stations that, hey, remember there's a lot of people cheering for you and,
yes,
you know, hoping that you get to that finish line. And that really meant a lot to me. We have to thank Jamil, the mastermind of why we have live streaming, why we have that chat. And I know it has just made the sport so much better. So thank you, Jamil.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Well, Sally, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll let you get recovered back with your family.
Yeah.
And it's really been great following along.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
so
put
much.
you on the spotlight one more
Yeah,
time.
okay.
Of course, I'm gonna do this. You just finished Western State 100.
Yeah.
So what is next?
I'm going to have a bacon avocado cheeseburger with a tofu patty.
Okay, I like that.
You had to sneak that in there.
There you go. I was like,
Sweet potato fries and sidecar donuts.
awesome.
And that's all I'm thinking about right now.
deserve
Don't
more
ask me
rest.
about another race.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you, guys.
Sweet. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. And now we are switching to the man, the legend, coming right back to you.
Yes. Amazing AJ.
AJ's
So from the course, we have 303 runners that made it through Auburn Lake Trails before the 7:15 cutoff. I would say about half a dozen of them are so close to the cutoff that they're going to have to pick up the speed a little bit. But we'll see what happens. So stay tuned.
Going to be covering, in addition to Western States, as the year goes on, Hard Rock, High Lonesome, Y East, Run Rabbit Run, Javelina, of course. Just great stuff, and I'm happy to be a small part of it, but also really excited that we're able to bring Western States to all of you. You know, this Western States broadcast has become kind of a industry standard, and we're thrilled. Just taking a look at this wonderful drone shot of Placer High School track, the iconic Placer High School track, and we are at 7:53 a.m., closing in about 45 minutes into the next cutoff, which will be at Corey Road.
Seems like we have a nice little break here.
We do.
Amongst
We do.
finishers. It's
Yeah.
been pretty steady. And we are also keeping watch on our final few finishers, of course. There's going to be a lot of drama coming up in the golden hour. It is one of the best hours in sport, in our sport. And that will kick off at 10 a.m. local time. So we have about 2 hours till then, but we are also still watching our cutoff time. So Corey Road, mile 90.7 coming up at 8:40 a.m., about 45 minutes from now. We will not have necessarily a correspondent from there, but we will at Pointed Rocks, and that's a 9:40 a.m. cutoff, mile 94.3. Those runners will have 1 hour, 20 minutes to get from there for the last 6 miles of the race. Can you describe the last 6 miles from when we'll see them at Pointed Rocks? They have that hour 20. It's not all downhill from there.
Right. I want to start with actually the section before. So the section from Corey Road to Pointed Rocks, because it's kind of a sneaky tough section. So again, just to get a little bit of specific, we're talking about mile 90.7. 90.7 is Corey Road. That's a very low point of the course. It's right along the American River. It's on a road. The runners run along that road for about 1.5 miles, and they make a sharp left-hand turn, the turn that was made famous back in 2016 because Jim Walmsley missed it. But that's a sharp left-hand turn with a steep uphill climb. And that climb is, when everybody says, it's all runnable from Green Gate to the finish, they often forget about that section. There's a big climb up the Quarry Trail. They even cross the Highway 49. There used to be an aid station down there. And even after they cross Highway 49, there's another 300, 400-foot climb up there. Once they arrive at Pointed Rocks, this is the aid station at Pointed Rocks right now. You're seeing it's at a level point high on a meadow, what we call the Cool Meadow. It's called the Cool Meadow because it's right outside the town of Cool, California. They are at a point where, at that point, with 5.5 miles to go, they have a big downhill and a big uphill and a small downhill. The big downhill is the very nice, relatively smooth and gradual trail going all the way down to No Hands Bridge. I think most people know the iconic No Hands Bridge, which is the final bridge of the course. You cross that bridge. It's about an 800-foot descent over about 2.5 miles. They cross No Hands Bridge. They go a little bit level at that point, and then there's a little final kick in the teeth going up to Roby Point, where there is an aid station at mile 98.9. Yes, there's an aid station 1.3 miles from the finish.
Is that essentially someone's driveway?
It is basically someone's driveway. They're at that point on the paved roads of Auburn. Crews, pacers, friends, loved ones, anybody can join them at that point. There's one grindy climb up there. If you've read Dean Karnas's fantastic best-selling book, Ultra Marathon Man, you have read about him basically falling on the ground in that section. And then once they crest that hill at mile 99, they have a nice, gentle downhill on paved roads into the finish where we're sitting right now. And I see Chris Warden.
There he is.
Our man on the street. Chris, can you hear us?
So that location, Pointed Rocks, mile 94.3. We should have a check-in very shortly with that team. Chris Warden out there tracking and chasing those cutoffs.
And that, by the way, is also a place where the last place a crew can meet a runner. They have to hike about a half a mile in from the Cool fire station. It's also a place where you can switch a pacer one last time. And I've found, especially with sort of mid and back of the packers, it's kind of a place where you might switch to that pacer that might push you along, knowing that you might be close to the cutoffs if you're a golden hour, but also that pacer that might not necessarily want to do much more than 5.5 miles and can be there to share the experience with you. And I want to echo that again. I mean, the fact that Western States allows so many opportunities for pacers and crews and families to share the experience with their runners is something that's special about the event. And since so many people spend literally years trying to get into the race, it's awfully nice that if you want to, you can have your entire family run 1.3 miles through the streets of Auburn down here to the track.
It's a good introduction to pacing.
Yes.
That last stretch there.
Yeah.
Not a lot of risk involved.
That's right. Unless you're right up against the cutoffs.
Well, yeah.
Then you probably don't
want to miss a turn.
Right.
Wink, wink.
Yes. So we are just about 27 hours into the Western States 100 as the clock turns to 8 a.m. One of the things I comment a lot about with folks who particularly are at this stage of the race, they're somewhere between Auburn Lakes trails and the finish line, is that sun rises on the second day. They've had a good 8 hours of nice, cool darkness, and the heat comes up again. And even if the actual temperatures are not all that hot, the sun beating down, the fact that you're still out there, and the fact that you're likely moving a little bit slower, kind of has some wear and tear on it. And so for those runners, as right now we're at hour 27, as Jamil mentioned, coming into about 40 minutes or so from the cutoff at mile 90.7. This is going to leave a mark, and we have a runner on the track.
This could be Kevin Young. We currently have 7 runners that are through Roby Point on their way to the finish.
Backstretch from Roseville, California, is Kevin Young. He is 48 years old. This is Kevin Young from Roseville, finishing Western States in right at 27 hours.
Roseville, California, just down the road from Auburn here in the Gold Country. Kevin probably had some opportunities to get out onto the course from time to time and also enjoy the very unique Western States heat. And he finished just right about on the dot of 27 hours, just maybe a tad over. $109 24-hour buckles this year. So those are the silver buckles. That's probably going to cost the management a little bit more than they typically budget. It was snow-free in the high country as well as moderate temperatures, which, of course, we know led to some incredibly fast times in both the men's and women's elite field, as well as, a little bit above average in terms of 24-hour finishers. As with every year at Western States, there's still a handful of folks who had to end their day early, whether they missed the cutoffs or succumbed to foot issues, quad issues, or stomach issues. But nonetheless, it's looking like it's going to be a favorable year for success at Western States.
Kevin Young was our 150th finisher. We could have up to 303 with those that are still on course, which means we might be about halfway through the finishers right now.
Which is incredible.
It's pretty incredible. We will see half the field finish in the final 3 hours of the race here coming up. So it's going to get quite busy. We're not going to have much time to breathe in between these finishes. It's going to get pretty busy soon.
Indeed. I mean, to put a little point on what Jamil has just said, right? Half of the finishers have come in between Jim Walmsley's 14:13 and 27 hours. So that's a 13-hour period. The rest, the other half of those are going to come in 3 hours. So get ready, folks. Strap on. I was out in Michigan Bluff earlier today, earlier yesterday, and just to see Michigan Bluff in the last, it's mile 55, by the way, which has a 9:55 p.m. cutoff. To see that last hour there was just extraordinary, and several runners got out of there with just a few minutes to spare and have probably been chasing the cutoffs and will continue to chase the cutoffs for the next few hours. So strap on wherever you are. Brew up another pot of coffee and sit back and enjoy our coverage of the 2024 Western States 100 as we close in on the end of the race. This is that climb up from Roby Point, where we see this runner.
This could be Mariana Grudziak. Oh, no. Is she the runner?
Yep, she's got a wristband.
Okay.
So it looks like her crew has come out to meet her. So again, there's a steep paved climb for about half a mile that comes up from what is called Roby Point proper.
So if this is Mariana, she is from dual citizen of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania and Brooklyn, New York.
There we go. I've got a friend who's texting me and confirming that's Mariana.
And let's see what else she'd like to say here.
And she's moving well. She's going to crest the hill. There's a sign for mile 99. There's typically a party going on there, or at least some sort of festivities.
So Mariana first started running to find an athletic purpose after conquering numerous injuries and surgeries pre and post college. And she says, if you're reading this, I'm still alive and would like to give a shout out to my sauna and the East Coast humidity for getting her mentally and physically ready for this 100-mile inferno.
Love it.
Western States is the ultimate gathering opportunity, and I'm so stoked to share it with those that I love. And here she is getting it done.
Love the shout out to the East Coast humidity, almost as if it's a person. And if you've experienced it, it's not a friendly person.
And we have a runner entering the track here.
With a bit of an entourage, it looks like. So as we see the footage of Mariana, we also have a runner entering the track.
This could be Ryan Bolton.
Nothing like the spring in your step that comes with the entrance onto the track.
It looks like it is from the Gold Coast of Australia.
Accompanied by...
On the top of the stretch is Boise, Idaho's Colton Gerhardt.
I was wrong.
You win some, you lose some.
States. He's done Mountain Lakes, Bighorn, Fat Dog, Black Hills, I'm Tough, which is a legal requirement if you're an ultra runner in Idaho.
Who was this?
His parents have flown out to join the
Wow, I
party
got it way
today,
wrong.
as well as his friends Shamai, Cole, Sonny, Philippe,
Colton
Sydney,
Gerhardt,
Sky, Kate, and Brian.
And we do have another runner onto the track. We might
His
hear
amazing
from
husband,
Tropical
Wade,
John
has
in a
been
moment, but
superstar
here's
through
Colton
all
Gerhardt's
this.
finish.
This is Colton Gerhardt from Boise, Idaho.
Checking, testing.
Ooh, I hear Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Our man in the field, Chris Warden, over in Pointed Rocks. We may have an update from him in a moment.
135. Here is Bruce Keeley from Bridgewater, New Jersey. His first Western States, 2709. He's a financial controller. Started over 15 years ago. He's been trying to get here. Shout out to his wife Ann, his daughter Bridget, his Laura Vaughn, the 14-time Wasatch finisher and second place finisher in this race, paced him from Forest Hill. And from Australia, Kumara, Australia, 2 years old.
Right on. Three
Ryan
finishers in
Bolton.
rapid succession, including one from Bridgewater, New Jersey. As a transplanted East Coaster, I can assure you that Bridgewater, New Jersey has nothing like Devil's Thumb. Another runner on the track. They're coming through hot and heavy now, Jamil. Here's another
Here
one.
we go.
Just important to note, I mean, each and every one of these finishers, 375 stories, 375 journeys to get here, to get to the starting line, and of course, to get to the finish line. We are keeping tabs on the cutoff. The next cutoff is down at Quarry Road, the aid station at mile 90.7. We have surpassed the cutoff for Auburn Lakes Trails at mile 85.
Want to take a quick second to just shout out Hoka and Goo for their continued support of this broadcast. And also, we do have a fundraiser going here on the YouTube page if you want to help support this broadcast and the initiatives of the Western States Endurance Run. Please feel free to donate if you've enjoyed what you've seen.
And especially know that the Western States 100 is an entirely nonprofit organization, and a lot of the proceeds that they raise, whether it's through sponsorship dollars or raffle tickets or entry fees, usually and almost always go to support trail work and trail maintenance, as well as medical research. And this year in particular, there are 4 medical studies that are taking place as part of the race, and each and every one of those brings more wisdom and knowledge and understanding to this unique sport of ours. So, okay, we may get a word from our man on the street, Chris Warden.
Do we have audio for me? Do we have it?
Hey, Chris, we have you.
We got me? All right.
We did have you.
Oh, we had him.
We'll try and get that back here.
Chris Warden, who I think most of you know from broadcasts of Cocodona and Black Canyon and Javelina, is our man on the street for the last several hours of the race and is out at Pointed Rocks. It's kind of a tricky place. There's lots going on out there, but we will try to check in with him as soon as we can. But as I just wanted to circle back with the as a nonprofit, Western States provides significant medical research to the community of trail and ultra running, and over the years, whether it's been about sodium or hyponatremia or rhabdomyolysis or kidney function, the studies that Western States has undertaken over the last decade or two, going all the way back to the legendary Western States doctor, the late Dr. Bob Lind, has been a huge part of Western States. This is a good shot of what I like to call the cool meadow. This is the location of the Pointed Rocks aid station. It's mile 94.7. It is crew accessed. You can see it's a beautiful spot. It warms up pretty quickly. It's 5.5 miles from here with, as I mentioned earlier, I'll say it again, a downhill, a really nice, smooth downhill to No Hands Bridge, an uphill, which you saw our friend channeling, and the last little bit up to Roby Point, and then the triumphant descent down the paved road around the White Bridge and back here to the track in Auburn. But we're getting some good footage. We're still trying to see if we can get some audio from Chris, but this gives you a good idea of that last aid station. 5.5, well, it's not the last aid station. There's an aid station at Roby Point, but this is the last crew accessed aid station, and one where people are really taking stock. They've gotten here. When you think about having 5.5 miles to go, there's a lot that still can happen in those 5.5 miles, but it's also potentially time, for example, a gentleman like this to get there and take a deep breath, stock up on fuel and fluids one more time, and get down here to Auburn. All right. Well,
Let's put me so I'm facing the sun, so it'll be. It's really. Yeah, no, but like I just wanted to change the angle.
Hey,
around,
Chris.
So. Hey, how's it going, guys? We got
What's
me
happening
I'm
out there?
excited. We're here at Planet Rock. Well, a lot is happening out here. Frankly, I feel like a lot of the runners that are coming through right now are basically setting you up for one heck of a golden hour on the track. I am trying. First, I was trying to actually write names, find out where runners were from. But then, when I got to about 40 or 50 names in the course of a 30-minute period, I had no chance. So I think that we're getting about a runner a minute, and I think that is going to cause a whole lot of action for you on the track. So. Get your jaws and your voices ready, wet your whistles, because you're going to have a lot of names to call here between now and 11 a.m. this morning.
hey, Chris, can you hear me? This is AJW.
Good to talk to you.
Is there a fair bit of anxiety among the crews and so forth out there, or is everybody pretty calm and celebratory?
Oh, I think it's very celebratory. I think that. I mean, this is definitely the further along you get in the race when you're covering a race like this. For instance, when you're at Forest or you're Michigan Bluff and it's hot and people are sweating, that's one thing. But when you're at a place, even as people were crossing the river of Lucky Chucky, you started to feel a little bit more of an uplifting attitude. And now, when these runners, to take one of your phrases, smelling the barn at mile 95, especially with this much time to go, I mean, they've got a couple hours to cover this distance, and they're all feeling really good. You can see the smiles on these faces, on the runners, on the pacers, on the crews. Everybody is having a great time out here, and I'm really starting to feel some great feelings out here. You can see runners just coming by here, and like you said, we've still got plenty of people to come through here yet that are well ahead of the cutoffs. I think that is going to be
So yeah, that's awesome. So you're feeling that kind of positive energy vibe that is so much a part of the Western States experience for so many people, whether they're meeting their expectations or not. I mean, at least for the next hour or so as you're there, there are people that are just going to be like, I want to get my runner in here. I want to get him cooled down. I want to ask, is it starting to warm up out there? As I was saying to Jamil a little while ago, the second day is always a little bit warmer than the first day. Are you already feeling the effects of the heat, or does it seem pretty benign at this point?
It is starting to heat up. Actually, funny that you say that, because I noticed about 10 minutes ago, I actually had to shed a layer, and I have seen a few people grab that ice bucket. There's a red ice bucket on the way out of the aid station on the far end, and I've seen it get a little bit more love and a little bit more usage here in the last few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'm sure that they'll be keeping an eye on that bucket as well to make sure that it's full, to make sure every runner is feeling refreshed and ready for that home stretch, because we know they don't have far to go, but they still got to get it done.
Right, and that's one of the tricky kind of dynamics of finishing Western States, especially if you're in this kind of 27 to 30 hour range. You want to get it done, but you don't want to overcook yourself. But the slower you go, the longer you're going to be out in the heat. So it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, whether or not you just kind of completely shut it down and just walk it in, and maybe that's all you can do, or versus you're like, hey, let's just get this thing done, because if I can get it done before that 9:30 heat comes, I'm going to feel a lot better about myself. So I'll be curious that if you can check in, with us and with the crew that's going to take over for us in a bit to do that. And of course, I look forward to coming out there. I love going out there for that last half an hour before the cutoff. Okay. And we have another runner on the track. And it looks like they have a flag. And there are two runners on the track. Doesn't look like that person is all that concerned with being passed. A UK flag? Oh!
That is impressive.
Oh! Here's our finisher, our runner we saw earlier, apparently accompanied by the New Zealand All Blacks.
This is Mariana Gridziak.
This is Mariana. Nice. My friend Sarah Wallace, also of Pittsburgh, says Mariana is an East Coast crusher. And now she's a Western States finisher. There's Diana Fitzpatrick congratulating that most recent finisher, the president of the Western States Board of Directors, and 60 and over course record holder on the women's side at Western States 100, the only 60 and over woman to ever run under 24 hours at the Western States 100. She did that back in 2018. That is her other half, Tim Fitzpatrick, who is just not as fast. But Diana has done an incredible job in her 5 years as the president of the Western States Board, navigating, along with, of course, the rest of the board and race director Craig Thornley, the COVID pandemic, the cancellation that took place that year, the explosion in popularity of the race, a variety of policy changes around equity and inclusion, as well as environmental issues, the mosquito fire that ravaged the course a year and a half ago. Diana's 5-year term has been characterized by one thing after another, and she has handled everything with the grace and dignity of an incredible professional. And I, for one, am happy to consider and know Diana as a good friend. Another runner on the track. All right, we're going to hear from Chris in a minute, but it's apparently Pennsylvania hour here at Western States because we've got a finisher from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, on to the home straight.
I can feel the energy building right now.
You really, I was almost thinking that same thing, Jamil. You can just kind of feel the slow bubbling up of energy and excitement as the track comes to life and more people find their way here, and the just sort of vibe of the end of Western States draws near. We're still 2.5 hours away, but you can just feel it. We've got another finisher here on the top of the track. Chapel Hill, North Carolina. All right, we are back in touch with our man on the street, Chris Warden, out at Pointed Rocks. Chris, how are you?
I don't have any audio on them. All right, gentlemen, how we doing?
We can hear you.
Can you hear them? Awesome. So we have so many people coming through here that it's kind of hard to take everybody in, but there are 3 names that I'm keeping an eye out for here in the next little bit of time. One of them is no stranger to this race, Ken Ward, bib number 76. He's going for finish number 10. He's already passed Quarry Road, so he should be on his way here sometime soon. Greg Bergeron, whose story we've followed the entirety of this race, as the guy who found out 15 hours before the start that he was going to be a participant rather than a waitlister. So Greg has made his way past Quarry Road as well. And one other runner that I'm following on a personal level and also as an interesting thing. Oh, there's Greg right there if you want to turn the camera. Hey, good job, Greg. Good job, good job, good job. Keeping an eye for bib number 232. That's Lisa Kravitz. Lisa was the final runner to depart at Lucky Chucky and has been making up good time for what I understand. No longer the quote DFL at this point. We'll see how things shake out, but those are 3 names. Obviously, one I mentioned just passed by, but these are some of the stories that we're going to be following as the clock approaches 11 o'clock.
That's great to hear from Chris about Ken Ward. Here we have a runner at the top of the track.
Yeah. No, I don't think we're still on. Okay.
What do you guys think?
You guys ready? Whenever you want.
Okay. These days, as it's so much more difficult to get into the race. We are Jamil Curry and Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're a few moments away from signing off so we can get a little bit of sleep since we're starting to do that already.
We're dozing off here.
But we have a crew that's well rested and well caffeinated, ready to take us into the golden hours, along with, of course, John Mettinger up in the booth and his team of Lisa et al. We're just taking care of a few little technical issues. Another runner is coming onto the track before we hand it over to Corinne and Topher and Billy and the rest of the crew that's going to take us through the rest of the morning. In the meantime, I want to echo Jamil's comments earlier about Hoka and Goo, two of the most significant sponsors of both Western States and our live stream. Really making a huge difference in the sport. Let's hear a little bit from Tropical John. As you watch this runner circle the track, I think you will experience, if you're going to follow along for the rest of the morning, you will see that I've observed over the last decade or so that as the race gets closer to the golden hour, and indeed into the golden hour, the number of accompaniments, the number of friends carrying family members who share these last few yards with each runner seems to increase. And if you go out onto the streets of Auburn, even right now, you'll see the crowds continue to grow. Here we're just seeing right now another runner coming onto the track, moving well. And again, as Jamil noted earlier, we have 100, let's just take ballpark, 140, 135 runners still out there of a field of 375 that started the race, plus or minus 70 have dropped. So we've got a lot of finishers coming, including this gentleman who's moving with a little bit of a spring in his step, I dare say. Pacers doing a good job of giving the runner the inside track.
So this is Juan Parra from Fairfield, California, 58 years old. And he says that he's motivated to start running to maintain his fitness after a lifetime of soccer. And his why out here for Western States is hoping to not disappoint himself and his family.
Oh, right on.
So he got it done here.
Well, and he's now a Western States finisher. By the way, there's Lamont Bell, the newest Western States Board of Directors member, presenting Juan with his medal, and the rest of Juan's crew and friends and family. And there's Craig Thornley off to the right as well, the race director, who will be there for every single finisher for the next 2.5 hours.
And entering the track, this is Noel Kingston, I believe.
Noel Kingston onto the track.
And he lives in Arizona. We know Noel pretty well. And he says that he's less concerned about the why, more about the how, enjoying every mile, embracing every person in the race and his crew, appreciating every experience, and being thankful that he's physically and mentally able to participate in such an iconic event.
I had a chance to share a few miles with Noel at one of our Wednesday evening Aravaipa group runs over at Papago Park a couple of weeks ago, and man, he was just all smiles and excitement about coming out here to Western States. He was not at all concerned about finishing time or goals, or he was just completely absorbed in just the experience. And
Noel lived in Prescott for a long time. He actually was part of getting the Prescott Area Trail Runners PATR off the ground. He now lives in Tempe. Shout out to Noel.
just one of those community guys. We love our community guys out there in Arizona, and gals. There he is. Again, we are 2 hours and 20 minutes-ish away from the end of the Western States race. There is a lot of excitement to come. This is hour 27. As I think most of you know, the race concludes at 11 a.m. Pacific time today. If you're in the area, come on down to the Placer High School track. There's no place quite like it. If you want to see a triumph of human endurance, if you want to see a lot of what's good in the world, as race director Craig Thornley says, if everybody could spend an hour or two at the Placer High School track on the fourth weekend in June, the world might just be a little better place. Another runner coming onto the track.
It. From Rochester, Minnesota, 47 years old.
He's looking happy.
Getting it done in 27:40.
Fantastic. And it bears repeating. My goodness, many of these people have spent 6, 7, 8, 9 years hoping to get into this race, running a qualifier every year.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
We now have 8 runners inbound from Roby Point currently, and our next runner is now on the track.
Just to give you a sense of that, that means 8 runners within 1 mile, 1.2 miles of where we're sitting right now. So, and that's probably going to only increase over the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. But as I was saying, the years of effort and consistency and training to eventually finally get into this race, every single one of these finishers.
So this is Brenton Sawyers coming in. We'll see him here on screen in a second, coming in from Lynchburg, Virginia. And here it is. He got into running because he enrolled in a running class as a college elective taught by ultra legend
David Horton.
There you go.
Brenton Sawyers is a Horty disciple. We know there are probably a couple thousand of those out there.
And speaking of, he's waited 7 years to get into Western States, and Can't wait for the opportunity to run around the track, cross the finish line, and give my wife a huge hug. We're going to witness that moment here in a second.
We are, and I saw Brenton and his wife and his crew at Michigan Bluff, and he said, you guys have been telling me all these years these canyons are hard. Guess what? These canyons are hard.
He's also the co-race director of the Mountain Masochist 50-miler. Beast Coast.
Here he is. Beast Coast represents Brenton Sawyers. The hug might take place out of the camera. Probably okay.
Oh, we just hit the Quarry Road cutoff. Thank you, Ross Chafin in the chat for keeping us on track.
That's right. It hits at 8:40.
And I am going to do a quick refresh, and we'll take a look at our chasing cutoffs contingency.
Brenton Sawyers getting it done. Lynchburg, Virginia. A David Horton disciple, I guess you'd call him.
So we have 298 confirmed through Quarry Road. It looks like we did have one runner drop in the last hour. We have 4 that have not shown up in the timing system. That doesn't mean they didn't make it. It just means we're waiting for that information to come through. So Jonathan Throne, Lisa Kravitz, Yuri Park, and Stephanie Bernosky are all not yet confirmed through Quarry Road, but we'll see here in the next couple minutes. But we have passed the cutoff to continue at Quarry Road at 8:40 a.m.
Keep in mind too that the splits are radioed in from Quarry Road, so they're done in batches. So if you're following a runner and you're trying to track a runner, don't fret. They may still be through Quarry Road, and it just might not show up on the tracker.
And our next cutoff will be 1 hour from now at 9:40 at Pointed Rocks aid station. We will have video and a check-in there from Chris Warden as we approach that cutoff.
Yes, and please keep in mind that's an hour and 20 minutes. They have to run 5.5 miles. That's a tough cutoff to meet. So people have done it.
You want some buffer if you can get it.
Yeah, you want a little buffer. So if you're moving between Quarry Road and Pointed Rocks, keep moving.
Of finishers. All right, this is from Ted Knutson real quick. Minor correction. We are actually all electronic from Quarry Road now, so we are still waiting to see if those runners made it for the upload. It might mean that they didn't make it. So we will see here for those confirmed DNFs or not. And then he also said with the number of runners on course and minutes remaining in the event, we'll have on average, 1 finisher per minute all the way till cutoff at 11 a.m.
Correct. And just doing the math, that's 120 plus 15. So 135 potential per minute.
Yeah. And right now we're not seeing 1 per minute.
Right.
So we're going to have multiple finishers per minute here coming up soon. It's going to get very, very exciting.
Again,
you can see the crowds are developing. And
so I do stand corrected. I was not. It was. Thank you, Ted Knutson with ultralive.net for getting us that up-to-date information. And I suspect Ted will circle back with us over the next couple of hours as well to make sure we have all the information that we need. So thank you for bearing with us. Again, this is real-time Western States 100 at the Placer High School track. 27 hours and 46 minutes.
Just a minute ago, we had Sean Danaher finish, 34 years old.
Congratulations, Sean.
And from Manzanita, Oregon, finishing in a time of 27:44:57.
All right. You can, Jamil, before we sign off, and we're going to sign off and pass on the microphone to Topher and Corinne and the rest of the team. We can, you and I are both exhausted, but you can just feel the energy building here at Plattsburgh.
More and more people arriving for sure.
More and more people arriving. I don't know where they're all parking. But man, this is going to be electric. So I'm going to use this opportunity to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you all for being part of the Mountain Outpost broadcast this year at the Western States 100. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. I'm going to hang up my microphone and go out to Pointed Rocks, and we will pass it on to Corinne and Topher and the rest of the team.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Yuki. I'm from Japan. I started trail running 10 years ago, and this is my 10th 100-mile race, which is a special milestone for me. I'm more nervous than usual, but I'm very excited.
I'm Steve Robury, a Brit living in the Truckee Tahoe area. This will be my second time towing the start line. Big shout out to my crew, Steve, Chrissy, Sean, Denver, and my pacers Jeff and Alex, and also to my wife and daughter Belinda and Eva, who put up with all this. And I want to dedicate this race to my sister Ruthie, who's had a terrible time, lost her daughter and her husband recently, and just said goodbye to her dog Jumbo. So love you, Ruthie.
My name is Liz Omat. I'm a hairstylist from San Jose, California, and I'm running Western States 2024. I've been in the lottery since 2017. I was sitting in the auditorium when I got chosen at the lottery in December, and I want to give a shout out to my wonderful husband and my family, my crew, and my awesome pacers, and I'm really looking forward to this experience.
Mika Anderson from Huntsville, Alabama. This is my first time running Western States and my third 100-miler. As the president of the Huntsville Track Club, I'm really looking forward to representing our local running community at Western States this year. I'd also like to thank my husband and my parents for crewing me, and my friends Lauren and Kevin for pacing me. They'll be wearing these shirts, so keep an eye out for them. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at the finish line in Auburn.
Hi, my name's Ryan from Queensland, Australia. This is my first 100-mile ultra and feeling ready after 6 months worth of training. I've done 7 100k races and a bunch of 50k races. I got in after 2 years of entries into Western States. I just want to put a big shout out to Wild Earth and Brody and my wife Amanda for making this happen. Let's go.
My name is Katie Webb. I'm from Davenport, California. Western States will be my first 100-mile race. I'm very excited. I paced my dad to his first 100-mile finish here in 2022. I'm really excited for him to repay the favor this year. I'm going to be racing under the same bib number. I'm really excited to share the trail with him. I'm really excited to spend time with my other pacers and my crew.
My name is Heidi Rounds and I live in Roseville, California, and on Saturday, June 29th, I will be pinning on bib number 57 and running my first Western States. This will be my 5th 100 and most recently the 2023 UTMB. I can't wait to be out there. Western States has been a dream of mine for over 10 years, and this year is the year.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Western States broadcast, coming to you live from Placer High, where it is a balmy what? I mean, it's feeling pretty normal.
It's a pretty normal year.
Yeah. I'm seeing you with your sun shirt. We got our fancy Hoka breathable button-ups. You're looking very fly, Topher, looking very much the runner with the gooder sunglasses.
Well, I mean, we're getting into the the best 2 hours of running in the world, and the excitement here on the track is building. And most importantly, we've got finishers crossing the finish line here at Western States, which is fantastic.
Some wonderful human interest stories, some wonderful humans in general, including we have so many right now that we can cite and provide some color and background to. And joining us in a few minutes after her athlete finishes will be the one and only Corinne Malcolm, fully rested, hopefully, fully caffeinated, and ready to go for the final 2 hours.
Have you had any sleep, Billy?
I was able to close my eyes for maybe 2 hours.
Right on.
But it's kind of interesting, right? The context in which that 2 hours serves, because any other night, you say, I got 2 hours of sleep, and you're like, oh my God, that's horrible. But in the context of a 100-mile race, that's a luxury.
In the context of Western States, you actually got a good night's sleep.
So, Toph, you were out there crewing, pacing maybe, Katie Scheid? I don't know what exactly your formal
We were crew chiefs. Kim and I were crew chiefs to Katie yesterday, and it was an incredible experience. I mean, it's the fastest time I've ever come to the track, and
no headlamps needed, right?
She was calm, cool, collected, and surgical in her approach to the race, and which was just incredible to witness, to experience. It was a privilege to be a part of her team in her journey to Auburn in the second fastest time.
More on
We've
that
got
in a
runner
minute.
coming in now.
Yeah, we have Greg Sinsengrath. I actually know him from Allen, Texas. Bib number, let me see, 308.
308.
And we also have a fellow SoCal guy, Matt Whalen from San Diego, California.
Well, Greg he's from Allen, Texas. And this is the first year he's in the race, but he's had the opportunity to pace and crew twice before, so he'll know what this means to him. And here's a runner coming in. It looks like a new dad bringing in a new member of the family, maybe even
future runner,
twins, perhaps.
Yeah, future runner or runners. To those of you guys in the chat, thank you guys so much. I know people have been watching religiously, red eyes just like us here on the track, but committed nonetheless to seeing every single one of these runners through the finish line. We have over, let me see the numbers here, 3,500 people in the chat. We have raised over $11,000, Toph.
Right on.
11.5.
Well, we appreciate that. We have this runner crossing the finish line, and the generous donations that everyone's providing, Western States, a nonprofit, gives us the opportunity to share every single story from the first to the final finisher. And we appreciate all of your support in donating to our live broadcast. This is a broadcast by the community for the community. And we're able to bring these incredible shots through your generosity out there, checking in with us. And here comes a runner in the home stretch. Beautiful shot coming in to cross the finish line and become a Western States finisher. Just fantastic. Yes, you have made it.
Congratulations. To those of you in the chat, who is with Billy Yang? Oh my God, do you not know the man, the myth, the legend that is Topher Gaylord? Topher Gaylord needs very little introduction around these parts at Placer High School, but maybe take 2 seconds to introduce who you are and your history with this sport and with this race.
Well, I think this is my 27th year a part of Western States. I've been a part of Western States early on as a runner. I've run, taken the start 10 times, finished 7 times. We have, through my career, been sponsors of the Western States 100, and with the North Face, with Montrail, with Mountain Hardware, and now I serve on the board of directors with you, Billy, and just a part of the team that is 1,500 people who bring this event to life, led by Craig Thornley, our race director. And it's just a privilege to be a part of the event and to give back to this community that's given so much to me. And so great to be here and share the stories of all these runners.
Yes, sir, as we look across the track. So
who is this coming in?
This is Mr. John McCune from Fremont, California. John McCune,
And
48
this
years
female
young.
runner here?
That would be Michaela Shremshock.
And what's her number?
Let me see. I have bib number 305, if that does indeed sync up. So a little color on John. After years of inactivity, he wanted to do something that got him moving. He started with half marathons in 2009 and has been running ever since. He's going for his third Western States finish this year, and looks like it is all but in the bag. So as we welcome Michaela and John McCune.
All right, Michaela, you are a Western States finisher. 27:58.
Tell your family, tell your friends, tell them, send them the link to this amazing broadcast to showcase the best of our sport. I'm sure emotions will be high, stoke will be high, but that's what we're here for, the best show on television.
All right, we've got a family affair crossing the finish
That's
line.
John
with a
McCune.
spring in his step.
If you have a runner out there, guys, we should have well over 100 plus runners. We'll get a final stat on that for you. But if you have a runner that's still out there, shout out their name, shout out their bib numbers, and we'll definitely keep an eye on them. Thank you for your generous donation of $51. These donations have been super generous throughout the broadcast. We've seen donations, even if it's $1, we've seen it up to $500, $800 a pop. It's been amazing how supportive this community is. As we welcome in Brant Warner, 46 years young from Mill Valley, California, onto the track.
And I think our screen is on bib 251, if you guys can help spot
And
for us
Stacy
here.
Riddle is also from Alta, California. A lover of all things running and horseback riding. She wrote, trail running makes the most sense when there's no horse.
And
I agree.
What's this runner's number here?
This
Billy?
would be Brant Warner from Gainesville, Georgia.
And what's Brant's bib number? Oh, there we are.
Brant Warner, 348.
348.
From Gainesville, Georgia, who strove for better health and lifestyle change. Started running when he was in his late 20s. Still remembers when he started the first time. He hit 2 miles. Those moments were just as great milestones as running this 100-miler. And run it, he did. He is about to finish his first Western States 100. Congratulations, Brent.
Carrying his flag across the finish line.
Must be a
Sported there with
Georgia
his family.
flag. Maybe people in the chat can help us out. Oh, wow. So Stacy, as we welcome in Brant Warner. So
Right on.
Stacy, who is making the victory lap, health changes, tumors found in her torso prior to UTMB CCC in 2017. Meant immediate surgery that week, but thankfully were not cancerous. She wrote, that's a big life disruptor in your 30s. Thanks to being in ultra shape, I was able to recover pretty quickly while also staying in the races that year. Says she probably wouldn't suggest doing that.
What a message of perseverance.
Oh, it doesn't stop there. Only a year after that, she had a stroke due to septal
This
defect.
is her crossing the finish line here?
Yes, a hole in her heart.
Incredible.
I believe so. Let me see. Oh, no, that is... Was that Brant Warner? Sorry, we're using this new tracking system as we get the ID of the number and the bib as they cross the timing mat here at Placer High School. So if we could get eyes on the drone over the track, maybe she is on here, maybe she's not. Wow, that was quick, guys. Shout out to the production crew, by the way, behind the scenes. Matt Feldick, Zach Marion, Jamil Curry, and a whole host of amazing people behind the scenes in the RV that I'm looking directly at has made this production possible to all you lovely folks watching. Topher, while we have a moment, give us some highlights from yesterday. I'm sure Katie, witnessing her finish, historic finish, was at near the top of the list. Anything else that come to mind?
I mean, what's so impressive, I think, about yesterday is just, or today, the front of the race is how fast it was. I think if you really think about a theme of yesterday, the top 10 men went all in under 15:15, first time ever in Western States history. In the top 10 women lowered that time by 37 minutes. So cumulatively, you had some of the fastest Western States performances in history. There's been a step change, I think, last year on the women's side, transformed what's possible. And it's going to take sub-16 to win this race, I think, and many times in the future. And that was unbelievable until last year. And so there's a huge change there. On the men's side, you now have the 3 fastest men in Western States finishing history, finishing first, second, and third. And that's also just tremendous in terms of the speed and the precision that runners are approaching Western States with now. I mean, it's the cumulative history of learning the sport through a scientific lens, optimizing, learning your body, taking all of the knowledge of the early years of ultra running and tuning that to perfection. That's what we saw. And I think that's going to forever change how this race is run in the future. Very cool.
Transformative.
And no question, you know, the battle between the top 4 runners on the men's side of Jim Walmsley, Rod Farvard, Hayden Hawks, and Danny Jones was just an absolute blow by blow. In particular, Rod and Jim, and Rod really, challenging Jim every step of the way, and then ultimately Hayden literally trying to run down Rod Farvard in the last 100 meters. With only a 16-second separation between second and third place was just tremendous.
Just tremendous, as are these finishers.
We have 28:04 coming in on the final stretch. What is this runner number?
This might be a Polish finisher, if I'm not mistaken, if that's number 53. No, that is not, let me see. That might have been Jeremy Scallon, actually, from Louisville, Colorado. We did have a Polish finisher on the track here. Ernest, I can't even begin to try to pronounce your last name. Mianarczyk from Lodz, Poland. Works offshore on seismic vessels, 4 weeks on.
Here we go,
off.
Ernest. Yeah, here he is.
There he is. He runs mostly on treadmills or on the heli deck if available. This year, He was extremely lucky. His work schedule almost perfectly fit to Western States race day. Signed off the boat on the 7th of June, hit the trails and the sauna the next day to start conditioning my legs, or his legs and body ASAP.
It sounds like he was working on the heat training.
Oh, yeah. He was hoping for a silver buckle, but he'll have to take the bronze today. But finish, as I learned here, finishing past 24 hours can be sweeter sometimes.
I always think a finish at Western States, no matter what the time, is always better than a drop. There's no way that finishing in a day that isn't your day is less sweet than dropping. And so kudos to these guys for digging deep when they didn't think they could finish or it was just too tough for them. And these guys proved that this is a race and a run of perseverance. And self-determination.
I believe that was David Peppelman from Bethesda, Maryland, on screen just there, who just finished. Congratulations. Welcome to Placer High. Welcome to Auburn.
David Peppelman, 48 years old.
The gentleman who just crossed the finish line, I believe. And this might be Ian Jones. Wow, look at that sprint.
I think this is David Peppelman.
This person is Ian Jones, yes, from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay.
David Peppelman just finished.
Ian Jones. You are a Western States finisher, yes.
Oh, I know Ian. Way to go, buddy. Rocking the Path Projects, 47 years young. As we welcome in, let's see who that is. Looking across the track, we see Cynthia Heedy from Shelsbyville, Kentucky, 62 years young. Atta gal, Cynthia. I think we also had Mattia Frigeri from Parma, Italy, who had just finished as well. First 100-mile ever. As we welcome in Jeff Mandrell from Talent, Oregon, 38 years young. I'm going to all call them young because I am old. All right, who do we have on the track here? Yes, I believe that is Jeff Mandrell. Welcome to Placer
Jeff.
High.
It's got a good 100-mile gait rolling in. It's such a satisfying experience to hit that track and just know you will become a Western States finisher and celebrate it with those closest to you. That, you know, it's such a team sport. You have to run every step under your own power, but there's no question you do it alone.
All right, Cynthia.
Right on, Cynthia. Brava.
Shelbyville, Kentucky. Once again, 62 years young.
Wow.
Golfer.
Wow, incredible. Getting a hug by board director and past champion Magda Boulay. Sharing that moment at the finish line is so special. And she looks relaxed, Cynthia. Awesome crew.
All right, we're just over 28 hours here.
And who's this coming in just behind Cynthia?
That would be Jeff Mandrell.
All right, Jeff.
Bib 249 from Talent, Oregon.
Right on, Jeff.
You are a Western States finisher. Way to go, Jeff. Topher, what do you remember about your first Western States finish? When was that? And
well, my first Western States finish was 1998. It was a snow year. We had no crew access until Michigan Bluff. And I remember being in the canyons thinking, oh, no, this is not going well. And I'll never forget Pam Smith. She's an incredible runner. Legendary runner. She and I were sort of trading back and forth, and she said, don't worry, you can get it back. So don't fear that somehow your race is over. And that stuck with me forever. I think this race and 100-mile running, you can hit these deep lows that you think there's no coming back from. And if you just stick with it and you continue to problem solve, you can find a way back into your run and into your race. And I did exactly that. I was able to finish just under 24 hours. I was sort of my signature move here at Western States seems to have been a back from the dead resurrection move. And that first year was the beginning of many times coming here and finding the deepest of lows, but digging out of that hole always to get to the finish line. And so that was probably one of my most memorable moments from that first year. But just that, probably the other indelible moment is when your feet touch this track and you know you've made it. Yeah. It's just an incredible sense of self-actualization in many regards, realizing the potential of the distance.
I feel like I got cheated, though, because the track was getting repaved the year I finished in 2015. So.
Well, Billy, there's an opportunity to come back and feel that that special.
Oh, we got an
surface.
Amsterdam finisher.
All right. What's our number?
Marion Vasil, number 107.
107.
Marion is from Romania, living in the Netherlands. The need to lose weight pushed him into running 10 years ago. He heard about Western States, and for 8 years he's been trying to get in, and now he is on the track for the final stretch of the Western States 100.
All right.
Do you want to do a quick mic test?
I can't hear anything, so I'm unhelpful.
Production studio, if you could just have somebody step out and give us a thumbs up or thumbs down for Corinne's microphone.
We've got Corinne Malcolm in the house for the...
She is unmuted now.
All right,
Yeah, you should
Corinne,
be on.
welcome to the Golden
back.
Hour. You're looking fresh after, I don't know what it was. I think it was 14 hours. No, it was like 17, 18 hours for you and Dylan.
Yeah.
You're looking as spry this morning as I've ever seen you the morning after.
Almost 19 hours of coverage, and I'm back for Golden Hour. I've already cried for runners coming onto the track. I got to give some hugs this morning, and I cannot wait to welcome every single finisher in to the Placer High School track.
Right on. We're in the energy is building.
That is our runner from Amsterdam, Marion.
All right, Marion.
Oh, we have a Squamish, British Columbia finisher, Tyler Rogers, crossing the finish line. What's that about? On the track, we have Abby McKee from right here in Rockland, California. There she is.
This is the time of day where we have 3, 4, 5, 6 runners on the track at a time, and it is so exciting. Standing out just outside the track, getting to welcome every single runner there. We've got volunteers who've been here all night.
Yes.
Running them in. It is truly magical. We have more coffee in the house.
Lovely. Speaking of volunteers, shout out to everyone who's helped out at the live broadcast, into the deep recesses of the morning, early hours, and of course to our wonderful volunteer coordinator, Katie Whiteman. Thank you for everything you do for this race and for the broadcast.
We're not on camera, so you're fine. You're safe. It looks like this. Thank you. My dad says hi. He says you're doing so great. Topher says thank you for coffee. Bye, Steph. Thank you.
There she is, Abby McKee.
Abby McKee, you are a Western States finisher. Yes. Yes. I love to see that. Energy at the finish line.
On the track here, rounding the turn is Jonathan Tanner, bib number 329 from Fort Collins, Colorado. Wanted to shout out Tammy.
Here we've got a runner coming in. I think this is John. I didn't catch his last name.
Jonathan Tanner.
Jonathan Tanner.
One of the Fort Collins, Colorado athletes making their way in.
Question was posed why he started running. His answer was quite terse. Something to do after college.
I think we can all relate to that.
Sometimes it's just that simple.
A shot of the White Bridge. This represents a half mile to go on the course. And this is always that there is no more uphill. It's all downhill to the track, half mile, quarter mile to the track, and then one lap around the track. So this is an iconic symbol in the race, and it really is the final piece.
Have to shout out Steve Powell in the chat. Donated $50 to the Western States Endurance Run Foundation. Thank you so much for supporting us and the broadcast.
I was just up by Roby Point.
Up by Roby
and
Point.
There are so many people out. People in yards, people have music going. It's truly a party atmosphere.
Yeah, it's cool.
Really
So
special.
Roby Point is where you come off the trail for the final time, and you enter the back roads of Auburn, and that was where Corinne just was, and our shot just was, and also just a moment for the runner to just know you have made it to Auburn. And here we've got another runner coming in, crossing our mat.
Elizabeth Onga of San Jose, California, making her way to the track. She is going to be a Western States finisher.
Right on, right here, just 2 hours away from Auburn. Sneaking in before the heat gets too hot here today. It's warming up on the track, but it's still quite pleasant.
Yeah, got into running as part of health and sobriety and has been sober since 2012. Opened her own business last May, and she's here to make her family and friends proud.
Congratulations, Elizabeth.
She doesn't consider running a challenge. It is pure joy. Pure joy.
I think we can all relate to that.
I mostly relate to that. But there she is, taking her victory lap. I have to say, speaking of the White Bridge, I attempted to hang with the incredible Rachel Drake yesterday as she was finishing in her top 10 finish, and oh my God, I was one and done after that.
Well,
She had some
she's not an
legs.
easy one to keep up with, and
Even after spotting me 99 miles, Silver, either I'm incredibly out of shape or she is.
well,
incredibly
100
fit.
miles leg speed is incredible. As you see Elizabeth
Oh, yeah.
coming down here, the finishing straight, she looks like she's just out for
Take
a
it
morning
all in.
5K.
Take it all in.
Yes, soak it all in. All right, Elizabeth, you're a Western States finisher. Boom. Nothing like being greeted by a Olympic marathon.
Oh, look. I thought she was going to do a
champion
push-up.
board member. Well, she is.
Like a half push-up. Congratulations.
Western States
Elizabeth.
champion there, Magda Boulay.
Love it.
Ready to give her finishing medallion.
San Jose zone. We also have Andres Hernandez rounding the track as we do.
This Andres Hernandez?
This is Nadine Bennett. One of- Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
Carolina on
All
the
right,
track.
Carolina.
Rubio Macrite making her way around the track, finishing with friends and family. We are so excited for Carolina, one of the Hoka athletes in the race. Carolina, you're going to be a Western States finisher.
She does so much for the community. I hope she's feeling the love and energy from the community giving back here on the track, and the energy of just finishing with family and friends in tow. And she's been such an inspiration for us over the Western States Week and our opportunity to learn her story.
Yeah, she runs a foundation called Touching Lands, which we've been collecting shoes for all week. They bring them down to the
Cool.
border. She works extensively with immigrants to the U.S. and using running as a foundational way to understand their rights and understand, get back to a sense of community as well.
Incredible cause. This is Bogey from Boulder, Colorado, 49 years young.
Yeah, we've had 205 runners through Roby Point right now.
Wow.
All right,
205?
This is where the bubble comes.
All right, 38 over
Here we
38.
have Carolina just behind. Who's our runner right in front of Carolina?
I believe this is Nadine Bennett.
Nadine Bennett.
From London.
Nadine Bennett from London. We had 102 international starters, and here is Carolina. Yes. Little kick across the finish line. Embracing with Western States Board President Diana Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, an incredibly special moment to get to welcome Carolina in to the finish line here.
She looks fresh, huh?
Yeah, an immigrant herself from Colombia, and part of her running journey has really been this expression of freedom. And so getting to express that freedom here for 28 and a half hours, just under 28 and a half hours, is pretty darn special. I think this is Forbes Guthrie on the track, making his way around 51 years old, going to become a 2024 Western States finisher.
Forbes Guthrie.
There's SCOOP President Magdalena Boulay welcoming her athlete into the finish line. Definitely have some human interest stories out there, including Mr. Will Barkin, the first legally blind runner to attempt to finish Western States.
And Corinne, Will is your athlete. You've been coaching him.
I'm not nervously refreshing anything.
Has he crossed Pointed Rocks yet?
28 hours and 22 minutes, 48 seconds unofficially. Congratulations, Forbes.
Forbes got a great shirt. He's rocking the great shirt there. Congratulations, Forbes, from Aptos, California, in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
All right, looking across the track, I see another runner about to take the victory lap around Placer High School. That is Jeff Boot from Sacramento, California. Just out for a casual Sunday stroll around Placer High School.
He's just rolling right in.
That is one impressive handheld. What is that? It almost looks like a thermos bottle. I guess that's one way to keep your water cold. Jeff, flanked by his pacer, taking the victory lap around Placer High School. Let's give him a nice round of applause, folks.
I believe we have probably 12 or 13 runners that we're still looking for to come through Pointed Rocks.
Pointed Rocks.
Right now, yeah.
Before the cutoff.
Before the cutoff, yep.
There he is. While we have a moment,
All
Corinne,
right,
I asked
Jeff.
Topher some of his highlights for this past year. No doubt it's sure to be replaced by something new in the final hour, but until then, what's been your highlight so far from this year?
It's really hard to comprehend everything that happened yesterday because it was just absolutely exceptional running on all sides. And then it is really, really cool to get to continue to watch runners make their way in here because it turns out it doesn't matter if it took you 14 hours and 13 minutes or if it takes you 29 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. They're all really, really special performances. People fought through the heat yesterday. They fought through the night last night. Their teams have been awake for a very long time. We had to pivot getting to some aid stations yesterday, late in the day, before things kind of normalizing again out there. And I just think all the runners had to really roll with it, literally. And I think that they're all very, very impressive.
I was just handed a note. We have 16 currently en route to the finish from Roby Point. 107 still on course with 90 minutes to go.
I'm feeling a nail biter coming this year again.
The floodgates are open, and the place to be is the high school track. Another runner making his way onto the track.
Adam Dickerson from Belmont, North Carolina.
38 years old. So we asked all these runners what motivated you to start running, and his response was, I got cut in tryouts from the middle school soccer team, and the coach said I was fast and should try cross country. I honestly, there are so many people here who can 100% relate to that they weren't really good at ball sports, but they could run.
Yeah.
How many midfielders are out here right now?
Exactly.
I can't relate. All my coaches just told me to give up sports. But this has been a part of his mental health journey, and so that's been Adam's why. for running, and he's doing this as part of working on himself and his healing. Hope that finish line is the most healing finish of all, because you're about to finish the historic, the original Western States 100. Congratulations, Adam. And we have a whole entourage hitting the track now.
For Rachel Sherbert, I think, entering the track, Folsom, California, 29 years old. Rachel Sherbert is making her way around the back bend with maybe the entire town of Folsom joining her.
Corinne, just to color and piggyback off what you said, the performances these past 2 years in particular have just been bananas. On the female side, I mean, we had somebody like Anna Loudon finish in 17 high, and that placed her, what, 11th, 12th?
I mean, the M11 missed the top 10 by less than a minute, and they ran just over 15 hours. So performances on both sides were stunning yesterday.
Yeah, any other year, most years, something in the 17s would land you in the top 5, easily top 10, but...
So we have 5 runners on the track right now. So behind Rachel Sherbert, we have Travis, Lilies, Lyles, Pete McHugh, and Colton Gerhart are all on the track. This is what this whole next 90 minutes is going to be like, folks. 4, 5, 6, 10 runners on the track at a time. We've got another family entering the track with their runner. So one of the runners on the track right now, Travis Lyles, Pete McHugh, talking about challenge in life. There's a while back where he might have to quit running altogether. Feet were in terrible pain. Got surgery. He's back here completing 100 miles.
Dropped 70 extra pounds in high school.
So impressive. Brennan Henning also now on the track. Okay, we have 6 or 7 runners all in the final 300 meters. Add an 8th runner to that list because Latvia has entered the track.
Right on.
With Juris Denzins making it over from Sigulda, Latvia. I've actually been to Sigulda, Latvia. 43 years old, Latvia entering the chat. One of our international runners making their way to the finish line as well.
We also have Brennan Henning on the track. A young buck, 25 years old, from Stanton, Virginia, running since middle school, track, but the amazing ultra running club at Virginia Tech. Is there ultra running clubs now in college? Got him on the trails.
Yeah, that's who's on our screen right now. That is Brennan Henning making his way.
Who is this?
Brennan Henning.
While we have a quick minute, we're going to throw to Mr. Chris Wharton hanging out at one of the aid stations. Chris, give us an update.
Brennan got in with 1 lottery ticket.
Brennan actually got in with 1 lottery ticket. So those of you who were wondering, are the odds there? Can I get in? Not only can you get in, you can become a Western States finisher. Congratulations, Brennan.
We'll pause on throwing to Chris at the moment, unless the production studio tells me otherwise.
Brennan, you're a finisher.
Shout out to the East Coast, or Beast Coast, I should.
They're coming in fast and furious here. Looks like we've got another international runner.
Yep, that's Juris from Latvia, from Sigulda, Latvia, making his way in.
So from the Baltics, from the cool temps in the Baltic region of Europe.
Luottalabi, Juris, Luottalabi.
Juris got into running to be in motion, to explore and discover new places, to be with like-minded friends. You certainly are here at Placer High with about, what would you say, 1,000, 1,500 of your closest running friends.
if you meet some volunteers out there too, you get extra friends.
Here we are coming up into Roby Point. That's the final piece of trail in just over 1 mile to the finish there.
Just wanted to give a huge thanks and shout out to his trail running community in Sukulda, Latvia for doing it together every Monday all year long.
Who do we have on the track here?
Oh my God, this is Paul Olson.
Yep.
Paul Olson
Spring
from
Lake Park, Minnesota.
So Paul and Paul reached out to me to become a mentor. He runs a film and video program at his high school, and I was fortunate enough to be a mentor to one of the kids, albeit virtually.
He started running in college, yeah? Worked at the
so.
ski hut with Scott Jurek, and he started getting into trail running before he took off. He's from Minnesota.
He is every bit Minnesota nice.
He says, my family is always and will be my why. I want to be a positive force in all aspects of their life and inspire them to be their best selves.
Yeah, and I love this. Billy mentioned mentoring with him, and he said, I've made connections with Billy Yang and others to help inspire the younger generation and their storytelling abilities with video and podcasting. I use the platform to showcase the greatness that this community inspires in others in so many ways through these outlets.
What a great representative of the sport. It's incredible.
The tears are starting in studio.
No, not yet. Not yet. But I do have something in my throat. Congratulations, Paul Olson.
Right on, Paul.
From Minnesota, all the way from Minnesota to Placer High, Auburn.
Thank you, Paul, for your inspiration.
Also on the track behind Paul, we've got Rosalia, it looks like, waiting from Brazil. So another one of our international athletes working their way around the track to finish here at Placer High School.
I know she was one of our video submissions.
Rosalia,
she has been dreaming about running Western States for years. She is an architect and runs every day to work.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
Okay, I believe that might be Chris's audio. If you guys have that connected and you're ready to throw, just ring me in my ear at any points.
That was Rosalia's 12th. This is her 12th 100-mile finish.
Yeah, I love that she's a run commuter. 8K into work, 8K home from work. Here to celebrate with her husband, Andre, and their 8-year-old daughter.
All right. Who do we have here at the finish? Oh, this is our Latvian runner getting their finish line cameo. Yes, make sure you get that shot.
Okay, while we have a moment, we're gonna throw to Chris real quick. Chris, what do you got for us?
All right, guys. All right, Billy, I got it real quickly. I know you've got a lot going on. We have 6 runners that we are expecting to see here, and I know we've got 6 minutes to see them because they got to be in by 40 after. One of those happens to be our blind runner, Will Barkin. I spoke with his crew, and they said that he's feeling a little bit rough, but as long as he gets here, they can work their magic. So that's what we're looking at. 6 minutes to go, 6 runners left to see.
Right on. We appreciate the update, Chris. And that update came from Pointed Rocks. There's 6 minutes to go for that time cutoff. Will Barkin is right on that bubble coming in, feeling it, but we're hoping he gets in and gets that opportunity to make this final hour and 25 minutes to get to the track here in Auburn. We got 6 runners with 6 minutes to go.
Take your time, Rosalia. You will make it under 30 hours, barring anything tragic here. Soak it all in.
Yeah, she's just soaking it in on the backside of the final 200 meters.
Lauren Lewis has entered the track. Lauren Lewis, 52, from San Jose.
All right.
Started running when Lauren turned 40 and knew I needed something to keep himself healthy and out of trouble.
The biggest challenge in life, in running, is inevitable decline, embracing what is ahead instead of mourning the loss of the past. That's his why.
A runner named Tony is on the entrance list this year, but died suddenly only a couple weeks before the race. He will never get to run Western States. The race has asked me, as one of their captains, to carry Tony's bib over the course and to send it back to his family. I need to finish so that I can send them my buckle along with it.
All right.
What a critical mission.
So,
and Tony,
to those of you who may not be aware, Tony, to his friends and family, Lounsbury of Lake St. Louis, Missouri, passed away unexpectedly and suddenly. As I believe we do have eyes. If we could go real quick to Will Barkin. I believe we did have eyes on Will Barkin at Point of Rocks, if I'm not mistaken.
So was that Lauren that crossed the finish line there? Carrying Tony's?
No, not yet. I don't believe. I believe Lauren has longer black hair, at least according to his bib photo, and one of the aid station captains.
And here we are on screen right now. We're climbing up out of Roby Point. This is a runner with a lot of purpose in her step, driving up.
But yes, really quickly, Tony Lounsbury passed away unexpectedly in early June. Got into the race. So we take a look at...
He had been attempting to get into the race for over 8 years and finally earned his spot and unexpectedly passed just 3 weeks ago. And Lauren now is carrying his bib. It's a traditional thing we have done in the past where Tony will cross this finish line. His bib in spirit will cross this finish line, and he'll have his moment to run Western States.
We have gotten word from Pointed Rocks that Will is in and out of that aid station, so he is clear of the cutoff there by just a couple of minutes. It's going to be a nail biter as we wait here on the track for all of our finishers that are still out there, all of our runners that are still out there to finish here. There are many, many runners fighting tooth and nail to get here. That Pointed Rocks cutoff is coming up in just about 90 seconds. We do know that our visually impaired runner, Will Barkin, bib number 83, has made it through that aid station, and he is pushing on to join us here on the track.
Oh, this is going to be a nail biter.
Just to finish up on Tony Lounsbury, and if I could ask the studio to cut to his...
There's Lauren there on No Hands Bridge, carrying Tony's bib with him. And Lauren is one of our aid station captains.
Yes, sir. So just shy of turning 46. Tony
right.
passed away. Tony was a beloved husband, father, son, brother, and friend. He was a proud veteran. Tony served in the United States Marine Corps from January 1997 to September of 2002. I had the wonderful pleasure of talking to his lovely wife, Amy Lounsbury, and his 2 wonderful kids that he leaves behind. They wanted me to let everyone know that Tony lived out his purpose daily by being so laser focused on those runs, but somehow was just as focused at loving his family, his employees, and friends equally well. Being a good human, this is something that she and his good friend Ed underscored. Just being a good human really sums up how he approached everything in life. He was a fierce protector, provider, encourager, and Amy wanted all. And and she said they will all carry his big voice and heart with them for always. Both, if you have the...
Thank you for that, Billy.
If you have the image of Tony Lounsbury, please throw it up if you can. If not, we will move on. As we take a look out on the track there. Oh, my friend Wayne Chan is on the track, 162. Way to go, Wayne, from Westboro, Massachusetts. There's Wayne right there. Attaboy. Welcome to Placer High, my friend. So good to see you here. Wayne and his lovely wife were also at my wedding last year and carved out the dance floor with us. A wonderful father, doctor, friend to us all, Wayne Chan. Welcome to Placer High, my friend. You are a Western States finisher.
Yes. You know, the finish line is always a demonstration that ultra running in Western States is a team sport. No one gets across that finish line without the support and passion of the volunteers, family, friends, crews, pacers.
I can step back.
Oh, we have a leaner. Wow, wow, wow. We had Chloe Brooks and Paula Hamilton just crossed the finish line. Okay, so we're looking at image. Oh.
Right here?
Yes, please.
Oh. I'm a little wobbly.
Yeah. Excuse.
Hey, thanks.
So
That's probably my fault.
That's okay. Go ahead and grab that mic. In studio with us, we have Lauren Lewis. Lauren, we're told you work in aid station here.
Yeah, I'm. This is my third year as co-captain at Duncan Canyon.
Tell us what it meant to you today to carry Tony's bib.
So a couple of the main things. Number one, it reminds you how lucky you are that you're still out here running. And so that dials up the gratitude for Western States quite a bit. Because Tony can't run anymore. And the other thing is, it's such an honor to be picked. You know, like they put their faith and trust in me to get it done. So between honoring Tony and being honored by Western States, it's pretty amazing.
I mean, we can't thank you enough for being the person who stewarded Tony's bib all the way to the finish line. And I love the pin you have on here. It says, "Keep soaring for Tony."
That was from my first pacer that got me down to the river. She made that for me and Tony.
Lauren, did you get a chance to speak to either Amy, his lovely wife, or to his friend Ed? And
no,
maybe that's a call you make now.
I hope those are voices I hear one day soon.
Well, we run for 1,000,001 reasons. The ultra running community is like none other. One of the best I've ever come across, and for you to do this to a stranger, but as you know, and as we all know, having lost somebody, how close you carry that with you and how much more it means to you. And to your point, the gratitude you feel about our ability to still be able to do this makes it that much more special.
And Billy, when somebody taps you on the shoulder and asks you to do something that's that meaningful and that's that important, it's weird to be thanked for it. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, thank you for picking me. Thank you for giving me this responsibility. Thank you for giving so much more meaning to my race.
Well, thank you for having the perseverance to make sure you cross that finish line together with Tony's bib, because running 100 miles is never easy.
That's right.
Even with all the inspiration
That's right.
in the world.
We know that.
And thank you for everything you do for all of the runners as an aid station captain. That is an enormous responsibility.
That's another fun job.
Yeah. You got a good one. I'm sure they were taking good care of you at Duncan Canyon as you came through the high country.
You better believe it. I should give a shout out to my co-captain Christina Irvin, who's been doing it. I think this is my third year. She's been doing it for 10. So Christina and Lauren at Duncan Canyon.
Right on. Well, you were in good hands and stewarded all the way from start to finish. And Lauren, thank you again. It's so cool.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks so much.
get some rest and
Will do.
and get some hydration. But you look great.
There's Tony there on screen.
So these are images of Tony here.
Dedicated father of two, as we look at Ryan Miller crossing the finish line. We also have Carol Youngblood. If you guys remember from our reels, Carol Youngblood is.
And we did hear from Tony's friends that this was such a meaningful race for him to have been able to enter. And with Lauren carrying his bib, this is in honor of his memory.
Much
and he'll
love.
forever soar over the Western States Trail.
Much love to Amy and his two kids and all the lovely people that he leaves behind.
Thank you, Tony, for the inspiration. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks. Good to see you guys. Thanks for all you do, too.
You bet.
So we. Okay, we just missed the gaggle finishers as we were chatting and honoring Tony. From Wayne Chan, my friend, to Sean Belling, Sarah Chrissy Williams, Chloe Brooks, Paula Hamilton, the aforementioned Ryan Miller, Andrew Ruthenbeck, Carol Youngblood. Quite the character. Hope you got to meet Sally McRae and get your vomit bag signed. Craig Betts, Jeff Rowthorne, and Bruce Wynn are also on the track. That looks like Bruce Wynn right there. From Citrus Heights, California.
Is Corinne's mic on?
Both of you can double check on Corinne's microphone, please. Thank you.
Back in booth to welcome all of our remaining runners in.
Bruce Wynn.
Entering golden hour as we speak. I feel like all of us up here celebrate kind of an extended golden hour. I feel like the last 3 hours are truly magical. But again, in the next 10 minutes, we'll be entering golden hour, which is the final hour of the Western States 100-mile race.
Oh, it's the best. So Bruce Wynn, who we see coming in here, first it was to correct his unhappy habits. This is how he got into running and life choices in the past. Second, how far I can challenge myself mentally and physically. And what's been his biggest what's his why? Because I know I can add. Because I know I can. Through this challenge, I want to inspire my family, friends, and others that anything is possible. Well, you're just a Western States finisher, and you're expanding the world a little bit more for those around you. Thank you, Bruce.
You know, as we celebrate these athletes and the amazing feats and accomplishments, it does, stories like Tony Lounsbury does give you pause and just makes you want to take a moment to be grateful for not only this community, but this wonderful group of people, a race that's founded and run by volunteers, from the live broadcast to every aid station workers working tirelessly to make sure you get to this point right here at Placer High School.
Yeah, we have
what the sport's all about.
We've got 216 finishers in thus far. We've got 16 athletes between Robie Point and the finish line as we speak.
Oh, boy.
On the track right now, this is Sam
Fiandanca
of Forest Hill, California.
All right. Sam, I mean, Forest Hill, that's our 62-mile aid station, 100K aid station. So he'll be no stranger to the trail in this area, but obviously exciting to be a Western States finisher here at 52 years old. All right, Sam, bringing it on home in 28:51. All right.
Oh, this is Heba Hefsi, a Coup-sponsored athlete. We've featured her
Heba.
piece.
She ran the race in her hijab.
Yeah, she got a custom hijab made for all the crazy running that she likes to do.
Into Magda, one of her good friends, I feel like, in her Western States journey. Making it in ahead of golden hour. Also on the track, we've got both Ken Wyben and Eric Washhausen. Ken of Sherwood, Wisconsin in the house, making
All right.
Wisconsin proud, making this Wisconsin
Ken
girl
Wyben.
proud. Also, Eric of Prairie Grove, Arkansas on the track. Both of them will be Western States finishers in 2024.
All right, Eric. Ken.
Quick correction, Carol Youngblood unfortunately had to drop. Was listed, I had to look at her status there, but I hope at the very least you got your vomit bag signed, Carol. It was a pleasure to meet you in Olympic Valley as we welcome in this Eric Washhausen.
All right, Eric. You are a Western States finisher. Yes. Who do we have coming in here? Behind Eric.
That might either be...
Peter Lawson, maybe at Burlington, Vermont.
Or that might have been Eric. And the gentleman before, Kevin Wyblin. That looks like Eric.
Yep, that looks like Eric Washhausen of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Right to Magda for that medal. It's not real until then.
Hard Rock has a rock to kiss. We have a Magda to hug. All right, chat, let's keep the cheers going as we welcome in all these amazing athletes in the final hour.
We're coming in
5 minutes.
1 hour and 5 minutes to get yourself to Auburn. Yes, you are a Western States finisher, and we thank everyone out there listening in. It's with your generous donations that make this live broadcast possible. And this is a live broadcast by the community for the community, and thank you for your generous donations to ensure we can bring these incredible images to you from the first to the final finisher.
I love these shots out from on our way in from Ruby Point because it's definitely not all downhill. You definitely have some rollers to make your way here.
No, that is the top of the absolute, truly final little rise in the race, and this runner just finding that source of energy to tap it up to the top here and back to Roby Point now,
Yep.
right?
Yep, this is Ruby Point, that final aid station. This runner's moving really well, actually, on our screen right now.
Looking good.
I was going to say, it could feel like Everest going up it, but whoever that was,
I
handled it like it was nothing.
I distinctly remember running and thinking I was absolutely hammering my way in. And then I looked to my side, and my friend Pete, who's probably 200 pounds, was running in flip-flops next to me. And I was like, maybe I'm not running that fast after all.
Wow.
I was convinced I was flying.
I'm sure you were flying. I'm just sure that he was just deciding, I'm not going to get dropped. I don't care. Even in flip-flops, I'm going to make my way. Here we go. Some runners making their way onto the track.
To be Angela Ritchie, 54 years young, from Cameron Park, California. And before that, we saw somebody from Vancouver, my wife's birthplace, Young Chun Chang. Let me try that again. Bad Asian Billy. Young Chuang Chen from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Gonna need your help at the award ceremony.
I'm going to get my card revoked.
Yeah, Angela Ritchie, one of our race admin spots into the race, which are largely given
Very
out
cool.
to the different volunteer groups that make this race possible.
That's right.
Those folks that have been working at the aid stations for 10, 20, 25 years, making sure that we all make it safely from Olympic Valley here to Auburn. More runners entering the track as we speak.
And more donations. Omar, thank you for your amazing donation of $100 to the Western States Endurance Foundation. We are officially over 13,000 as Young is officially a Western States finisher.
Yes.
Snuck it under 29 too.
Yeah, so this is Angela Ritchie rounding the corner for home.
Right on, Angela. Look at that smile on her face.
This will be her first Western States finish. Officially going to be a 2024 Western States 100-mile finisher. Cameron Park, California, Angela Ritchie.
She's just rolling right in. I think she could go further, but she'll be happy to be finished right here. Right on, Angela.
Also on the track, we've got Vince Molsky of Sammamish, Washington, just down the street from Seattle. Sammamish, Washington, represented on the track as we speak. Getting those high fives in, feeling the energy here.
Vince is from Squamish and
Sammamish.
Sorry, Sammamish.
Yeah,
Whoa.
has been recovering from an ankle surgery back in 2019. Was worried about not having the strength and confidence in his ankle to be able to do what he used to do. And having to be careful on the terrain has been a struggle. But you know what? Made quick work of that terrain. Also said that they're wise. I've spent many years waiting to get into Western States. They've run many miles and many hours waiting for this moment. And having spent a lot of money over the years to have an opportunity to run Western States, all of this is totally worth it to be part of a select and prestigious group of my running peers and community to be a finisher at this historic event.
Right on, Vince.
As we have eyes on, I believe this is Zach Lundgren from Minneapolis, Minnesota, doing a Sunday morning track workout, looking as spry as he started in Olympic Valley. Great turnover, great arm swing, relaxed shoulders.
This will be Zach's first finish here at Western States. Getting drawn this year with 128 tickets in the lottery. Making his way home.
Right on, Zach.
Man, we have three or
Looking
four
good.
athletes on the track right now. Behind Zach Lundgren, we have Soren Hansson Mortensen of Copenhagen,
Soren
Denmark.
made it.
Yep, on the track right now.
Soren, we also featured him on our Instagram, the official Western Saints Instagram reel from Copenhagen, Denmark. Found out at a party, I believe.
His why is he appreciates so much that he's been given the opportunity to run this race, that someone will have to drag me off the course before I stop. Well, you've made it. I am so impressed by all the work my crew and pacers put into this, so I really want to finish this race for them.
And it also helps when Billy Yang tells me to finish the race like he did at Javelina last year.
We share some
Right on.
miles out there.
Right on.
Oh, Soren.
Right on, Soren.
I think this is a first. We're playing. Your TV is not broken. He is not playing in reverse. Just over 29 hours.
Is that our first official golden hour finisher?
Okay. Right on.
Making it happen. We have entered golden hour, the final hour.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
This is where I'm already getting, my palms are getting more sweaty now.
You don't want to see our heart rate on the monitor. Jake Thornton is also on the track right now, 34 years old, from Birmingham, Alabama, making his way to the finish line.
Shout out Alabama.
Right on, Jake.
Bib 222.
As we catch more runners on the visual, cresting that mammoth mountain on Roby Point.
That was one of our Slovakian athletes actually making their way over to us from Roby Point on our screen recently. We just had Martin Urbanik from Slovakia. We'll be waiting here at the track for him to make his way there. Again, another 128 tickets in the lottery.
Wow.
I keep putting in. Craig keeps not drawing me. I don't know why. I think it's
every year. Well, I don't know what we do
conspiracy.
if you get pulled here, Corinne. We'd have a hole.
That's not happening on my watch.
No.
All right, I'm sorry.
Well, we'll keep. Every year you're getting more and more ticket counts here, Corinne. So one year is gonna be your year again.
You're saying there's a chance.
Always. Yeah, you cannot not put in.
Yeah, it's like I do this. I might as well put in for the lottery.
You know it.
We're watching runners come across the famous no hands bridge.
Oh, look at that shot.
That thing is beautiful no matter what time of day you're on it.
I love it.
I've come across it pacing in the morning. I've come across it running in the dark. It's independent of how you do it.
Is there a time of day that inspires you most?
Honestly, someday I hope that I'm like chasing it towards sunset. If I can run just a little bit faster.
Right on, Corinne. I like that.
As we get eyes on
Runners
Jamie
onto
Rickard.
the track here.
West Virginia, Morgantown, West Virginia, Jamie Rickard.
Jamie.
West
I
Virginia.
just had to highlight our incredible volunteers.
Jamie Rickard. All right. Started running due to COVID shutting gyms down, so relatively new, and fell in love with the trail. Tried signing up for a 50K in 2020. It was canceled. Then tried for a 50-miler. It was canceled. Signed up for the first 100-mile race in West Virginia in November of 2020.
West Virginia.
Yeah, the track, the chat says that I'm not allowed to run either. So.
Sorry. Well, maybe that'll be your secret weapon for getting pulled. Jamie has so many whys, but first the goal is always to finish what I've started. I want to see the face of my wife, Tara, at the finish line and let her know all the sacrifices that she has made to make this journey worthwhile. And that's a great reminder that, there's so many around the runner that are sacrificing themselves to
Indeed.
enable that opportunity and privilege for the runner to run the race itself.
Indeed. Go team. Trail running is a team sport.
We've made that very clear this week.
The crowds are starting to go wild here in the golden hour.
Yeah, there's almost never a lull this time of day. We're going to start really working through our remaining runners.
How many runners do we have on course, Corinne?
That involves public math, Billy. Let's see who's made it through Pointed Rocks as our cutoff point. So our cutoff at Pointed Rocks was approximately 25 minutes ago. We have 294 runners out there. William Barkin and Marcy Beard being the last two runners, I believe, to make it through that aid station. It looks like actually
Pointed
Lindsay.
Rocks?
This is Pointed Rocks. So our last three runners at Pointed Rocks were Will Barkin, Marcy Beard, and Lindsay Yang, I believe, also
At 9:40,
was
so that's
allowed
an
out of
hour
the
and 20
course.
minutes to make it basically roughly 10K. A little less.
It's going to be a push. You got to get up those big climbs coming into Roby Point, but then you just got to be ready to grind on the road there. So that was 200. We'll call it 295 runners out on course, and we have 228 here thus far. So we've got a good number of runners yet to welcome in this final hour. We're talking one a minute, more or less, between now
Right
and the end
on.
of the race.
The runners coming in now still have a bit of a buffer. They can celebrate with ease, but the tension builds here as we get closer to that back half of the golden hour. And who's this runner here coming in?
This is Andreas Holland. Let's see if we could dig up some information on him.
Andreas.
Yeah, we're waiting to
From
welcome
Germany.
67
All right,
runners
Andreas.
are still on course.
Andreas is one of our 102 international runners, the largest percentage of international runners we've ever had in the Western States field.
And it looks like Samantha Carney is also on the track now.
Samantha Carney from Pennsylvania. And her why is, it's a dream come true to be running to Auburn. I want to show all that it is possible to believe in the human spirit and strive for your dreams, because everything is possible.
Yeah, I think on the track right now we've got Samantha Carney, Jonathan Strong, Brent Williams,
wow,
and Andreas Colhund.
Get loud, folks, get loud.
All right. I mean, that if you can be here in Auburn, get here. People are literally running across the track right now to see the finish line. If not, tune in here and we'll bring this to you live.
Yeah, that's Samantha right there.
That's Samantha.
Yep, so I think we just saw Jonathan Strong come across. We got Samantha Carney making her way around. We've got Rebecca Winter making her way onto the track, as well as Mike Whalen. We've got 4 more runners on the track right now.
They're coming in hot and furious.
Rebecca Winter from Reno, Nevada, part of the Silver State Striders, put on the aid station at Forest Hill. She got this year's volunteer spot as we welcome in.
There we go, waiting for her moment.
There we go.
All right, Rebecca.
The unbelievable
Looks
group
great.
of trail runners makes Reno feels more like home than anywhere she's lived.
That's Samantha Carney across the line. Rebecca will be around in the back corner of
Okay.
the track here. We've got, like I said, 4 or 5 runners all on the track at once. So we just welcomed in Samantha Carney of Pennsylvania.
This must be Mike
I think
Whalen.
that's Mike Whalen. There's
There she
Miss
is.
Rebecca Winter.
All right. She's part of our Silver State Striders.
Volunteer spot into the race.
Right on.
She wants to thank her husband, Chris Winter, who's her biggest fan. Shout out to her pacers, Bree and Caitlin. Also to her crew, Michael and Sean, as we welcome in.
You got to remember that every single person that's been out here this entire time, those crews, those pacers, those kids. I've been running into many crews today where I said, hey, how much you sleep? And they said, I've gotten an hour of sleep. And I was like, we're all running on fumes a little bit around here this morning.
Yes, we are.
Here we've got a runner coming up out of Roby Point. Again, that's 1 mile, 1.1 mile to go. Climbing up, final piece of dirt is done. You're into the back roads of Auburn. And he's moving with purpose up through this final big climb up to Roby Point and into the track here in Auburn.
We've had 255 runners make their way through Roby Point of what we believe is 295 runners on course. We're looking for 40 more runners to make their way through Roby Point.
Right on, okay. In 50 minutes. Do we know who this runner is here? Can we catch a number there? Roby
No
Point?
visuals on the bib. So we have almost 5,000 people watching the chat. Let's continue to grow this thing. Let's continue to get loud. Whether you're here at Placer or cheering virtually.
Ken Ward. That may be Ken Ward coming up. It
Yeah.
did look like Ken Ward, and he's going for his 10th Western States finish. He's also 67 years old. Yeah, we think that was Ken Ward.
Okay.
And going for his 10th Western States, he'll be getting that coveted 1,000-mile buckle, and he'll also. It's impressive here. It's 67 years old, coming in the golden hour to get it done.
Mass finishers on the track right now. We've got Matt Elam on the track. We've got Jay Winnock on the track. We've got Justin Galbraith on the track. It is a who's who of golden hour finishers.
Look at that. Justin Galbraith of Brighton, Illinois, began running to lose weight. At one point weighing over 300 pounds. Running's been an outlet for him to manage stress, maintain physical wellness, and build better sorts of friendships and memories.
Yes, you are a Western States finisher. And right behind.
Oh, look at that. How adorable is that?
We got a family finishing.
We got a little mini parade of 3.
That's probably Justin coming across this family.
All right.
His wife, Leah, their 5-year-old daughter, Kaylee.
All the families.
His dream of finishing Western States over a decade in the making.
Yeah, on the track as well are Sarah Slater and Joanne. Is Joanne the Joanne?
Who?
We've got a Joanne on the track. Is that Tim's Joanne?
Good question.
But she's on the track. That's Tim's Joanne, right? She's in the race admin spot? It's got to be. The medical volunteer that didn't cut.
She just crossed.
She just crossed.
Yeah. I mean, she crossed the timing match, so she's in here.
Oh, and we have coming in here the medical director. Yeah, you're exactly right. This is Andy Pasternik's
Andy Pasternik's
Joanne.
wife.
That is our
right there,
Joanne.
crossing the finish line, and she is a Western States
All right,
finisher.
Joanne.
Looking
That's
great.
right.
I hope
by
Tim
Andy.
Tollefson's down there to give her a big hug because she has been the person that was responsible for not cutting his wristband.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. She was
Okay.
the one at Cal 2 who said, Tim, what do we have to do to get you out of here?
She's given so much back to the race, and it's so fun to see Andy here, our medical director.
Andy definitely has not slept.
No, we can guarantee that. And we've got another runner coming up here, up through Roby Point. So again, this is mile 98.9 that we're seeing in these split screens.
This is Glenn Richardson of Louisville, Kentucky, 48 years old. He said he's never worked harder to prepare for a race and want that buckle. And all his thoughts were
All
to
right, Glenn.
have that and support. For all of those supporting him on his adventure, he thanks you. In particular, stoked about his daughter coming out to help him crew, and also appreciate the rest of the crew for coming out to support. He wanted to thank his wife, Abby, his daughter, Riley, sister-in-law, Edith, and her husband, Carl, and his brother, Mike, his wife, Heather, and his mom.
Wow, look at this big crew coming on. The entourage coming up the final rise just before the half mile to go mark. And it's such a celebratory time. You know you've got it in the bag. You've closed it out. We're 45 minutes to go here in Western States. And we'll see if we can get a number on this runner with what is one of the biggest entourages coming in here with the runners. Runners can be accompanied that final 1.1 mile in to celebrate with the runner, the team effort there.
It's a Roby Point parade.
The Roby Point parade, I like that. And she's kicking into a trot. It's all downhill. She'll cross that white bridge here.
That's Shannon Krogsrug. I will get
Shannon.
While we have a moment, I want to
Auburn,
give
California.
a quick
She's
tip
from
of the
local. There we
quick
go.
tip of the cap to our presenting sponsor, Hoka, and as well as Goo Energy Labs for making this broadcast possible. And of course, to the amazing crew from Mountain Outpost, spearheaded by Jamil Curry, Matt Feldick, Zach Marion, and everyone else working the switchboards tirelessly, including our boy wonder, Ethan Vosberg. Thank you, and all of our lovely volunteers who worked so tirelessly to
Billy.
make these images possible.
I met a volunteer this morning who done a marathon starting last night when Jim finished, running just the back 200 meters of the track over and over again. He was still out here running the camera this morning when I got in.
Look at this. Look at the emotions. I mean, kill two birds with one stone, right? Why not?
Yes.
The emotions, the love, the relief. That is the finish line here.
Yeah, it is a sense of relief.
I think that was Megan Carroll of Santa Cruz, California.
Oh,
that we
yeah,
just
Megan
saw
Carroll. We just
cross the
featured
finish
her
line.
in a video that she submitted. Congratulations, Megan Carroll. Let me see if I can pull up.
That is Brian Steinberg of Michigan coming across the line, baby
So-
in hand.
Megan
Right,
Carroll, who just crossed from Santa
Right,
Cruz,
Brian.
California, started running in a yearly 10K in her hometown, and she was very young, and during college ran her first marathon, and running consistently ever since. Her biggest challenge in her running life, or in running and in life, is to stay true to herself and listen to her body and heart. When there are so many voices screaming for attention everywhere, and training for this race, this definitely forced her to trust the process and herself before anything else. Congratulations to you, Megan, and to everyone else crossing the line here at Placer High. All right, guys, it's starting. I can feel the wave
it's starting
of
to
runners.
build.
I'm not stressed. No one is stressed. Dylan's not stressed. Harmony's not stressed. Kim's not stressed.
No one's stressed.
No
it's
one
all
is
love.
stressed.
It's all sweet, sweet relief, as we
It's
mentioned.
all love and inspiration here.
Here we go.
This must be Jerry Pie. Sweet Jerry Pie.
New York,
on.
New York.
Making it look easy.
I feel like Brett Hornick would have appreciated that reference.
Also on the track, we've got Sherman Lamb, Brian Palzoa, and Steve Nagayama. We're representing California, Ontario, Long Lake, Minnesota. The finishers are coming hot and fast now, rounding out their Western States. Sherman Lamb coming across the line, representing Ontario.
We got another Minnesotan.
Long Lake representing, I feel like.
Not a single person in the chat got my Jerry Pie reference, so color me disappointed, but I am not disappointed by the number of finishers we're getting right now, including the aforementioned Brian Palazzo, former hockey player turned runner.
He says, my wife is 34 weeks pregnant, so she is so excited to get this race over with. Congratulations to his entire family. He is safely home. Now they can welcome a new baby into their life.
Hopefully a future ultra runner. As we look, let me see, eyeballs on, I believe that's, no wait,
We got a pass on the track.
I don't think he's in any hurry. Soak it all in.
We've got two runners coming in the final 100
there
meter
we
stretch
go.
together.
Get loud, Placer High.
Making it count.
We'll do our very best to ID every single runner that comes across. But as you can see, it is fast, it is furious.
Exactly. Billy, who is this coming across here?
Okay.
That was Greg Bergion of San Diego, California, making his way across the line.
Beautiful
Bib
shot at no
number
hands
401.
with just 3 miles to go. This is Greg. Well, Greg just crossed.
All right.
Don't know
The
who
runners
this
are
runner is
coming
here.
in across no hands. They've got to make that final climb up to Roby Point before it is, we'll call it downhill to the
Yeah, we'll
track.
call it downhill.
Mostly downhill.
I love the families coming in right now. We've got
He's still got
several-
enough strength to
we got
carry
a
the little
dad
one.
on our left, mom coming in on the right.
That's what it's all about, folks. Sorry, Chad. I forgot to scroll down in the comments. Thank you. Seems like many of you got my reference. Look at that.
We love to
Yes.
see
Pure
it.
love, pure emotion.
I think that was that Shannon
I believe that was Shannon.
of Auburn, California, finishing out her day.
We got somebody rocking the here for the women's race t-shirt right behind this runner. Shout out to Corinne, Hillary, Esther, and all the
into a-
women that been pushing and championing women's sports.
Greg B, who finished, was I think the last man off the wait list.
Oh, fantastic.
The runner who finished with bib 401.
Okay.
All right. Are we looking at Rochelle here? Rochelle Gamet from Granite Bay, California.
I believe so.
Go. Running has taught Rochelle that she's capable of anything she dreams of. And loves giving back to her running community by coaching, volunteering.
Laying it all on the track, laying it all on the trail. You are a Western States finisher, and we've got another Western States finisher coming in here.
I believe this is William Shaw, maybe, bib 303.
William Shaw.
Billy Boy, welcome.
Georgia in the house.
Shaw, and then we've got right behind William Shaw is
Rochelle. Sorry.
Right on.
Rochelle. No, by all means.
Rochelle Gamet. Granite Bay,
And here
California.
we are. We're shooting the final rise. This is about 0.6 of a mile to the finish line. 0.6 of a mile. It's the final rise, the final, just uphill in the race through the back roads of Auburn here.
Great comment in the chat by Eric. This is the best time watching the base of the pyramid that supports a whole sport, and this is what makes it great.
That's a great metaphor, and it's so true.
Yes, sir. I got my eyes on you, chat. Don't you worry. Who do we got, chat? Who are you paying attention to? Do you have a runner out there? Give me your bib number. Give me their names. Throw it out there in the chat. And while you're at it, if you're feeling so generous, if you appreciate this broadcast, tap that donate button. Give a little bit back to Western States Foundation, a 501(c) nonprofit. The hour is golden. Couldn't have said it better myself, Free Trail. Make that the new button.
Here we go, this
Love you
final
too, Corey.
rise. Everyone moving it up nice, and I think we'll have Ken Ward coming in soon onto the track.
Yeah,
Ooh,
folks
boy.
in the chat, 10 for Ken. That is what we want.
10 for Ken. We love that. And we had 3 runners that were going for their 10-year Western States buckles.
All right.
And finishes Casey Lichtai, Phil Sanderson, and Ken Ward, and all are going to finish.
These names are coming in quick, but Lisa McFadden, someone's here for Tabitha Collins, Ken Ward, the aforementioned Ken Ward, Susie Kissely, Francesco Riccadonna, Rick Holman.
And you can see the pain in the legs here, the gait, just willing the body to that finish line.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to get that finish. Right on.
Franco Soriano,
Coming down
Adam
towards
Tremblay.
the White Bridge, and she'll know she has a half mile to go. and they're coming in almost every 30 seconds now. Again, this still will give these runners a sense of cushion.
Oh, all three? No.
These are two
one's a
runners
pacer,
together, working together here, right to the finish. You know, there's so many bonds and camaraderie that's built between the runners out there. It's such a difficult race, and so it becomes less of a race and more a pure test of endurance. And you support each other along the way to get to that finish line.
So we've had 273 runners through Robie Point. We believe that there are 295 runners total that we think have made it through Pointed Rocks. That means that we're waiting for another 20 or so runners to make it through Robie Point, and we're cutting down to crunch time, folks. So if you are anywhere near the track, anywhere near Robie Point, we need you to get out there and give them extra cheers, extra motivation to make the way up that final climb, to hopefully get here in time, make it under the countdown. We've got just over 30 minutes to go, halfway through golden hour, absolutely losing our minds.
Someone just shout out Ngugi Kirihara. Someone I got the pleasure to meet here at Memorial Day training weekend. Just a wonderful human being. Marcy Beard also out there. Shannon
Marcy
Howell.
Beard and Will Barkin will likely be our two runners fighting the cutoffs at Robie Point and to the track. Her and Will were the last people to leave Pointed Rocks before the cutoff. So we are going to be cheering extra loud for Marcy Beard and Will Barkin.
So to the person who asked about the visually impaired runner, that is Will Barkin.
And if you are here, Corinne makes a great point. Get out to Robie Point if you want to get one of the most inspiring miles of running of your life. Get out and support these final finishers in their quest to get across that finish line in under 30 hours.
Ngugi Kirihara, originally from Kenya, now teaching third grade.
I think we see Ken Ward.
I got a comment in here. I've never been happier to be awake all night on a call shift so I could watch the majority of the last 30 hours. Corinne, Billy Debo, rock stars. No, the rock stars are on the screen.
There are 20 runners between Robie Point and the finish line as we speak.
And here we have Ken Ward. This is a 10-time
There we
finisher.
go.
He will become. He's 67 years old. Ran his first.
Ngugi!
Is he going to
Western
be?
States
Is
and
Ken going to be our
two
oldest
legends
finisher?
We
are
don't-
on
we don't-
here.
I don't know. He may be our oldest finisher. We'll have to see if he has both the distinguished oldest finisher and 10-time finisher this year.
Two absolute legends on the track. Ken Ward, Ngugi Kirihara, about to take their final turn before the glorious straightaway to Placer High, finishing arch, Western States finish arch, I should say.
Right.
There we see eyeballs and Ngugi. Oh, his sweet daughter joining him.
Right.
This is what it's all about, folks.
Yeah, we also think, there's Ngugi there coming in, fired up.
Just a bright light in our sport. So much, he just radiates positivity, joy.
Exactly. As we've gotten to know his journey, he just brings such a positive spirit to the sport. And he's just behind Ken Ward, who's coming down the finishing straight now. We believe our oldest finisher here today, our 10-time finisher. And congratulations. This is a milestone to celebrate. Yes, right on, Canna. A thumbs up to Tropical John Mettinger in the booth there. And here's Ngugi.
Yes,
sprinting
Ngugi!
it out. Yes,
Yes,
Ngugi.
sir!
Right on.
Let's go!
All right.
Do it in
Ngugi.
style, my friend. Look at that.
Celebrating with Magda Boulay. Ngugi's a GU athlete, and Magda, big supporter.
Oh, love it. There's his daughter. I presume
Right
his
on.
wife.
She's got tears of joy, too.
She's upset Daddy
We'll call it
left her.
tears of joy.
It's okay. Just,
The medal's going to make it all better.
there we go.
Okay, she wants that finish line moment.
Gonna run back to Olympic Valley? No.
Right on.
Come on.
trying to organize
and who is
everything.
this
at the finish
also
line.
who just crossed the finish
That's
line?
the pacer.
Here?
Yeah.
That's a pacer.
That's one of his pacers.
Okay.
Nagugi, once again, third grade teacher.
Embraced by Craig Thornley. We learned his story this year, and it's quite inspiring. He's a Bay Area, San Jose local, and he's going to do a little celebration with his family there.
And we just got Emily Clay and Josh Welch enter the track.
Hitting that run in stride as we enter the track. I've paced in a golden hour before, and we may or may not have walked the final 20 miles. But when we hit that the final stretch of the track, I said, "Hey, you ready to run?"
Right, and look at this guy hammering
Sure
it
did.
out.
Wow.
I think he's got a track background.
Gonna make our camera runner work.
Exactly.
We got names upon names
Yeah, we've got
upon names.
several athletes on the track right now. Emily Clay, Josh Welch, Jeff McLaughlin, Kim Lonso, and
this is
Giles
Josh Welch
Davery.
here.
Josh Welch grew up in a super small town. Only way to see friends was to walk to their homes, which turned into running. Then the lifelong joy of seeing the world on 2 feet has motivated him since.
Emily Clay, Baltimore,
We got
Maryland.
eyes on Emily Clay.
Right on, Emily.
Let's go, Josh.
Let's go, Josh. You are a Western States finisher.
How can you not be romantic about running when you see images like this?
Mo Livermore at the finish line. She's one of the original founders of the race.
An
on our
OG
board.
in the truest sense.
We've got Ravenwood, Missouri on the track. We've got Spokane, Washington on the track. We've got Malaysia on the track. We've got San Jose,
All right.
Fort Jones, and Brookhaven, and Bend, Oregon. We've got 7 people on the track right now.
Hey, and Corinne, do we know the... All right, we're a Western States finisher.
I think that was Jeff
We got a strong
McLaughlin
sprinter
of
to the
Spokane,
finish here.
Washington.
Do we know the time, Jeff McLaughlin, the time split or cutoff at Roby Point? Is it 17 minutes? Or is there not a cutoff? The cutoff is, I should know these things, is Pointed Rocks. 17 minutes is typically the sort of bubble time. Of course, you can run it faster. Some have. But that's a nice time of knowing.
There you go. I believe that is Jana Filiskova from the Czech Republic, a former competitive ballroom Latin dancers with a full-time job in tech and 2 kids. 4 years ago,
So there's
her
not a
longest ever distance run was just a half marathon. And here she is.
Just confirming that we don't actually have, there's no technical cutoff at Roby Point. The cutoff there is the race ending at 11
Get your
a.m.
ass to Placer Highs.
But you got to get here. They say the 30-hour mark there. You got to be there. You got to be there around 10:38 to really have a shot of making it in. So we've got runners that are going to be pushing, trying to get here to us at the track.
That looks like Jana.
And
single mother of 2 boys.
Jana.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Strong runner. Yes.
Young Hae Choi from Bend, Oregon.
29:36
I love
for
that.
a Western States finisher.
Former
Here we
top
go.
tenor Camilla Mayfield there was part of that crew. That's
Really?
pretty awesome.
That's a great crew, and there's our Czech runner crossing the finish line. Nothing more special than cross the finish line and greeting those runners. The inspiration's a two-way street here.
Yeah, we've had 281 runners through Roby Point. We believe there's probably another 15 runners or so back behind that. So 282 through Roby Point. We are looking for another 10, 13 runners.
Is that what we've got on the course?
I believe so.
So it's gonna be a bit of a nail biter here, folks. Yes.
Is that Yuki of Japan making their way across the finish line there?
Oh,
Bib
thank you,
51. We also have Josh Amato on the track from St. Louis, as well as Jacob Burnett of Safety Harbor, Florida, making their way around the track, going to be 2024 Western States finishers.
Great little nugget from Jana when she was struggling at a 50-mile race. The first place woman, Mariel, spoke for a little bit during the race and turned to her while she was visibly struggling and said, "You got this. It's all heart from here."
Right on.
And that's what these runners are showing, and that's what they're running with, all heart.
They say you run the first 50 with your legs, the second with 50 with your heart and mind, and nothing could be more true.
Trying to make sure I ID the right runner here.
Looks like two.
That looks to be David Kung from Hillsborough, California.
All right, David Kung. Is why to be an example to my 11-year-old son by never giving up. Yes. The lesson of perseverance is powerful. Just the joy and relief of crossing that finish line. When you take that start, it takes enormous courage to put all of your vulnerabilities of life out there. There's only one mission, that's to get to Auburn. And these people have made it and accomplished that. Congratulations.
21 minutes left to go here at the track. We are coming down to those final minutes of what is that reasonable mark at Roby Point. We're going to have quite a few runners, probably 10 of them that are right up against that 30-hour mark. If you're not nervous now, get nervous with me. If you're within the sound of my voice, make sure that you're ready to cheer as loud as you possibly can. Head out on the road between here and Roby Point. Give these runners all of your energy to make it here to the track.
This place is filling up fast, folks. Visibly more people here than when Jim and Katie crossed the finish line.
Yeah, we've got 285 runners through Roby Point.
So I'd say we've got about 4 or 5 minutes for the bubble of what is realistically a potential finish. I think much less than about 14 minutes from Roby Point starts to become really tough, and we've got a leaner here.
Yeah, this is where things get really, really hard. We've got cramping going on. We've got athletes that are dehydrated and have been for quite some time. One of the women who've just made it through Roby Point is bib number 261, Julia Moffitt. She was part of the panels this past week.
And this runner will make it. I mean, this runner looks like they are, if I can see where we are, they've got one more small rise, and then they'll hit the half mile to go mark. So this is about just keeping upright and keeping forward motion going. But that is not easy. There's certain muscles and
that is the
your body
visual
that just give out.
Visual embodiment of all heart right there.
Yeah, the last 4 runners through Roby Point were Tabitha Collins, Char Cooperstein, Julia Moffitt, and Iris Cooper. Iris Cooper at 65 years old, the oldest woman in the field, trying to make her way in from Roby Point to the finish.
Julia Moffitt.
We'll have a clock. If she is able to finish, we'll have a clock for her at the awards ceremony, signifying the power to hold back. Mother and father time. Here we have a runner with leaving a little bit in the tank just to make sure. Trotting up. This is a steep final pitch out of Roby Point. These two runners are doing exactly that, tapping it out up just to the final steep rise in the course.
This is around the time I get my Pat McAfee on and can't sit still, so I'm going to stand. Get an ID on that number.
Yeah, we've got another Japanese runner on the track as well. So on the track, we also have Eli Burkenan, Paul Garner, Takashi. We've got Japan on the track. We've got Great Britain on the track. We've got Brownsville, Vermont on the track. That's Takashi on our screen right there.
Right.
Representing Japan.
At least he's leaning forward, right? Nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
Just lean into the momentum. Sweet siren song of Placer High calling you home. All right. Almost 5,700 in the chat. We have almost 14,000 raised for the Western States Foundation, including another $20 donation. Let's keep it going, and let's keep on cheering these amazing athletes to the finish line.
Yes.
Let's get loud.
17 minutes to go.
Let's get loud.
Just 16 minutes and 15 seconds left to make it to that finish line at the Placer High School track in Auburn.
I keep refreshing on ultralive.net, and it's not helping me out. There can be a little bit of a delay out there, but
There
yeah,
can be a delay.
because it hasn't updated in 6 minutes.
Fury Park
Yeah,
of
I have
LA.
a sense that there's more of a clustering of runners there. We'll maybe be able to pick up what we know better on the screens here. These runners that we're seeing here are in the neighborhoods, the back neighborhoods of Auburn. These finishers will make it in before that cutoff. We're actually walking back towards Roby Point here on the big screen and looking for runners coming in. That you see that rise there. That's the top of the steepest part of the final climb out of Roby Point, and it's predominantly downhill. And now we're looking at runners. There's a couple of entourages coming in. About 0.6 of a mile to go here for these runners we see on the screen.
This is not the time I want this not to refresh.
Corinne is feverishly refreshing Roby Point. We're hoping that we see Will come in here. Our blind runner is an incredibly strong runner and putting on an incredible effort to become the first blind runner.
Yeah, he's not the first blind runner to start this race, but he's
No.
hoping to be the first blind runner to finish this race, and he's going to finish. The question is,
Yes.
what side of the 30-hour mark are we on?
Exactly.
Andrew Watson says Corinne's about to run out to Roby Point herself. You're not wrong.
I've already done it once this morning. Barefoot, because all I brought were my giant foam clogs.
She's crawling out of her skin here.
Another British Columbia, Canada, I should say. Adam Tremblay from Quispamsis, New Brunswick, Canada. I'm sure I nailed that pronunciation. Way to go, Adam. Took up running to do something I could keep exercising to keep in shape for whitewater kayaking. That had a
this is
lower
great.
barrier to injury, and after about a year, him and his brother and the guy who got him into running
The
suggested
stadium
I
is
check out the ultra trail running thing, and What a S
The
show
stadium's
it was.
absolutely packed here.
I mean,
in
what sport
Auburn.
does it get louder than when F1 and
the
M1 comes through?
The final finishers here are absolutely incredible. Again, doesn't matter if you're 14, 13, like Mr. Jim Walmsley, or if you're 30 hours on the dot. We are absolutely going to be losing it here today. We do have
Who is this coming in?
Let's go,
here?
Yuka.
Yuka.
288 through Roby
60.
Point.
60 years old, Yuka
pacer.
Atsumi.
She looks great. Big
From
smile,
Japan.
Big smile on her face. It's the 58th female finisher.
Thank you guys for your generous donations. We are almost there. $30 more to get over 14K. Almost 6,000 people in the chat.
Runners marching it out to make it here to the infield.
Question
Let's
in
bring
the
them
chat
home,
whether
folks.
Casey Lichtai finished. She did indeed finish.
Let's bring them home.
She finished about 20 hours and 25 minutes. She got her
This is
10-year
Philip
buckle.
Nye, Santa Barbara, California, making his way across the finish line.
There's Yuka.
Yes, Yuka. Right on Yuka.
60 years young.
Nice.
You are not
She
60,
looks
Yuka.
right. Yeah, representing 60 plus represents.
Wow.
Thank you, Yuka, for the inspiration.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Okay, we've got
He's
we've
made
got
it to the
news in
track.
chat. Susie Kiesla passed Roby Point at 10:45.
Is this Chris
Yep.
Culpepper?
Alex
Safe
Statton.
route.
No.
Alex Statton.
Let's see. Oh, that is Chris Culpepper from Houston, Texas, 59 years old.
All right.
Chris
Breaks
Culpepper is the
tape.
leaner.
If you're here for the women's race, we got the last six runners through Roby Point were women, including Iris Cooper at 65, Alex
Oh, wow.
Statton at 33, Susie
go.
Kisla, the last woman through Roby Point that I'm aware of, 55 years old, all making their way to the Placer High School track. Again, if you are anywhere near the track, I encourage you to make your way out towards Roby Point to bring in these final finishers. They're going to need all of your energy today.
You know, with everyone here on the track, I bet we could form one giant long human tunnel from here to Roby Point.
I think you're right, Billy.
Let's get loud, Placer High.
7.
171, Carson Galloway from Des Moines, Iowa. You are now a Western States finisher. Welcome home, buddy.
Close.
We're now well over 14K. Thank you guys so much for your generous donation. 6,100 people in the chat. And once again, we'd be remiss in not thanking our wonderful sponsors in Hoka and Goo and the wonderful folks at Mountain Outpost for making this broadcast possible. Who do we have here at the finish line?
Yes. 2050.
390.
Oh, wow. We just have noticed that Will Barkin has crossed Roby Point at 10:47, 3
He has
minutes ago.
12 minutes to make
Oh
it to
my
the
God.
track.
Are we going to lose you, Corinne? Are you going to run out there barefoot? There's Mr. Chris Culpepper
All right,
from
Chris,
Houston, Texas.
getting it done, finding that will to get to that finish line. Raise your hands high. Pull them in with all your energy. Yes, Chris. You are
The
a Western
scene here
States
is
finisher.
absolutely electric. Chris Culpepper crosses the finish line with just under 10 minutes to spare.
Okay. We've
Right.
got some of our team out there. A lot of times we think Dylan and Harmony Bowman are out there. Tim Tweetmeyer may be out there as well, pulling in those final runners, willing them into an extraordinary finish.
We just got a $10,000 donation from an anonymous source.
We can only say thank you for what a tremendous
kidding me?
gift and tremendous appreciation from all of us here at Western States. It's that kind of
Are you kidding
donation
me? Oh my God.
that allows us to bring these images and these stories to you. This is a nonprofit organization, and this is an event by the community for the community. Thank you with the greatest amount of appreciation for that wonderful gift. Thank you.
We get one of those decibel meters for how loud it is getting here on the track. Oh my God. It's a lot of excited but anxious faces all across the track, including to my right, as we're willing Will Barkin home.
I've gone completely non-functional here in studio.
2:14. That is
As
Rick
you said,
Homan.
Corinne, the people that are out there. Is this Alex here? No.
This would be.
No.
Tabitha Collins.
Tabitha, yeah. As Corinne has said, the people that cross Roby Point, they will finish. They may not. All of them may not become Western States official finishers, but they will certainly finish that 100-mile distance here on the track.
And Julia
Without
Moffitt
a
is
doubt.
here. Julia Moffitt from Iowa City, Iowa, 57 years young. Physiologist. And according to her, running has been a grand physiology experiment to realize my full potential as an athlete.
You are a Western States finisher here.
Everyone welcome Julia Moffitt, 57 years young.
Coming
of
around.
Iowa City, Iowa. Made it with minutes to spare.
This runner has saved a little bit of gas in the tank to just bring it in. Okay, now we're back out in the neighborhoods here with 6 minutes to go, pushing this runner in, coming to the White Bridge here, so we know this coming
she's
actually
past the White
into
Bridge,
the track. So this runner will finish. We'll get a
an
split
ID very
ID on
soon.
him. Yeah.
I believe that is Shar Cooperstein of San Francisco, California.
All right, Char. You are a Western States finisher, our 60th female finisher
Boom.
today. She ran right through the tape there at the finish line. And who's this runner coming in?
I believe this is Julia Moffitt, our physiologist.
Representing.
Next
Right
to
on,
her is
Julia. She looks great.
Oh, that might be Shar.
She was on our. This is.
Oh, no, that's our pacer?
This is. Yep.
That's Julia Moffitt?
That's Julia Moffitt.
Oh my God.
Right there. She was
She looked
making
too
it look
young.
easy.
She's amazing.
I did not ID her as 57 years old.
Another runner that saved a little
This is
gas.
Iris
in the tank
Cooper, I
here.
think.
Iris
Yeah.
Cooper.
Iris Cooper, 65. I think that this will be our
This
oldest
may be our
finisher.
oldest
This is
finisher.
Iris Cooper.
Well, she looks
This is
absolutely
Iris Cooper right there in the
superb.
green,
wow.
in the
Moving
bright
super
green
well.
shorts. Oh my goodness,
Giving it a
accelerating
kick,
around the
giving it a
corner.
kick. I love it. Canadian strong. Yeah, she's just.
Iris Cooper, 65 years young, rounding the track. Let's welcome her home to Placer High.
Let's give her a big round of applause as she rounds that final corner into the finishing straight.
From Thornhill, Ontario. Wow, wow, wow.
Here she comes.
There you go.
Iris Cooper.
Let's go. Oh,
Wow.
Canada.
Congratulations. Does that make her the oldest female finisher? And then she's with Peter with Vespa Sports
Okay.
supporting her.
Time check. We
We've
have
got
just
4
around 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes with no visual of. Do we have a visual of a runner on?
Here we have a run. Here's a visual of a runner coming down the final descent. This could be our final finisher. Drone footage. This is just after the White Bridge. It's about 0.4 of a mile. That is not an easy. That is not an easy split to hit, even in a fresh, strong legs.
Okay.
Corinne is going out onto the track. This is an emotional experience for her to bring in one of her runners, Will Barkin, the blind runner,
that
who's
is the White
attempting
Bridge
to be the first runner.
I'd hope
to
that
finish.
was closer, but that is the White Bridge.
Yeah, so
Which
this
means that
White
you're
Bridge
about-
signifies a half mile. We're under 2.5 minutes. That is a tough split to hit this finish line.
There's
so
a good amount of downhill.
And do we know who this runner is, Billy?
I do not. The sport can fill your heart, but it can also break it too sometimes, and
this is the toughest part of the golden hour.
Without a doubt. We don't know if either pack, I don't know if that's one pack or if that's two.
It looks like 2 packs.
We cannot confirm whether either as well.
But both of these runners are coming in, and they'll probably hit the track here just. One of these runners may be Alex Staten. Yeah, Alex Staten, I think. This is on the right there. That was Celia with Goo, and I think she's wheeling in Alex Staten. One of our indigenous runners looking to finish her first Western States.
Several people in the chat.
We're in our final minute. So this is we're witnessing those runners who are absolutely going to finish the distance. Looks like we've got a group. We've got a runner coming onto the track.
Someone's entering the track.
We've got 45 seconds to
Here
go.
we go. Here we go. Who's this? We're waiting for an update. We're waiting for a name to pop up on our screen. Oh, this is Will Barkin. This is our legally blind runner.
Will Barkin. We've got.
Oh my God.
25 seconds to go. He's
Let's go, Will.
Sprinting.
There he is in the red T-shirt and sunglasses.
Everyone,
give me a time check, people.
We've got 8.
7.
We've got 8 seconds.
6.
5.
4. 3. Oh no.
2. 1.
Oh my God.
Barkin
Come
is
on.
going to finish the distance.
Oh.
It's our first runner ever.
Oh.
Legally blind.
God.
Making his way around the track with his guide runners.
Oh God.
Yes, Will. Corinne is out there with him.
Oh.
An absolute inspiration.
30 or 31 seconds over. Does not matter.
You have finished the distance, Will. An incredible effort.
Oh.
And so close. There's Corinne down there with him. There's Corinne.
Every year I think I'm gonna make it, Toph, and then every year it's always the last runner.
Oh. What an amazing effort to done the entire distance. He finished the distance. Who do we have this? It's on the track here, Billy.
That is Alex.
This is Alex Staten.
From
coming in.
Fatesville, Arkansas.
33 years old. Indigenous runner.
In partnership with GOO, one of our amazing sponsors.
And she's going to finish the distance, which should be celebrated.
She ran 100 miles from Olympic Valley to Auburn. Let's cheer her in.
Right on. Let's give her a big, big welcome. Placer High School. Let's give her a big welcome. All right, Alex. Drive it across that finish line. And complete the distance. You've shown us the power of perseverance. That's it.
Oh. No, don't help her up. No, it doesn't matter.
Just pushing them
You
off.
did it. There you
Do
go.
not help me.
There you go, Alex.
Yes, you have crossed the finish line, Alex.
Standing room only here, folks. Both in the announcing booth and in the crowd. What is...
Billy, I'm speechless here. The greatest hour.
The greatest sport. The greatest people.
Truly unbelievable. "30 hours of showing us the power of the human spirit, the power to endure, the power to persevere, and revealing the true character of people, both those supporting and those running." What an inspiration. The
We have one more
2024
runner.
Western States.
We have one more runner on track here, Francesco Riccadona.
Perhaps from Italy?
Ontario, Canada.
Ontario, Canada.
Natively from Italy.
All right, Francesco, you're going to complete 100 miles on the Western States course.
I think there's still runners out there. So we get a nice aerial visual of what we're witnessing here on the ground floor. Runners coming in from your lower right-hand corner. The blue inflatable pillars.
It's like another runner coming in.
Is that Francesco?
I don't.
It's
Yeah,
Francesco.
that looks like Francesco. Is that our final runner, I think, to cross Roby? I'll check.
Way to go, Francesco.
All right, Francesco. Let's pull him in. I love it. He's high-fiving. Great job, Francesco. You should be proud. You've run the distance. There's Tim Tweetmeyer, always there in this final golden hour period, running in with these final finishers. 25-time finisher, 5-time champion, Western States board member. Pulling Francesco in.
Was that our last runner?
I think we have one more runner on the track here, and I think...
Sure.
I think we've got one final runner on the track here.
Yep. Susie Kissilia from Walnut Creek, California. "55 years old, Dad had her running 10Ks with him when she was in the 6th grade. She's an overachiever for sure. Has a problem running too much and thereby dealing with injuries. Says her why is the support and involvement of her family and digging deep to see what she is capable of. Susie on the track?
I believe she's coming through this final.
Let me just. I saw
25.
I saw Susie get ID'd.
50 meters.
I believe she's here. Yes, she is. Susie Kisalia or Kisalia from Walnut Creek, California. Says she is truly honored to be able to participate in the Western States this year.
Here she comes. Our final on-course runner who's finishing in just over our 30-hour official finishing time. She will have finished the distance. Let's give her a big round of applause, Auburn. Placer High School, ring her in to this final 100 meters. You've done the distance, and you should be proud. She's got a smile on her face. Ah, yes.
Oh.
Tim Tweetmeyer there to catch her, and I believe that is now our final on-course runner. Billy.
Another year.
Emotionally totally drained.
It's not just another Western States, that's for sure. Every year brings some new, interesting, wonderful variable as we get played off here. But my God, I have so many thoughts and not enough time. Anything that immediately comes to mind?
Well, I just feel like this race always reminds me of the power of the human spirit, the power of each individual to push and find the edges of their potential. Whether you're a Jim Walmsley or Katie Scheid with incredible performances at the front of the pack, or whether you're a final finisher that we just witnessed in the golden hour. And so I feel like we've got just an incredible day here. Corinne is back with us after an emotional time with Will. We're just doing some final thoughts here, Corinne. Any words?
I am basically out of words. Like I said earlier, 14, 13, or apparently 30 hours and 18 seconds. Absolutely incredible. You know, some people did not make it today under that 30-hour mark, but they got it done. They made it here to the track.
They made it here.
Exactly.
It's all that we can ask for. This sport is amazing. How cool is it that there are legitimately more people here right now for these final finishers than there were last night on the track when Jim Walmsley and Katie Scheid won the thing in spectacular fashion. That's what's so, sorry, I'm like very slouchy. That's what's so important about our sport. I'm still recuperating from sprinting my face off around the track, but just checked in with Will and his fiancée Kim, and she handed him off at Roby Point, basically knowing that she was going to kind of not make it over the top with him, because when he goes uphill fast, he can go uphill fast.
That was clear.
And that team that brought him in and the team that got Kim through the shortcut to see him finish, absolutely phenomenal job. There's nothing like this. Better than Boston, better than trials, better than Paris.
It's the
better
best day of running in the world.
Yeah.
And a special thank you to just a massive number of volunteers, both on the course, our race directors. You know, this is a volunteer organization by the community for the community, and this live broadcast has transformed our ability to share this incredible day with the entire world. It's just awesome.
It couldn't be done without our support in Hoka and in Goo, but also could not be done without our with the crew at Mountain Outpost.
Yes.
The
Year one.
volunteers who have been out here. Chris looks like he just ran an ultra marathon himself. Like, they've been out here all night. I think I've slept the most out of anyone on this team. I feel very spoiled to have done so. They've all made it happen in spectacular fashion. We had, I think, the best coverage from more places on the course than we've ever had. We've gotten to share more stories than we ever have, from the front of the pack to the back of the pack. And again, that is truly what makes our sport, what makes this sport so magical.
Once again, final thank you to Hoka, to Gu, to all of you generous people who've donated year in and year out to this wonderful foundation, to the Mountain Outpost team, the leaders, Jamil, Zach, Matt, everybody in that RV, to my boy Ethan Vosberg, little Doogie himself, not so little Doogie himself, and to the community, to the people that makes this sport what it is. Once again, to echo a comment in the chat, this sport is truly about heart, all heart, and we witness it on full display across all almost 300 finishers. I'm absolutely spent, exhausted, but leaving here full right here.
Right on, Billy.
I guess we're going to have to do this again next year.
Yeah, why not? Shall we?
Shall we? I guess we'll see you in 2025.
See you in 2025.
We love you guys. Thank you.